He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
I'm here to talk about a series of games based on stories from the Bible, all with weird, deformed cartridges made for Nintendo systems but without any endorsement from Nintendo. Like take this one for example, Bible Adventures. Would you want to buy this with its weird baby blue cartridge? It's made by a Christian gaming company that makes unauthorized Nintendo games. Let's check it out. Alright, 3 games in one. You got Noah's Ark, Baby Moses, and David and Goliath. First, let's do Noah's Ark. Well, there's Noah. He moves pretty fast for an old guy. The objects to get the animals in the ark. Holy shit, you just pick them up? Is that how Noah did it? He did it all by himself by picking the animals up and carrying them into the ark? Well, according to Bible Adventures, that's how it happened. So there's where you drop those fuckers off. You just bring them to the door, you let those bastards run in there. You get a checklist of all the animals you need, so it's pretty simple. Go find some more, bring them back. Fun, huh? I just can't get over that. He's an old man, and not only does he pick the animals up, he lifts them over his head. It doesn't even slow him down. How can such an old man be so strong? Have you ever tried to lift a horse? Not that easy. What the shit? Let alone a horse and an ox? Or fuck, a horse, a cow, and 2 oxen? What the fucking shit? Noah's so goddamn strong, he puts the Hulk to shame. And the poor creatures, they're so scared shitless, they don't even try to get away. Noah, man, nobody fucks with him. Not even Chuck Norris. The only animals that have the balls to fight back are the pigs. Stop it! Damn pig! I'm only trying to take you in the ark. There's gonna be a flood. What, do you want to die? Alright, that's it. You're gonna get it. So, what do? You grab that, whatever it is, and you knock that motherfucker out. Take that, bitch! Now I gotcha. You're going in the ark, you fucknut. I hate those pigs, but I also hate the oxen. You drop them every time you jump, so you gotta keep picking them back up again. The monkeys are also pretty damn annoying. Sometimes you gotta chase them all around. What a sight. Look, an old man climbing up a tree chasing monkeys. It's quite ridiculous. You fucking monkey, get back here! Now you're gonna get it. Take that, you monkey fuck! You're going in the ark. Another thing really amazing about Noah is that he can run so fast, he can actually outrun the screen, which is really annoying because you can't see where you're going, so you have to stop just to let the screen catch up. Another sign of a badly designed game. Now it looks like we got all the animals, except the snakes. Now that's gotta be tricky, right? Grabbing them's out of the question. So let's pick up that thing and try to knock them out. Well, I can knock them out, but if I don't catch them, they're gone. I can't catch them either. Shit. How do you get those damn snakes? Well, guess what? I'm trying to get the wrong snakes. But how can you blame me? They're the first snakes you see in the game. Well, check this out. I go in this cave, and this is real frustrating because to climb the walls, you have to jump and hit the A button at the perfect timing. Then once you get to the top, there you go. There's your snakes. So these are the real snakes you're supposed to get, not the ones in the trees. They're only decoys. Challenge is one thing, but why does this game have to fucking trick me? So don't get the snakes that you first see when you're walking around. Go take a wild guess. Climb through the cave until you find the real ones. Fuck this game. Now you thought that was bad? A game where you collect a bunch of objects to bring back to the middle of the board? How could it get any worse? Just watch. Our next game is Baby Moses. Alright, well, the object of the game is to get to the end of the level carrying Baby Moses. Now, this is really annoying because while carrying him, there's no way to defend yourself from everything that's out to kill you, and I do mean everything. If the soldiers catch Baby Moses, they throw him in the water. What assholes. And what's with this theme of carrying things? It's actually kind of a rip-off of Super Mario Bros. 2. Even the graphics kind of remind me of it, except for those chocolate cats. Speaking of carrying things, look how many things she can stack. What kind of picture is this? Moses' mom carrying Baby Moses, carrying a block of cheese, carrying a guy carrying a spear? I never thought I'd see that. Beware the black spaces. If you jump through them, you fall in the water and die. Whoa! Either that or I guess it shoots Baby Moses up in the sky. What's going on? This game sucks ass. God, this is annoying. The only way to have any fun at all is to throw Baby Moses in the water and then go explore the level without him. This is a weird game. What other game could you ever say, I just threw Baby Moses in the water? For some reason, I can't stop saying Baby Moses. Baby Moses, Baby Moses. When you finish the level, it says good work, but you forgot Baby Moses. I didn't forget him, I just didn't want him. Well, there's only one shitty game left. David and Goliath. Well, you're going around carrying sheep. Yeah, are you surprised? The object is to bring 4 sheep to this blinking arrow to advance to the next level. The originality just stuns me. And you know what? All 3 games use the same music. You'd rather listen to your only infant child puking to death. That is, choking on his own puke chunks. That's disgusting. I apologize. Those sheep are a bitch to carry, especially if you're trying to get past the lion. That lion hates sheep and anybody who carries sheep. However, if you go past them without the sheep, they don't give a shit. I can even pick the lion up and it doesn't care. Sure, try that in real life. Pick up a lion and see what happens. And while you're at it, just try to punch that lion in the nuts. Yeah, right in the fucking nuts. You can even use an acorn to knock the lion out. Damn, I wouldn't want to get hit by one of those acorns. Those lions are fucking wusses. What? What happened? Did you see that? That lion just fell flat on his ass. And he fell at the same time as this squirrel. So who knocked them both out? Well, let's take a look at the whole replay and see what happened. Here we see this squirrel throws an acorn. It clobbers the lion. Bam! Now, let's back up a bit. Just before he gets hit, this other squirrel throws an acorn, which comes right back down, and bam! He knocked himself out with his own acorn. Dumb shit. Anyway, let's go get some sheep. I like the sheep sound effects. Come on, you damn sheep. I'm not gonna hurt you. Sheepy, sheepy. Sheepy, sheepy, sheepy. Fuck this. I feel like a stupid asshole going after all these sheep for no reason. The most fun I have in this game is watching that weird squirrel. I'm telling you, that squirrel does some weird shit. 1 minute it's sleeping, then it's running up and over the tree, and oh my god, look at that! It's a flying squirrel! Or it's like climbing the sky. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is! Wow, they were on drugs when they made this game. Later in the game, you get a weapon, some kind of fireball or something, I don't know, but it sucks. It's just like the rock in Friday the 13th. It arcs over everybody you try to hit. What good is a weapon that doesn't go straight? Like, it deliberately dodges your target. What a piece of shit. Now, I know I'm sucking pretty bad at this, but unless you've played it, you have no idea how friggin' awful the controls are. It just feels slippery, and you feel like you have to force everything you're doing. But that only makes it more likely to overshoot a jump or undershoot it trying not to. Doesn't help either that there's all these rocks coming down. And finally, when I get up here, it's not even worth it because there's nowhere to go. I can't even go in those caves. So that's enough of this shit. Well, that's Bible Adventures. You thought that was weird? Well, wait till you see Bible Buffet. Yeah, Bible Buffet. When I first heard the title, I just didn't get it. My only guess is it has to do with food and the Bible. Well, guess what? I got half of that right. It definitely has to do with food, but there's no mention of anything from the Bible anywhere in this whole game. What is this I'm looking at? It's a board game? In fact, it's a ripoff of Candyland. Just look at it. All the different food-themed lands like Potato Land, Barbecue Land, Pizza Land, Dessert Land.
Player 1.
Oh my god, it's talking. Well, you spin the wheel, and you make some moves just like any board game. Then you get to play all these weird mini games which sort of resemble an Atari game. The sound effects are classic. And it definitely resembles Attack of the Killer Tomatoes more than it does the Bible. So you lay down all these exploding pancakes which blow up everything. I think they're supposed to be oil drums or something, but everything else is some kind of food, so I'm just gonna call them exploding pancakes. I mean, this is just fucking weird. It might as well be anything. I mean, look at all this stuff that's trying to kill me. Potato chips and pizzas and pork chops and bottles, watermelons, ice cream cones, ice cubes, and cans of like soda coming out of a vending machine. Look, a snowman. Watch this. I'm gonna blow his fucking head off. Yeah, that snowman's dead as shit. I just pushed that thing into the exit, but there's no way to get it back out. So now I blocked myself from finishing the level, and my only choices now are to reset the game or commit suicide. Every once in a while you get a little quiz. True or false? I guess true. True or false? I guess false. What the hell am I guessing? It would help if I had the questions. You know where they are? They're in the manual. So, unless you still have the manual, let alone have the fucking game, you're not gonna know what the questions are. Now, what was the problem with putting the questions on the screen? Why didn't they do that instead? What were they thinking?
All right.
That voice is just crazy. I don't know what it is, but it just sounds out of place. Not that anything is in place, but I don't know. It's so rare to hear such a clear voice in a Nintendo game. But I suppose it's also rare for Nintendo to have a Bible game with no references to the Bible, resembling Atari that's all about food trying to kill you, yet it's also a board game ripoff with quizzes that you can't answer. And if it's a Bible game, why do you blow a snowman's head off? Whatever happened to Thou Shall Not Kill? Please, somebody tell me, what the hell am I playing? I kind of like it, but I gotta turn it off before I go insane. So let's play another Bible game. It's the Book of Genesis on Sega Genesis, and the soundtrack is Genesis. I'm just making this up, but let's move on to Super Nintendo and check out this game that I'm actually not making up. I couldn't even come up with anything half as crazy if I tried. This is Super Noah's Ark 3D, yet it's also referred to as Super 3D Noah's Ark because of the way the title art's misrepresented. So, who knows? Call it whatever you want. Call it Super 3D Fuck Farts if you want. I know it's weird, but the weirdness actually starts with the cartridge. As you can see, it looks like no other Super Nintendo game you've ever seen. In fact, it doesn't even look like a game at all. It looks more like a Game Genie. By this time, I believe Nintendo was catching on to the fact that Wisdom Tree was making these Bible games for their system without their permission. So what I think happened was, when Super Nintendo came out, they put a new lockout chip inside the system which only allows games licensed by Nintendo to work. So, how many Super Nintendo games came out not licensed by Nintendo? Well, just one, and it found a way. By plugging an official Super Nintendo game into the top of it, it overrides the lockout chip and you can play it. The question is, would you want to? Well, actually, yeah, you would. What other first-person shooter game do you get to play as Noah? I really can't believe this game exists, but it seems to be a fact because I'm playing it. Now, does it look like Wolfenstein 3D? Yes. In fact, it is Wolfenstein 3D. It doesn't even count as a ripoff. It's the same fucking game, but with Noah. Instead of shooting Nazis, he's shooting goats. All the levels are exact duplicates, but what's really funny to know is that there's a story going around that id, the company that made Wolfenstein and Doom, they gave their own game to Wisdom Tree for them to turn into this. Why? Well, according to the rumor, id was pissed off that the Super Nintendo version of Wolfenstein was inferior to the PC version, and that Nintendo basically butchered it by toning down the violence as well as altering numerous other things. So, as some sort of joke or whatever, id handed the source code over to Wisdom Tree for them to make the mockery which you're looking at now. And there's a bit of a conspiracy going on. According to the Bible, Noah puts 2 of each animal in the ark, right? Well, according to this game, he put a whole bunch of goats on there. And if that's not crazy enough, guess what? All those goats want Noah dead. Damn, why is there so many of them, and why do you shoot them with a slingshot? I think that would actually make him more angry. I can't even see what you're supposed to be shooting at them anyway. It just looks invisible. It's supposed to be food, I guess, but why does it put the animals to sleep? Well, I guess Noah shoots the food so hard that it knocks the animals unconscious. Now, what's even stranger is how they attack you. They just do like these weird kicks from a mile away, and they hit you. Like, how do they even reach? Listen to how cheerful the music is. Wow, that's great. It's just what you need is some really upbeat music to go along with Noah getting murdered by a bunch of fucking goats. So, that's it. There's more animals along the way, but you get the idea. So, as we've seen, every one of these Bible games rips off something. So just to show you another example, let's take a look at spiritual warfare on the Nintendo. Okay, right off the bat, what does this game look like? Well, here's some hints. Look, it's an aerial view with like bushes and rocks. You start off with 3 hearts for health. You hold 2 items, you go into a little cave and you talk to someone, and when you walk to the next area, the screen moves. There's that square-shaped stairwell, and there's a raft. You go down ladders with gray stone walls, and when you start the game, you get to type in a name. Well, if you can't already tell what this game looks like, let me spell it out. That's right, Zelda. Let's recap, shall we? In Zelda, we have an aerial view with bushes and rocks. You start off with 3 hearts for the health. You hold 2 items, you go into a little cave and you talk to someone, and when you walk to the next area, the screen moves. There's that square-shaped stairwell. You go down the ladders with the gray stone walls. There's your raft, and when you start the game, you type in a name. What a shameless ripoff. Well, at least they came up with a few original ideas, like sometimes when you kill your enemies, a flying devil comes out. And besides just the usual rocks and bushes or trees or whatever, they randomly have all these garbage cans placed about. That's where this game belongs, the fucking garbage. Alright, let's play one more game. King of Kings. Oh great, 3 more games. Fuck, let's do Wise Men. Well, you're on a camel. You're basically just trying to ride to the end of the level. Your obstacles include lizards, a cactus that comes up out of the ground, flying rocks, porcupines shooting needles, moving pitfalls, and blocks that come down and stun you. Just like in Bible Adventures, the control is really awkward, but here it's so bad it's nearly unplayable. So every once in a while, you pick up these scrolls that make you answer questions about the Bible. Like, who is Jesus' mother? Well, that would be Mary. Now, why are there quizzes in the middle of this game? Quizzes aren't fun. Quizzes make you feel like you're in school. Games are fun. Quizzes, not fun. Put them together. So, you'd probably rather just play the game than answer the questions, which would be a good reason to just avoid the scrolls. But if you get the questions right, you get energy, which you want. Now, a lot of these questions are true or false, and once you get used to that, you tend to not look at the words true and false, because you instinctively assume true always comes above false. But no, not with this game. They alternate just to trick you. Many times I accidentally pick false when I mean to pick true. I mean, what's up with that shit? Just keep them the same. Now let's try Flight to Egypt. It's bad. Alright, Jesus in the Temple, last fucking game. Let's get it over with. Okay, another rip-off of Super Mario Bros. 2, where you're jumping on logs to get across the waterfall. Well, at least they upped the challenge on those logs, but it's just flat out annoying. The logs have the most erratic pattern. Sometimes you jump too early thinking that the next log is going to come, but it doesn't. Then just to tease you, it pops up at the bottom, crawling up the waterfall just to sit there and mock you. Other times the second log shows up, but once you're on it and expecting the third one, it doesn't come. But just for one final kick in the balls, it throws all these other logs down to make you think that you can salvage it and jump your way back to safety to try again. But no, not quite. The graphics are really flawed. I mean, usually you know to time your jumps once you see that log coming up over the waterfall, but sometimes they just appear at random, which doesn't give you enough time to react. Also, what's going on with those colors in the sky? Looks like something you might see if you take too much LSD. There's really nothing else worth mentioning with this game. It just sucks, and I can't even stand to play it anymore. I'd rather fuck a porcupine and shove a cactus up my ass. I'd rather slurp crap oozing out of a warthog's anus hole. It's just a bunch of poopy diarrhea doo-doo ass shit. That's it. So, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Birthday Jesus, whatever, Happy Holidays. See ya in 2007. Thanks for sending me this crappy game. Coal would have been nice, or even better, a bag of poop. So thanks. Home Alone 2 on the NE-fucking-S. Now, just like in the movie, you're anywhere but home. You're lost in New York. Now, I'm really scraping the bottom of the shit barrel with this one. I mean, the first Home Alone game was so bad, why would you even bother with this one? Well, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Now, the first thing I noticed, besides of course the title screen and the strangely placed credit scroll, is that the game is actually in memory of someone. Now that's sad. So you start the game trying to escape from this hotel because they found out that you used a stolen credit card. Now you don't want to fuck with this hotel. They'll get everybody after you. Not even just the people who work there, but bouncing old ladies with umbrellas, mops. Yeah, crazy bloodthirsty mops will try to get you. Vacuum cleaners? Yeah, they'll suck you up. Then there's suitcases. Even the fucking suitcases are trying to run you over. Now another thing I noticed right away was that the sound effects are taken straight from Bart vs. the Space Mutants. Now that's common for a video game company to recycle their own sound effects, but that was a claim, and this is THQ. Damn robbers. Now, nothing in the game really makes any sense. You're just running around and get the fuck off me, god damn it! And there's a guy throwing a key. Now, in the world of video games, a key is usually a good thing. You collect keys and use them to open doors, but not this game, the key kills you. Then you go into these rooms which have absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Sometimes you can find items, some of which can be used as temporary weapons, but the main idea is that you just run to the right until you reach the end. But then what happens? Nothing. You can't go anywhere. You press the button and wait for the elevator, but it doesn't happen. Meanwhile, these suitcases keep flying at you, so you start walking to the right, but no, that doesn't work either. So what do? You go back and explore the whole level, exhausting every possibility until you realize, yes, you are supposed to wait for that elevator. I end up pushing the button like 100 fucking times, and I'm being serious. I don't know if it makes a difference, but basically, you gotta wait for that elevator. Then it starts dropping you off on random floors. You run all the way to the right again, only to be faced with the same problem. It's a dead end. So what do? You go left again, and when you get back to the elevator, only then can you advance to the next random floor. It doesn't make any logical fucking sense. So you're just going around dodging everything, and sometimes it's impossible to jump over people, so you really need a weapon, which you can sometimes find in these rooms, but watch out for those crazy fucking maids that throw pillows which look like bloody butcher knives missing handles. When you see the old ladies, you slide on your knees like Pete Townsend, which is probably the best part of the game. Sometimes the slide can kill things, and other times, it can't. I didn't even know it could be used as an attack until I got to the chef, because that's the only way to get past him, is to slide into him. Now, of course, every time you hit him, he removes another article of clothing. Now his shirt's gone, and do I really want to do this? Oh shit, God! Then he leaves his hat, and it turns into a pizza. Okay. There's really no consistency in this game at all. For example, most of your enemies, you can stun them and then just pass by. But this asshole, it doesn't work. You shoot him in the balls and then he still has his way. I just want to get up on those boxes so I can jump over them. But you can't. You can jump on the boxes to the right, but you can't jump on the ones on the left. I mean, what kind of fucking sense does that make? Some of the poles you can climb, and some of them you can't. Some of the potted plants, you can jump on the plant itself. But other times, when you're in desperate fucking need, you can't. It's like the game keeps changing the rules. Here, get up the ladder. Get up the fucking ladder. There's birds shitting all over me. Get up the fucking ladder. Fuck. Ah! Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. You miserable fucking cunt, you piece of shit. Shitty games all my life. Shitty fucking games. I hate shitty fucking games, and I hate shitty fucking Christmas, because shitty fucking Christmas means more shitty fucking games. Humbug! Bah! Fucking humbug into hell!
Greetings, nerd! Forgive this intrusion, for it is I, the ghost of Christmas past!
I ain't seeing this.
Why do you doubt your senses, nerd?
Because I wasn't ready to go completely insane tonight.
But you're already there, drowning in your own misery and torment.
You see this?
I do see that.
But you're not looking at it.
But I see it.
Look, Ghost, why do you come to me?
Well, to take you back to the past.
To play the shitty games that suck ass? No thanks.
This is your past, nerd.
Oh wow, that's me. I'm playing round 42. That was the shit, I remember that. Oh no, that's my first time playing the NES. Now, there's my dad in his underwear taking out the trash. At least he's not making me take out the trash. Oh, and that's me playing Mario 2. At least we all thought it was Mario 2.
I don't know how you get in there. There's a wall block, so I don't know how to get in. Yikes, I'm not going down there. This isn't fair.
I remember nothing but torture. Oh, that's that fateful Christmas day when I got my Super Nintendo.
My first 16-bit machine.
Do you remember the excitement?
Who are you?
The Ghost of Christmas Present-ish.
Well, what do you want?
I just wanted to remind you of the fond memories you had of the Super Nintendo. You remember Metroid, Zelda, Mario? You only choose to dwell on crap. You know what you're doing right now?
Talking to you?
No, this is all out of body, don't you get it? Right now you're looking back and reviewing one of the worst games on the Super Nintendo.
Shaq Fu. Just the name makes people cringe. Like you don't even want to go there. So it's a fighting game with a storyline that begins with Shaq wandering into a Chinese shop for whatever reason, and an old man tells him he has to save some kid. So Shaq just goes along with it, steps in the portal, and ends up in the second world. I guess we live in the first world, so this is the second. So you're wandering around fighting everybody you meet, including a goblin sort of thing, some crazy cat bitch, a Persian prince, I guess, and all kinds of weird aliens and a mummy warrior. I never even heard of such a thing. I just don't know about this. It's really weird. I kind of liked Full House Tournament Fighter. At least that had more appropriate characters. Now, this is one of those multi-console games which appeared on both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis Mega Drive console, and most of the time the Super Nintendo version was better, which means I'd really hate to see the Genesis version. Now, besides the ridiculous concept, the dull sound effects, and everything else, the rotten core where this game's stank bullshit stems from is in its godforsaken control. The controls are mutilated, fucking atrocious. They're especially unresponsive when you're trying to execute a special move, and most of the time, you find yourself trying to get close enough to your opponent to hit him. You just end up jumping all around until the clock runs out. This game falls between the ass crack of basketball fans and fighting game fans. It doesn't please anybody. I also gotta mention that there also used to be a website dedicated to finding and destroying every cartridge of this game. It's that bad. Now, I can go into depth and describe the controls and every last detail why this game is so god-awful, but I don't even have to. The name says it all. The title doesn't even sound good. Shaq Fu? It's like a joke. I mean, just the fact that they can release a fighting game starring Shaquille O'Neal and call it Shaq Fu pretty much proves that you could put Fu at the end of anything. How about Robin Williams Fu or U2 Fu? I mean, who came up with this shit? What, were they smoking crack up their ass?
Oh, Ghost, please, I can't stand it anymore. Ghost? Where are you? Dreadful apparition, why must you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and what do you want from me? Oh my god. You remember the Nintendo Wii? Yeah, it's actually what they call it. But it was very revolutionary when it first came out. But looking at it now, it's like a baby's toy. Now, I got this bullshit fuck game called Far Cry Vengeance. Now, you put the word vengeance at the end of anything, and it's sure to suck.
Hey, big fella. You look like the kind of man who can handle himself.
You look like the kind of woman I'd like to handle.
Well, have you been with the rebels?
I'm not that kind of rebel, pal.
I'm not your pal, you bastard guy.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the grass growing. Kind of like in Creepshow. Hey, yo, stupid ass. I'm right behind you, fuckface. Kill him, kill him. There you go. Yeah, right in the balls. Fuck! The control is fucking awful. Now it's time for Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Oh, and Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Alright, now despite being a pretty good game, there's the party games. And instead of just having a few really good ones, they just have a whole bunch of really shitty ones. They just suck, should I say, monkey fuck? I mean, it doesn't even have anything to do with the monkeys. You're just a fucking dog going around trying to move the fucking sheeps off the screen. Oh, it's fruit. Yeah, get the fruit in the basket. It's fruit. This is the worst fucking thing ever. Look at this. Move! Move, god damn it! Look at this. God! Oh, shit. What a shitload. What were they thinking? I'd rather drink diarrhea sauce. Alright, it's time to boogie! Boogie! Boogie, 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 boogie!
I just can't wait till you write me your comment.
can't stand to look at this anymore.
Little fuck! It's Christmas! What a glorious Christmas day! Look at all these games! Look at all these games! I think I'm gonna play Super Mario World. Fuck yeah, this game's awesome. In fact, I should just play good games from now on. Man, fuck that! Let's play some shitty ones.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Welcome to another sacrilegious Christmas fuckfest. Now, 2 years ago, I played a bunch of Bible games. Yeah, now would you believe there's actually more of them? Like, who makes video games based off the Bible? Why would you do that? These games suck ass. If I was God, I'd be pissed. First, let's check out Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land. What the hell's this? To start the game, please wait up to 9 flashes on TV screen. Power on, please wait 7 seconds between power off and power on. Wow, quite a lot of instructions just to start the damn game. You play as Moses. I guess on his journey to the Promised Land, he had to go through labyrinths and shooting W's at everything and collect sacks with the letter M. I don't know about this one. It's just a puzzle game. It's playable. Basically, you have to collect a certain amount of items in order for an exit to appear. I'm not even sure exactly what the items are, but it pretty much means that you have to uncover every square. Ugh, this is so redundant. It's really one of those games where you need a turbo controller. So the exit appears, you take it, and then you get a bunch of Bible questions, like the king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, kill all babies? I'm playing an NES game that says kill all babies? And you know what? That's the wrong answer, so that obviously means it's something they made up. Kill all babies! So for every question you answer correctly, you get, what else? A Bible, and then you get a violent picture of somebody being whipped, and then it's on to the next level. Oh, this is so monotonous. Obviously, I'm going all the way in the middle. Oh no, now I gotta go all the way back. Oh, fucking hell. This is ridiculous. So then I get back out, I finish up all the crap I gotta do. Oh, so I guess it's the question marks I gotta get. And then what? Where's the exit? Oh, it's back over there? Oh my lord. I've had enough with this shit. Alright, next up, let's try Noah's Ark. Haven't we played this already? Remember in Bible Adventures, there were 3 games, one of which was Noah's Ark, that stupid shit where you're picking up stacks of animals? Then of course there's the infamous Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only unlicensed Super NES game, which happens to be a clone of Wolfenstein, where you're going around shooting goats. So now we have yet another game based off of Noah's Ark, but there's something very different about this one. What's that? It was actually licensed by Nintendo. Who made this? Okay, now I'm really curious. Okay, who would have thought this would actually be decent? Well, it was only released in Europe, which means it's in the PAL format, and it can't be played on any North American NES, unless you have the top loader. That plays anything. The game's not bad, but it's fucking weird. Why are there Native Americans in Noah's time? And why does he turn into a fish? If he and all the animals could turn into fish, they wouldn't even need the fucking ark. Also, it's generally a pain in the ass because enemies can drain half your life bar with one hit. Even the tiniest things such as bees, which take almost all your life. And there's lots of things you can't even touch at all, or you die instantly. This makes it almost pointless to even have a life bar. Also, there's hidden bonus stages, but if you find one of them, it doesn't bring you back. So rather than returning you to the game where you left off, it puts you back at the beginning of the stage, which is fucking bullshit. But overall, I would at least go as far to call it a game. Alright, what's next? Oh, Joshua. This one looks fun, right? Oh no. Doesn't this look familiar? It's the same thing as Exodus. Well, that scratches that off the list. What's the point of discussing the same game twice? The only difference is that you're Joshua, I assume, and that there's a voice. But what's even stranger, this game is a copy of a game, which is a copy of another game, Crystal Mines. Damn. Well, here's a little history lesson. Color Dreams was the company making all these unlicensed games for the NES, like Captain Comics, Secret Scout, and Raid 2020. Maybe I'll review that in the year 2020. Anyway, Color Dreams, for whatever reason, decided they wanted to start doing Bible games, now under the name Wisdom Tree. Essentially, they were recycling some of their old Color Dreams games and adding Christian themes. For example, here we have Menace Beach, which was turned into Sunday Fun Day. Let's check it out. So this is Menace Beach. Basically, you're some kid on a skateboard trying to rescue some girl. It's plagued by god-awful control, a pathetic attack range, and the most annoying level design I've ever seen. But the most interesting thing about this game is that between each level, you see your girlfriend begging you to rescue her, and each time, her clothes gradually disappear. The first time playing this, I didn't even realize what was happening. She says, "I've been here so long, my clothes are starting to rot." Seriously, that's the only explanation. I think she would die of starvation before her clothes would rot. But the funny thing is that it's a strangely effective way to get you to play the game because just for curiosity's sake, it makes you wonder how much of her clothes are going to come off. It's like, hey, we got this horrible, shitty game, but there's a girl taking her clothes off, so you gotta keep playing. How'd this turn into a Bible game? Well, let's find out. Here comes Sunday Fun Day. It might interest you to know, this is actually the last game ever made for the NES, and it was as late as 1995. Oh, no, there's 3 games! Oh boy, well let's try them all. Here's Fishfall. Okay, you're a hand trying to grab falling fish and throw them up into a floating basket. What does this have to do with the Bible? What does catching parachuting fish and throwing them up at an electric eel have to do with the Bible? Oh, okay, it's got some Bible verses thrown in. Now it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's try For Him. What? It's karaoke? Oh, please. Now that I've wasted my time with all that, let's play Sunday Fun Day. Well, it's identical to Menace Beach. Just look at the title screens. It's the same exact game. Now, there are a few minor differences, but we'll get to them as we go. Instead of trying to rescue your girl, you're not even gonna believe this when I tell you. You're trying to get to Sunday school. Yeah. Now, as much as that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard for a game, what I don't understand is why that's so difficult. Who are these raging atheists that don't want you to go to church? It's bad enough that the entire town's trying to stop you, but what's with the flying clowns, the old ladies coming out of boxes, and animals coming out of sewer holes? What's this guy's problem? Like, why does everyone want him dead? I'd say he's having quite a day. And the funny thing is, he probably gets to church and doesn't even mention it. Like, oh, what'd you do on this Sunday morning before church? Oh, well, I flew on a balloon that I got from some clown, and then I went through the sewers and beat up a bunch of plumbers. I hopped on some frog and bounced around on a bunch of springs and shit. Then I threw a bomb and blew some guy's fucking face off. Yeah, look at the face. Oh, God, that's so violent. Now, instead of the stripping chick, you get this annoying bitch who does nothing but nag you. Get your ass to Sunday school. The only other thing I've noticed that's been changed are some of the enemies. Ninjas are now kids, and these Elvis-looking guys are now plumbers. Maybe ninjas were too violent, and Elvis's devilish rock and roll was too much for a religious game. But everything else fits perfectly fine. Why does a bird come out every time you kill someone? And why they turn from white to black? Kind of like a reverse Michael Jackson. Your attack is so pathetic. It seems you have to keep skating past people while tapping the button, and I never figured out the right timing. It's just luck whether you hit them or not. What are you supposed to be doing anyway? Just spinning around? Look at this. I'm still trying to hit this guy. Finally. Oh, fuck. Another real piss off is that it keeps going dark. Seems like I'm running into that problem a lot with games lately. It's so annoying. You have to keep hitting the switches to keep the room bright. Oh, come on, get the damn switch. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, man. I really hate those springs. All I'm trying to do is go down and to the right, but I can't make it. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, God. When you don't want the springs to bounce you around, they do. And when you want them to, they don't. What the fuck? Why didn't it bounce me? There's also these squares that make you fall through the pipes. I don't know what that's about. Some enemies you can only kill with bombs, and trying to get them to stand near a bomb is ridiculously hard. Come on. Of course he's not going to come near it. Okay, there. Perfect. He's laughing. He's got 2 bombs ready to blow, and he walks away. Okay, there's another one. Of course, he goes right past it. Oh, there he goes. Fuck. Okay, look at this. This is nice. I'm stuck. I need a balloon to fly over the hole, but I need to go back to get the balloon. Too bad I can't jump high enough, so it's time to commit suicide. Here's the problem. This little ledge shouldn't be here. It's pointless because once you're there, you're stuck. Oh, fuck. Get me away from the bombs. I hate those fucking springs. Gah! Oh, got lucky there. I hate those fucking things. They're the worst. Damn! Oh, this game is so annoying. Look at this. I got trapped in some sort of pipe. There's no way down. What I'm trying to do is get on the floor and go under it, but there's a fucking spring that comes up. Then there's that damn switch making it go dark. I get bounced all over the place. Man, just get down there. Oh, 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 fuck! I'm surprised. This game is actually really hard. It's one of the hardest I've ever played. Mostly because of this shit right here. You have to bounce on a bunch of springs. Some bounce you up and some bounce you down. The idea is not to touch the ones that bounce you down or else you die. But there's no clear distinction. They all look the same. At first, there's a pattern. Up, down, down. That's real nice. So it fucking fools you into thinking that there's a pattern and then it just throws you off. But trying to avoid those down springs is almost impossible. Oh my fuck. Fuck this game. Fuck this fucking piece of shit. Oh man, I'm doing good. Holy shit, I might actually make it. Fuck! Oh boy.
Alright, well, that's enough with that one. It's time to wrap things up. I got something to blow the lid off the crap barrel. Time to flick the shit switch, turn up the diarrhea dial. It's Bible games on CDI. Yeah, we're living on the edge. More like living on a prayer.
First, we have Moses, the Exodus. Honestly, there's not much to say. It's basically an educational tool with some games thrown in. First, there's Pyramid Pursuit. This is the main game. Basically, you're exploring a pyramid. It's a point-and-click game, but not a good one that actually makes you think. This one is a no-brainer. It flat out explains what you're supposed to do. Go this way, go that way. The voices are the fuckest baloney shit you'll ever hear.
I'm an idol worshipped by many. There's someone downstairs who worships me.
What is it, a robot? But let me give you a quick tour of the other stuff. First, you have this animated story about Moses.
Moses trusted God. He knew that no matter what, God would take care of him.
Then you have Tell Me More, which is basically just more history lessons about the Bible.
In the time of Moses, a sacrifice might be an animal like an ox.
Then you have the Bible, which is just scripture from the Bible. Then you have the Playroom. The first thing you'll notice is the sing-along. It's just a bunch of karaoke songs.
We've got a choice to make. Leading the way. I've got to do it.
But tell me, why is Moses and me graffitied on a wall? Then there's a slider puzzle. Nothing to say about that. Then there's the coloring book, and this is where things become really ass. It's kind of like Mario Paint, but really hard to control. Seriously, your pointer just jumps all over the place. And what the hell's going on here? Leprosy? That's nice. Then there's this connect the dots bullshit. If you miss the dot, you get this irritating voice.
Whoops.
If you get the dot, you get the irritating voice.
Yippee!
And it never fucking stops.
Yippee! Yippee! Whoops. Yippee! 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 Whoops. Yippee!
Is that really necessary? Like, what are they, fucking crazy? Well, anyway, that's about all there is to say about that. The other two games are the same deal.
They all have the same puzzle games, sing-along, and all that. The only real difference is the main games. David and Goliath has this board game.
I am Goliath.
You've landed on Goliath's square. That'll send him back.
It doesn't make much sense because you never see the entire board, so you don't know where Goliath is. That's like if you were playing Monopoly and you put your face up to the game. You never know what's going on. The last game, Story of Sansom, has a game called Riddler's Race. So was the Riddler in the Bible? I didn't know that. So basically, you're a harpist on your way to play the harp at Sansom's wedding. But there's a bunch of people after you, and if they catch you, you have to answer a Bible riddle. Yep, that's it.
Alright, well, I think I'm done. There's not really any more Bible games, or at least ones that actually qualify as games. There's one on Game Boy called the King James Bible. It's extremely rare, but all it is literally the whole Bible on a Game Boy cartridge. So I'm gonna draw the line right there. So have a happy holidays and all that good shit. Merry Christmas to all, and all good fucking night.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here.
It's winter, it's fucking cold, we're playing some winter games. Oh boy. But anyway, let me get the greeting out of the way. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, happy everybody, happy holidays. And if you have a problem with happy holidays, then happy shut the fuck up. But there ain't nothing happy about this shit.
This is Winter Games on the NES. It's one of those Olympic sporting games, which seems like a simple concept. How bad could it possibly be? But this is just one piece of the turd shat out by Epix. They made Summer Games, California Games, World Games, and of course Winter Games, which found its way on every home console known to mankind. The Commodore, Amiga, Apple computers, and the Atari 2600, just to name a few. And to be fair, most of them weren't that bad for the time. They're simple sporting games that anyone could pick up and play. But then comes the NES version. You'd expect this one to be a huge improvement, but let's see. Alright, the game boots up and a runner comes to light an Olympic torch. Yeah, cool. Can I skip it? Ugh, what's the point? I don't want to watch this. I want to play the game. I guess the programmers were really impressed with their work here. It looks okay, but it's not worth staring at every time you start the fucking game. Even more senseless, they actually give you an option of replaying the intro. I obviously saw it once. Why the fuck would I want to see it again? The name entry screen is a disaster. You can't move the cursor up or down. It only goes left and right. Isn't that fun? Not to mention, they only let you spell 4-letter words, which I can think of plenty, but how many names would have less than 4 letters? If you try to add a 5th letter, it goes back and replaces the first letter. Then you gotta figure out how to start over. When it reaches the last letter, why couldn't it just stop? The simplest thing to do is to type in all A's, then go left once to get to the enter button. Because why put in a name anyway? It's not like the game's gonna save it, but if it did, I guarantee most of the high scores would belong to The point is, how hard is it to program something as simple as a name entry screen? If they can't even get that right, then whoa, wait till you see the game. In the Atari 2600 version, you compete in different events like bobsledding and skiing. It was simple, but it worked. So being that this is NES, they're obviously going to top what they did before, right? You know, jumping over to a newer console, there's going to be some improvements, maybe some more events. The Atari version had 7 events, so we can assume that this one will have 4? Only 4? The NES just got its 8-bit ass handed to it by the Atari 2600. Well, that's fine with me. Spares me the shittiness. It makes you wonder how it compares with the Atari 7800. Well, this one too had only 4, but some of the events are different. So in total, between the two consoles, it's as if they have the same amount of games as the Atari 2600, but when the 7800 and the NES came out, they divided them between the two. I've never heard of that happening before. The first event is called Hot Dog Aerials. I wonder what that could be. Oh, ski jump. Okay. Why is it called Hot Dog Aerials? Well, all that happens here, you jump, you crash, you jump, you crash, you jump, and you crash. Very rarely I've gotten the fucker to land by some sort of luck. All you can do is jerk the D-pad around and hope for the best. Fuck! What people could be sadistic enough to design a game with such a dysfunctional control scheme? The only people in the world who would call the ski jump Hot Dog Aerials. Next is speed skating. I'm surprised it's not called Cat Tit Bingo. Okay, so the first thing that happens, your opponent speeds away, but you just stand there. You try every button on the controller until you realize you're supposed to tap right and left on the D-pad repeatedly. It's hell on your fingers, and it ranks right up there with Ghostbusters when you have to go up the stairs by tapping A and B. Is this supposed to be fun? Is it supposed to be challenging? Rocking the D-pad left and right? Was this game designed for monkeys? They don't even have the courtesy to explain it. You need the manual. There is a practice mode, but it's the same exact thing as the regular game. There's no on-screen instructions whatsoever. How do you like that music? Listen. Exquisite. Isn't that the most beautiful, radiant sound that has ever been blessed upon your soul? Its exuberant tonality harmoniously blends the dying squeals of electronic goats with the melodic rapture of diarrhea bubbling from a coyote's crap hole. Next, let's try the bobsled. Okay, I don't get this at all. What's all this shit on the screen? Am I supposed to be looking here or here? I guess that's the bobsled. Is that the slope? The shading looks like crap. Literally, it's like they poured diarrhea into an ice maker. And what's that jumbled white shit? Is it scrambled Japanese text that's glitching up? Do I need to take the cartridge out and blow on it? Or is it supposed to be clouds? All you do is steer the bobsled using left or right. So once again, the only control that you use is the D-pad. It's funny how the NES controller has two big bright red buttons that never seem to come in handy. In fact, I believe the B button is never even used once in the entire game. So this is actually very simple, but because the screen is all split up like comic book panels with a speedometer and other unnecessary bullshit, it makes it look like it's more complicated than it really is. Well, there's only one event left, figure skating. There is no hope for this game redeeming itself. This is the worst event of all. I don't know how the point system is judged, but the idea is to simply make this girl do all kinds of ice skating tricks. You mash the D-pad all around and try tapping the buttons, and all that happens, she falls flat on her face. Very rarely I was able to get her to spin, but the final score always results in a 0.0. That's pretty harsh. You don't even get a decibel point for spinning around. This is painful. The timer seems to last an eternity, and the Nutcracker music is torture to your ears. And I know this is ice, but staring at a screen that's 90% white makes me feel like I'm going blind.
I'm not even kidding, but if I were to give out an award, a big shit-dripping trophy for the worst controls ever in a video game, I think it would go to this. I mean, look at it. I've never seen anything this unresponsive. I'm hitting every button combination possible. You know, all it needs to be said about Winter Games is that you push buttons. That's all it is. How's Winter Games? You ever play Winter Games? Yeah, you push buttons, that's it. Go like this. You're playing Winter Games. You ever watch a movie where someone's pretending to play a video game, but you can tell they're just acting, they're just going like this? They're playing Winter Games. Yeah, who programmed this thing? Maybe it was Fred Fox. This is a blizzard of balls! I can't believe humanity was capable of degrading itself so low as to produce such an insulting catastrophe of ass! Do not store in extreme temperatures, do not immerse in water, do not clean with benzene, thinner, alcohol, or other such solvents, do not hit or drop cartridge, do not attempt to disassemble. Like that. Burn, motherfucker, burn! Yeah!
Every gamer down in Gameville liked Christmas a lot, but the nerd who lived just north of Gameville did not. He stood there on Christmas Eve, staring down from his cave with a sour, nerdy frown at the warm lighted windows below in their town.
Oh, Christmas. That time of year when everyone gets an awesome new video game. But the ones I always get are so unspeakably lame. Wall Street Kid is a game about cash and stocks. Might as well fill my Christmas socks with trash and severed cat cocks. Toki going ape spit, I admit. You can't move while spitting and die in one hit. Killing Time on 3DO doesn't give you enough ammo. Your parents paying $50 for a game where you shoot the fuck out of ducks really sucks. I'd rather eat deceased skunk yeast than play inferior arcade ports like Altered Beast. Altered Beast is a nut-kicking feast I can't stand in the least. Then there's games that are so ridiculously hard. Giving a reasonable challenge is something the programmers disregard. Last Action Hero, I can't even pass the first stage. Getting whacked to death by Ernest P. Worrell sends me into a fit of rage. Double Dragon on Atari? What is this shit? I can't even get up and score one hit. SCAT stands for Special Cybernetic Attack Team, but the droppings of carnivorous mammals is what the word SCAT really means. It's as close as you can get to a Nintendo game called shit. Balls is an aptly named travesty on SNES that makes no sense and is a cockamamie butt-brained mess. I'd be so let down playing on Christmas morning, but a game with a clown should have come as a warning. All those young gamers get to play something he or she enjoys, while I get the ones with terrible graphics and awful noise. If they played 2 seconds of Ultraman, they'd throw that junk, I reckon, back to Japan. They'd puke at the nauseating effect of Marsupilami. The camera jumps with the character, and that's a bunch of shit sauce and salami. They'd take an axe to Mad Max. They'd take offense to Taboo the Sixth Sense. They'd shriek squeaks and squeals, racing around with Bigfoot's uncontrollable wheels. They'd try kicking in Pit Fighter like there's lead weights tied to their heels. They try skating in Skate or Die without falling flat on their face, while staring at Rodney Dangerfield with a mohawk. Such a disgrace. The kids today have their first-person shooters. They talk on their headsets and go online with their advanced computers. They play their music and rhythm games, go jumping around and swinging. When those morning Christmas bells are ringing, they're rocking out in their living rooms, jamming and singing. They'd sing and they'd sing and they'd sing.
And the more the nerd thought of this Christmas sing, the more the nerd thought,
I must stop this whole thing. I put up with this long enough now. I have to find a way to stop Christmas from coming. But how?
Then he got an idea. An awful idea. The nerd got a wonderful, awful idea.
I know just what to do.
The nerd laughed in his throat.
I'll make a quick Santa Claus hat and a coat.
And he chuckled and clucked.
What a great nerdy trick. With this coat and this hat, I'll look just like St. Nick. While all the gamers are asleep tonight, I'll give them some games they can play alright.
You're a mean one, Mr. Nerd. You really are a jerk. You're shameless as a shit mop. You've got mischief in your smirk, Mr. Nerd. I wouldn't blame you when you're playing Atari Berserk.
The nerd's sleigh started down toward the town, where the gamers lay a snooze without care, when he came to the first little house on the square.
This is stop number 1.
The old nerdy claws hissed. He climbed to the roof, bags of shitty games in his fist. Then he ducked down the chimney. A bit absurd, but if Mario could do it, then so could the nerd. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace with the gamer's stockings all hung in a row.
These stockings,
he grinned,
are the first things to go.
Then he slithered and slunk, so silent and swift. Around the whole room, he took every gift. He took all the games that would make the kids happy, and replaced them with ones that were terribly crappy. The Three Stooges, North and South, Linus Spacehead, Captain America, The Punisher, Bill and Ted.
TNC Surf Design, that one's pretty good. Like a rat's ass they'd like it, they would. It's by LJN, that's all you need to know. It's the worst surfing experience you'll ever undergo. The controls blow, and there's a cat in a tuxedo, a gorilla, some masked men. It's really a freak show. You move around, staying adrift on a motionless tide. One wrong move and it's the end of your ride. Even if you're doing fine, you'll suddenly get hit by a bird. It's as much fun as wringing the stank juice out of a turd. Skating may be the best part, but it's still just as delightfully tart as a broccoli bean burrito eating skunk that's ready to fart.
You're a vile one, Mr. Nerd. You've got demons in your soul. You're wacky and you're wicked. Your crap is full of coal, Mr. Nerd. You're as charming and fun as a grizzly bear with a gun.
We'll see how they like Circus Caper. It's as fun as inhaling Chewbacca's anal vapor. You're running around, knocking down carnival performers, and the crowd are all clowns. Why are the clowns in the audience and not in the show? Why do they spell the name of the game? What shame, we'll never know. When you punch people, items fly straight up in the air. That's unfair, makes me rip out my hair. The hell with Sir Isaac Newton, they don't care. What goes up must come down. Not in this game, they were just fucking around. What turkeys worked on this murky mess of monkey jerky? Some quirky jackass from Albuquerque? Punching, kicking, lunging, and sticking. Short range attack, bending way back, like a broom somewhat, then shoved up your butt. What's that? Bonus stages to keep score? What for? Since Atari, score doesn't matter anymore. When you die, you go back. Only one chance, cut me some slack. In this stage, I'm flying around. I'd like to stay up, but they force me to go down. There's no buffer, you can't touch the bottom of the screen. Killed by invisible airspace, the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Tiny elephants, a kangaroo in a ring, a guy with a sword, all crazy things. Throwing soccer balls at a shit sack. What were they, smoking crack? Jumping in and out of magic hats, fighting over meat with white cats. Save the girl, why am I not thrilled? She was a target for knife throwing? Too bad she didn't get killed. How about Puss in Boots? That one really sucked. Dodging eagle poop in a car? Man, it's fucked. Nothing's more high class than the Statue of Liberty going right up your ass. Puss in Boots appeared on the title screen to Fist of the North Star. What's that mean? A fist coming out of a star? Gee, that's bizarre. One tiny jump takes you to the top of the screen. Damn, you almost touched the score. What are you, on a trampoline? Trying to break blocks, just can't hit the spot. With those white socks, just kick till you rot. Walking so slow, why can't you run? So tedious, that's no fun. The boss exploded after I died? A random guy vanished? What, did he just hide? Going upstairs, where am I now? There's no continuity, I don't see how. 1 minute I'm here, 1 minute I'm there. I just reappear any place, anywhere. Guys jumping through the roof, this game is so glitched. Now they're coming through the floor, what's going on? This is such a bitch. You can't go in most of the doors, like this big one, how can you ignore? Finding the right door is such a chore. Come on, where do I go? What a bore. Finally, when you do find the right door, how do you go in? Want to know the way? Not up, not down, by pressing right, B and A. How much were they drinking? Why is it so stinking? I'm staring unblinking. What were they thinking?
You're a foul one, Mr. Nerd. You're a dreadful, drunken schmuck. Your mouth is full of cusses. Your mind is full of yuck, Mr. Nerd. The three words that best describe you are, and I quote, fick, fack, fuck.
It was in the morning light when all the gamers began to rise, and in the nerds' delight, eagerly listened in on their surprise.
I know just what they'll do, those swines. They'll play those horrible games. Their Christmas will be ruined, like all mine.
The nerd put his hand to his ear, and he did hear their sounds growing fast. At first they were aghast. Why then, they started to laugh. Every gamer down in Gameville, the tall and the small, was playing with the worst games of all. He hadn't ruined Christmas. It came just the same. The nerd, with his nerd feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling.
How could it be so? It came with bad dudes. It came with Swamp Thing. It came with Goonies, Waldo, and Ring King.
He puzzled and puzzled till his puzzler was sore. Then the nerd thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe bad games mean a little bit more. He rode into Gameville to the girls and boys. He brought back their presents, all their games and their toys, both the good and the bad, the outdated and the rad, the notorious and nifty, and the PlayStation 3s, the Xbox 360, and the Nintendo Wii's. He brought everything back, all the games for the feast, and he himself, the nerd, played Beauty and the Beast. Welcome Christmas, bring your cheer. Cheer to all the gamers far and near. Welcome Christmas while we play some pretty fucking shitty games today.
In the beginning, a game company called Wisdom Tree began producing unlicensed games for the NES. Wisdom Tree said, "Let there be shit." And there was shit. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Bible games. Like Bible Buffet, where you're blown off a snowman's head, which has nothing to do with the Bible. Super Noah's Ark 3D, where you're slingshotting pissed off animals. Sunday Fun Day, where you're killing random people on your way to church. And all those ridiculous CDI games.
Yippee! Yippee! Whoops! Yippee!
I've already talked about these games in my previous Bible Games episodes, so what's the point of going on anymore? Because part 3 is never as good. But, you know, there's a few more Bible games left, so I might as well finish what I started. I mentioned before that there's a Game Boy game called the King James Bible. Since then, I've actually gotten the game in my possession, so I might as well try it out. I gotta admit, I thought this game would be nothing more than just reading the Bible on a Game Boy, but there actually are a couple games involved. The first one is a stupid memory game. All you do is match the words. The other one is just like playing Hangman with sheep. You have to guess the hidden word by choosing all the correct letters. If you choose a wrong letter, one of the sheep will hop the fence. If they all get over the fence, you lose. Like right now, I'm really stumped. Damn, you fucking sheep. Alright, what's the word? Goodliest? Who the fuck uses a word like that? Blessedness? Of course, they're all ancient words that nobody says anymore in common speech. Well, that's all there is to that. I marvel at this game's shitliness. Of course, you can read the Bible, basically if you want to use your Game Boy as an old-fashioned ebook reader. I wonder how many batteries you'd need to go through the whole thing. The other thing you can do is search for words in the Bible. For example, we could search, I don't know, how about the word ass? Okay, I had no idea there'd be this many results. Then they rent their clothes and laid at every man his ass. Lose his ox or his ass. Whose ass have I taken? Deliver unto his neighbor an ass. Which of you shall have an ass? He had found a young ass, the dumb ass. It says dumbass in the Bible. Saddled his ass. Opened his sack to give his ass. The lion had not eaten the carcass or torn the ass. Riding upon his ass. I'm going to hell. Next game, we have something kind of special. It's an unlicensed NES game called 6-in-1. That's pretty much the title. How creative. Unofficially, it's known as Culkin 6-in-1 because the company who made it, Culkin, went out of business before they sold off all their games. Hot selling. Yeah, right. Well, another company called Myriad bought their inventory, slapped their own sticker on the front, and started selling them again. For this reason, the Myriad version is even more rare. Its price in auctions is usually much higher than the Culkin version, even though technically they are both the same exact game. Myriad didn't make any programming changes whatsoever. Even the title screen still says Culkin on it. That sticker on the front, let me tell you, that is one expensive sticker. With that bit of trivia, you're probably wondering, what does this have to do with the Bible? Well, there's 6 games on it, all of them suck major shit, and they definitely went for quantity over quality, much like Action 52, although it's not that bad. Honestly, the games aren't horrible, they're just mediocre copycats of other games. Cosmos Cop is a ripoff of Space Harrier, Balloon Monster is a ripoff of Buster Brothers, Porter is a ripoff of Sokoban, Bookymon is a ripoff of Make Tracks, also known as Crush Roller. Magic Carpet 1001 is sadly the most original of all of them, but there is one Bible game on it, Adam and Eve. It's a 2-player co-op game where you fly around on balloons and try to land on top of cute little worms. Out of all the games on this cartridge, this is probably the most original. They sure put a new twist on the story. Instead of Adam and Eve being a man and a woman, they're now asexual twins. Take your guess which is which, the one with green hair or the one with red skin. Are they aliens or something? Is that why there's space in the background? The tree of life apparently is now just a few bamboo sticks crossed together. The serpent is now a whole army of balloon flying worms. And there's a bird that lays eggs on you. What kind of bird lays eggs while it's flying? That's like a human mother running a marathon and just dropping out a baby. The only other thought is that it's an egg-shaped piece of shit, but it's from a bird, so it would usually be white, which would be the color of an egg, but instead, it's brown like shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I myself wouldn't know how to make a game based on Adam and Eve, but I'd never think to make the forbidden fruit actually count as points. What were they thinking when they came up with this? I guess they were just trying to be really original. Well, nope. Actually, it's a complete ripoff of Balloon Fight. And if you really want to go back further, Balloon Fight was very similar in gameplay style to Joust, just with balloons instead of, well, ostriches. So basically, the game has nothing to do with the Bible. So why am I even bothering to include it as part of Bible games? Well, here's a better question. Why the fuck did they call it Adam and Eve? Well, that's the last of the Bible games on the Nintendo consoles. It sure was a sacrilegious shit stain on the NES library, but it wasn't enough for Wisdom Tree, no. They had to put out their games on the Sega Genesis console as well. Tell you the truth, these are all games I've reviewed already on NES. Sometimes the Genesis versions are different, like they were with Action 52, but this is not the case here. All these games are nearly identical to their 8-bit counterparts. Spiritual Warfare is pretty much the same. You know, that Legend of Zelda clone where drug dealers are shooting lasers at you from alleyways. Since the whole game functions just like Zelda, with item inventory and everything like that, wouldn't it have been nice to use the same save feature? Instead, there's this annoying password system. If you're gonna copy anything from Zelda, have a save feature. And that was on NES, so you'd think with a more advanced console, they'd be able to do that again. Then there's Exodus and Joshua, which were both the same two games anyway, which were both adapted from a game called Crystal Mines. Not much to reiterate here, just going around blasting giant cheese puffs. Then there's Bible Adventures, which again is the same as the NES version, just with slightly different graphics. Gotta love that classic Baby Moses game. The best part's drowning your own baby and then killing yourself. Isn't that nice? Then of course there's David and Goliath, which might as well be called David and the fucking sheep, because that's all you do is carry sheep from one place to the next. Man, who the hell is able to pick up 3 sheep and climb a tree? And this may seem like a minor complaint, but when you pause the game, the music keeps going. I hate games that do that. What if you get a phone call or something? You want it to go quiet. This game is extremely frustrating in its bad control. There's a part where you have to climb up a mountain, but no matter how hard you try, you keep slipping off the platforms. Oh, fuck! Alright, here we go. Fuck! Bitch. You'd think these are doors, right? Well, guess what? You can't go in. They're just for decoration. So maybe they're miniature monoliths from 2001. When you do manage to get to the top, there's nowhere left to go. You have to take a shitty guess and jump at thin air. See, there's another platform you're supposed to reach, but you never know otherwise. It's literally a leap of faith. The other game on the cartridge is Noah's Ark. This is the one where you painstakingly have to pick up every animal on the screen and carry them to the Ark. I've mentioned before how Noah is some super strong freak of nature, but he does have his limits. He can jump while carrying almost any animal, but an ox, nope, that's too much. Every animal has their own specific rules, and it makes no fucking sense. The most annoying is the snakes. Man, Noah has some balls to be rescuing snakes. Indiana Jones wouldn't do that. No, he thinks Noah is a snake-saving shit-sucker. Pee Wee Herman once saved snakes, but he fainted. That's right, in order of manliness, Indiana Jones, then Pee Wee, and then fucking Noah. Keep in mind, Noah also has to be able to identify the male and female animals. So how does he have such a keen instinct for this? I mean, I'm no bird expert, but does the toucan exhibit any clear signs of its gender? If it's a female, does Noah look at it and think to himself, look at the cans on that toucan? The graphics are dull. There's so much brown. The ark is brown, the trees are brown. Why's everything gotta be the color of shit? It might as well be shit. Yeah, those trees in the background are like logs of shit coming out of God's ass. It's holy shit. Things get all fucked up by level 3. You gotta start collecting 7 of each animal. 7? What, are you kidding me? The monkeys, I hate them. They're so fucking hard to catch. I'm gonna get you, you stupid monkey. Yeah, whatever it takes, fuckface. You're slime. You're filth. I'm gonna rip you apart. Oh, and you're actually not supposed to save the monkeys. You're supposed to get the fruit that they're throwing. Really? How was I supposed to guess that? So the monkeys are supposed to drown in the flood after all. One of the worst things about this game is that Noah needs to visually inspect every animal you catch. It's not enough that the inventory is on the screen, clear as day, but no, you gotta watch every single animal run into the ark, one after another. Imagine if in Super Mario Bros. After you beat the level, you have to watch every fucking coin bounce across the screen. I can't believe I actually decided to play through this whole game. I was curious about the ending, and it's not worth bragging about. It's just a suitcase floating in the sewers. Oh wait, that's supposed to be the ark with the flood. It rests on the mountaintop, and that's it. Well, that's Bible Adventures. That takes care of all the Bible games on Genesis. I could end things now, but I really don't want there to ever be a Bible Games 4. So there's one little bit of unfinished business. An NES game called King of Kings. I already reviewed this as part of my first Bible Games episode. It has 3 games in it. Jesus in the Temple, which is that Mario 2 ripoff where you're hopping across logs. Then there's The Wise Men where you're traveling to baby Jesus. That means it's the only Christmas game. Isn't that the whole reason I did this in December? Why did I do all these other Bible games? I guess when it comes to bad games, I go above and beyond. But the one game I slacked on was Flight to Egypt. All I said was, it's bad. But let me tell you, it's not just bad, it's horrendous. Every pixel in this game is a sin. First of all, I don't get the title. Flight to Egypt? You're not flying, you're riding on a donkey, or an ass if you prefer. What airline is this? Ass Express? And yes, I know the word flight doesn't necessarily mean aviation, but hey, it's a fucking joke. Your only attack is this embarrassing, dinky little kick which can't harm anything unless it's right up in your ass. Or I should say your ass's ass, not your ass that's sitting upon the ass. I guess you're supposed to be on a mountain because you're always moving upward. You think you're moving right, horizontally, but really you're on an upward slant, spiraling around, so if you fall down, you're actually backtracking to where you just were. Isn't that weird? And what's with all the ice stages? You're supposed to be going to Egypt. Did you get sidetracked on the fucking North Pole? When you collect health, it only counts if you're able to answer a Bible question. I beheld blank as lightning fall from heaven. Anyone who's seen Street Fighter the movie should know that one. And here's a tip. Anytime it's a true or false question, if it has anything to do with killing, then it's always true. There's not much else to say about this shit heap. I might as well just leave it at, it's bad. But the truth is, it's even worse. At least we could check out the ending. They arrive safely in Egypt, and an angel visits Joseph. And that's it? Did anything else happen? Did the angel say anything? Did the sight of the angel make Joseph sick in his stomach? Did the donkey stalk them in their sleep? What happened? I assumed that I pressed a button by mistake and actually canceled out the rest of the ending. But no, I've actually beaten the game multiple times just to try and solve this mystery, and the same thing happens. It just stays on this screen until you press something, and then it returns you to the main menu. But I'm aware that the last screen is supposed to be plain text that says, give your heart to Jesus. But I'm not seeing it, so I'm assuming I'm supposed to beat all 3 games to see the true ending. And I'm not going through all that trouble, although I will give my heart to Jesus. Oh, Jesus!
most of the video games I talk about are action games, side-scrollers, games that are in the realms of fantasy. But there's a huge following for games based on sports, and I get a lot of requests for that. And I'm not really a big fan because, I don't know, I guess I like fantasy games more because it's something that you couldn't do in real life, whereas a sports game, you could go outside and play sports. It's possible. Not for me, because I don't know anything about sports. I'm a fucking nerd! Usually I stick to what I know best. But sports video games have been around since video games first existed. They're not going away. How do I ignore it for so long? I can't. There's boxing and racing games. I don't mind those too much, but the ones we're talking about are all the ball games, like baseball. Look how many baseball games there are. I don't even know where to begin. Major League All-Stars, whatever, always named after players' names, sequels to games. What the hell's different this time? It's baseball. Then there's basketball, NBA this and NBA that. One of the most popular games of all time is NBA Jam. Okay, it's basketball. Again, football. Don't even get me started. And I'm not talking about the kind of football where they actually use their foot. I mean the kind where they slam into each other like a bunch of barbarians. Ugh! What I don't understand is why everything is always bowl. What, like a toilet bowl? Okay, I know at least what the Super Bowl is. It's the most anticipated football game of the season. And with so much testosterone and high energy going around, why is the halftime show always some pussy pop group? Get Metallica in there or something. It doesn't make any sense. Alright, back to football video games. Madden, Madden 91, Madden 92, Madden 93, Madden 94, Madden 95, Madden 96, Madden 97, Madden 98, Madden 99, Madden 2000, Madden 2001, Madden 2002, Madden 2003. Who the fuck is John Madden anyway? He doesn't even look like an athlete. What is it with football? Everywhere you go, football. Go there, football. Football. Like what the fuck? Sunday football. Monday night football, Thursday football, football on Thanksgiving, football on Christmas, and out of all sports, it's the one everybody goes the most fucking apeshit over. Makes them act like fucking maniacs. Man, I gotta calm down. Alright, if I'm gonna play some sports games, I gotta start with the Atari 2600. Yeah, this is when sports games were fucking sports games. Look at these titles. Baseball, basketball, football, not this Madden shit. Just plain ass, normal, everyday, no question about it, no NFL, no year, not named after a player, not named after a coach, not named after the referee's pet goldfish, no quarterback, dimeback, nickelback, simple, ordinary, unembellished, unmistakable, crystal clear, as frank as Frankenstein, as blunt as an atom bomb. One compound word, it's motherfucking goddamn sons of bitchin' fucking football! And it's one of the worst games I ever played in my life. Are these football players or are they stormtroopers? Are they wearing helmets or are these microwaves on their heads? Is it Team White versus Team Naked? Is that a crowd noise or is it the sounds of the ocean? Is that the entire field? Yeah, it is. And it's surrounded by water, it looks like. Yeah, it's like an island. It's Football Island. In other words, hell. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Yeah! Touchdown! To be fair, football games had to start somewhere. In real sports football and Super Challenge football, the players look more like people, and the screen scrolls. In Super Football, there's a 3D perspective. Pretty ambitious for the Atari 2600. I'd say play this one. Or the latest Madden. Basketball. Now this is some great stuff. What is this? Purple Man can't jump? I love that you're dribbling a square ball. That's right, this was before circles were invented. I like how the players are constantly stomping around like Les Claypool or Angus Young, or perhaps like a dog getting its belly scratched. Oh, look at this. Yeah, you can't do that in NBA Jam. You can actually keep playing after the timer runs out. This is a pretty fun game for what it is. But there's simple things they couldn't get right. If you select one player, you get the 2-player mode. And if you select 2 players, you get the 1-player mode. I'm not kidding. When it comes to baseball games, there's a handful of them, like Home Run. Even though I know nothing about sports, I can tell you one thing. There's only one pitcher in baseball! What the hell's going on here? They eat the other players, in the same way that Pac-Man eats the ghosts. Super Challenge Baseball is slightly advanced. By slightly, I mean it's like a bunch of restroom signs got loose and started playing a game of baseball. The batter's sort of like a letter G that's been stepped on or something. Nobody has a neck and they balance the balls on their heads. But hey, it looks better than the other game, and graphics don't matter much if the game plays well. And this one does not. It's shit. I can't figure out how to control the other players. And it's Atari. There's not too many buttons to try. Have you ever seen a game of baseball where the catcher runs out to get the ball? By the time he gets it, the batter has already run to first base, had a cup of coffee, and watched the whole Godfather trilogy. Then I try throwing the ball back to the pitcher, but it keeps going through him. What am I supposed to do to continue the game? I guess I gotta go downstairs to home plate. Real sports baseball is even more advanced, but the sound effects are awful. Listen. That is the sound of all-encompassing negativity. Really, what's it supposed to be? The sound of the bat cutting through space and time? Why is the batter naked? I'm not trying to be funny. He is naked. You can see all the other players wearing shirts and pants. The batter is naked, and they gave him a dick. Maybe it's the knee, but then where's the other knee? It's a dick. The batter is naked. Concluded. Ice hockey. It's somewhat playable. This is a little bit of an economic version of hockey. They could only get 2 sticks, so when the player passes the puck to his teammate, they have to pass the stick too. Real sports volleyball. Your teammate is your mirror double and can only copy your every move. When you bend over, you look like a harp. The sound of the ocean is like an atom bomb going off. The net is like nunchucks, and the sun is like Pac-Man with his mouth shut. In fact, it is. Fun game though, very intuitive and playable. Boxing. What is this? Geodude fighting Mr. Game & Watch in the middle of a baseball field? I gotta admit, I was pretty confused looking at this until I figured out that it's an overhead view. All along I thought they were crabs or something. This is hilarious. Too bad there's no fall down graphic, because then we could have seen their whole bodies. Let's step it up with real sports boxing. As the title suggests, this is the real version. The graphics are way advanced, even though you can see through the outlines on their arms, and when they get knocked down, they look like they've been squashed by a steamroller. They punch each other so hard, the sounds of their impacts resonate like a cannon blast. And one more thing, you can select your character. For the 2600, that is pretty innovative. Tennis. Playable, yes. Graphically advanced, no. Is that a net or is it a wall? Could they not make a simple grid? Yes, they could. Real sports tennis actually has a net. And get this, you can enter a name. Not that I cared to, but it's another interesting thing to see in a 2600 game. Grand Prix. Yeah, it's pre, but it looks like pricks. It's a bunch of kazoos flying through a cabbage patch. Not too bad. But then try out Math Grand Prix. Your car can't move until you finish a math question. You wouldn't wish this game on your worst enemies. Karate. What's up with your legs? They're multi-jointed. It's like you're fighting on a giant combo. You know, those little pretzel bites with cheese in the middle? Yeah, I'm stretching now. Before there were combos in Killer Instinct, you were mashing the button hoping you'll eventually hit your opponent. It's crap. Moving on. International soccer. Have 45 minutes to spare? Then I wouldn't recommend it. Let's see if Pele's soccer is any better. Oh my god! Oh man! Which one is Pele? Let me guess. The round one. This is the only sports game I think I've ever played where the controls are so broken it's impossible to score. Even if you purposely let your opponent come to your goal, you can't keep your goalie from automatically blocking the ball. And when you get to the opposite goal, you can't keep your players from automatically kicking the ball all over the place. I'm not even touching the button. Stop kicking the fucking ball. Golf. This sucks. You can whack the ball until the cows come home, but that ball is not going anywhere you want it to. Every time I try to hit it, it goes straight up or down. I've tried approaching it from every angle possible. The club is useless. It's like the staff in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oh, come on! Oh my God, get it over there! Fuck! And the par is 3? How could anyone do this in 3 strokes? I've actually reached 99 and rolled the counter over to 0. If I can get 3 now, would that count? And this person golfing looks like Mimel the Elf. Now I have to explain. If you look on the United States map, Mimel is an acronym for Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Spells Mimel and looks like an elf, with Minnesota being the hat, Louisiana being the foot. And that's Mimel playing golf. But am I talking about video games here or U.S. geography? Let's move on. Let's try miniature golf. What the hell, man? It's like the characters from Pong went to play golf. Oh, good Lord. Oh, it's killing me. Oh, you're a square pushing a smaller square towards another square. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say about this game. Just look at it. Well, that's Atari Sports for you. Some of these games were pretty innovative for their time, and others were a little crappy. I think it's obvious to say that in all the years since, sports games have gotten better. So if that's the type of game you enjoy, then game on. Maybe you're the kind of person who remembers which bush to burn in The Legend of Zelda to find the labyrinth, or maybe you're the kind of person who remembers the score to some sports game years ago. Maybe you like to go around in a Star Trek uniform, or you like to go around in a sports uniform. And I don't mean like a sports t-shirt, but the same jersey that the players in the game wear. Whatever the case, maybe, somehow, in our own ways, we're all nerds.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Back in the 80s, our parents didn't order our Christmas presents online because the internet didn't exist yet. Back then, it was all about catalogs. Every major department store like Sears and JCPenney will put out these holiday wish books. So every year, it was a tradition to browse through these books and circle all the things that you wanted Santa to bring you. Everything you could possibly imagine was in these books. There were video games, of course. You'd see all kinds of crap like the Rollin' Rocker and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. For $39.87? That's criminal. Speaking of prices, it's funny that at some point, the NES and the Atari 7800 were both the same price. For the 7800, it says it has super responsive joysticks because they knew the Atari 5200 controllers were pieces of shit. Yeah, having a responsive controller is kind of a necessity, wouldn't you say? Also, Super 8 cameras and VHS cameras coexisted. A new VHS camera could cost $1,000. Yeah, being able to record yourself with actual footage was a luxury. My family always had to rent one. There were action figures, you had Ninja Turtles, Inhumanoids, the real Ghostbusters, as well as the other Ghostbusters that nobody gave a shit about. There was the giant G.I. Joe aircraft carrier, all kinds of toys, everything. You can tell that the people who photographed these action figures didn't know anything about them. Like, why is Lion-O and Mumra riding together in the Thunder Tank? And why is laser spelled with quotes? Did Dr. Evil write this? I can't do these books justice. I highly recommend that if you can find one of them, take a look through. It's really a trip. When I say everything was in these books, I mean literally everything. Science stuff, horses, jewelry, lingerie. You turn from a page with kitty stuff to see tobacco. These books were mostly for kids to tell their parents what they want, and there were even coloring pages in there. But then there were things like knives and guns. That's terrible that a kid would be flipping through and see that. You'd go from a page that has all kinds of kitty sleeping bags, and right on the other side of the page is a gun cabinet. Right underneath the Mario sleeping bag is an assortment of guns, and there were lots of them. Back to the video games. A lot of times the descriptions were questionable. For Zelda, it said, "Gather crystals to stop warlords." That's the worst description to Zelda I've ever heard. Karate Kid on the NES had the wrong screenshot. Where'd they get that from? That's not the Karate Kid. For Ghostbusters on Sega Master System, it says "scare up some fun." Oh, you bet. And it retains the typo Gorza instead of Gozer. Then we get to the Tiger games. Oh my. You're at the wheel for all the high-speed thrills of real racing, full of exciting action, true-to-life graphics and sound effects. Are you fucking kidding me? There was no telling if the games were good or not. If it made it into the same catalog as Zelda, you assumed it would be awesome. Like I mentioned, this was the BI era before internet. There were no online game reviews to tell you when a game sucked the big one. It was all a crapshoot. All you had was a screenshot, a weak description, and sometimes word of mouth. We would usually gravitate towards games that had some kind of reputation. Skate or Die was one of those, a game dedicated to skateboarding and hosted by Rodney Dangerfield with a mohawk. Even if you didn't know anything about skateboarding, you wanted to be part of the culture. You wanted to be hip. Just as essential as it was to wear bright neon colors and listen to glam rock, you had to at least try to skateboard. If you weren't good at it, you'd fall on your face and hurt yourself. Then you'd go play this game and punish yourself even more. All you do is fall, and fall. The only way to play decent at it is to master its awkward controls. It's like teaching yourself to walk backwards on a tightrope. And once you do get good at the 5 mini games, you realize that's all it is. 2 different half-pipe competitions, jousting, and a time trial and a race, which are so short you can finish them in less than a minute. Almost every kid had this game in their collection at some point. It had cool music, a catchy slogan, and signified everything that was rad about the 80s. But the game was fucking shit. Shit that we held with passion. Skate or Die? Looking back, I wish I chose the latter. Then there was Bad Dudes, or Bad Dude as this wishbook called it. Just the name bad meant that it had to be good. More proof that we had everything screwed up. It's a monotonous button masher with choppy movement, lousy hit detection, and back-ass controls. It's another one of those games where B and A are switched, meaning B is jump and A is attack, and you know how it should normally be. Sure, it was early in the age of beat-em-up games, so at the time it was awesome and macho. Playing this game was a symbol that you were a real man. But it hasn't aged well. It just makes you want to play Final Fight 3 instead. Still, it has a legacy and has one of the most famous opening screens of all time. Are you a bad enough dude to rescue the president? Bad. Like, what was it with that? Maybe we could blame Michael Jackson for making the word bad so awesome, but we should have never listened to Lucas about the Power Glove. In some cases, bad really meant it. I'm bad. One that's always been on my personal hate list is Karate Champ. This is one that was just as horrible back then as it is now. It's an early example of a one-on-one fighting game, but good lord did they fuck it up. In all the years I've revisited this game, I have never figured out how to consciously do any of the moves. I just mash buttons and see what happens. The instruction manual tries to make sense of it all, but it's way too complicated and there's nothing intuitive about it. Hitting your opponent happens at pure random. Most of the time you miss. It's not like he's blocking. Your fists and feet are going right through him, as if you're fighting a ghost. It's hard enough to hit your opponent, but it's even more difficult to keep yourself facing him. It seems like there's certain moves that turn yourself around. Why would the game allow you to face the other direction? Rarely have I ever been able to do the same move again to reorient myself, so I usually end up jumping all over the place just to get myself back in the proper direction. Turn around! Ah! These controls are on the same level as Conan, Winter Games, and Dark Castle, but on closer evaluation, I think it beats them all. The worst fucking controls in existence. And there's no variety, except for a bonus stage where all kinds of shit flies at you. It's a hopeless situation. Other than that, you fight the same opponent the whole game. In fact, there's no difference between the two characters. It's the same guy fighting the same guy for all eternity. Sure, the backgrounds change, but it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. Even the characters don't seem to exist in the same dimension as these backgrounds. No matter the perspective or the lighting condition, they remain unchanged. How a piece of junk like this got released will always be a mystery. Even as a rental, it was a waste of time. Well, in the tradition of wish lists, my fans have had a wish list of their own of games they've been wanting me to cover. So it's time to answer some of those requests. Let's reach into the stocking, dig underneath the lumps of coal, and go straight for the shit nuggets. The request I hear all the time is the bad Sonic the Hedgehog games. What bad Sonic games? The Sonic the Hedgehog games were awesome. It was Sega's flagship franchise. Even though it didn't have as much variety as the Mario games, it made Nintendo fans turn their heads. Sonic 2 was the game that made me buy a Sega Genesis. These games boasted fast-scrolling action, colorful graphics, and delightful music. The character was hip and cocky, and it was so much fun to make him run and bounce all over the place. So what are all these bad Sonic games that everyone's talking about? Well, I took a deeper look. Here's Sonic Blast on Game Gear. There's no blast processing with this one. Come on! Sonic Blast? Should have been called Sonic Slow Ass. Not much else to say, just a poor man's version of Sonic. Then there's Sonic Labyrinth. This one experiments with a 3D perspective, but fails. The controls are messy, Sonic's walk is tedious, and doing the spin move only sends him ramming into a wall, unless you get it down just right. Anyway, these are portable games. What do you expect? This is back when the convenience of taking a game with you on a trip often meant compromising its playability. Then there's Sonic R on the Sega Saturn, which I've also been told is terrible. Oh man, they're right. It's basically a racing game, sort of a shitty version of Mario Kart. The steering is so unresponsive that I can barely stay on the track. Oh, come on! And I'm always afraid that it's going to glitch out, that I'm going to fall through the boundaries and into the unprogrammed area of limbo. Another one I've been told about is Sonic Shuffle on Dreamcast. That's right, the last of the Sega consoles, and a good console to go out with. But the same can't be said for this game. After you get through about 10 minutes of story footage and tiresome load screens, the game finally begins, only to bombard you with more text. Just as I thought, it's a board game video game, with some mediocre mini-games in between players' turns. Basically, this is Sega's take on Mario Party, but unfortunately didn't turn out as well. Another big request is Shadow the Hedgehog on the Nintendo GameCube. A Sega game on a Nintendo console? Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria! Sega and Nintendo were the biggest competitors of my generation, but times have changed. I don't even know who Shadow is, and when did characters in Sonic games start carrying guns? Once again, you have to sit through a movie before the game starts. It's pretty spectacular, but why is it always like this now? Is that what kids do nowadays? Sit around and watch video games? You take control of Shadow, with Sonic following behind. You run, you jump, you shoot. It's pretty self-explanatory. I think it's much more fun than the other games, but I find it a little tough to avoid losing my rings all the time. This homing attack tends to get me killed, and I keep falling down pits. Other than that, I don't have much to say about it. I feel like I just awoke from a frozen sleep. Last I knew, Sonic games were in 2D, Nintendo and Sega were rivals, guns were for Contra, Sonic's nemesis was called Dr. Robotnik, now he's going by Dr. Eggman Diddy Daddy, villain formerly known as whatever. What the hell happened here? This is about as new as I'll go. Sorry, I'm going back to NES. That's what I know best. One of my biggest NES requests since day one is Where's Waldo? First, you have to be familiar with the books. They were incredible. As a kid, I stared at these pages for hours. The illustrations were amazing, and there was so much going on, it could keep your eyes busy exploring for a long time. Of course, the objective was to find Waldo amongst other hidden things. Well, how do you take this and turn it into an NES game? This is what happens. It's as if the pages of the book have been chewed up, digested, and shat out an 8-bit ass. How can you find Waldo in this? Where the fuck is Waldo? He doesn't even know where he is. And that's all you do. You just move the square around the screen and hit the button if you think Waldo is in that area. Even when I do find him, I still don't know which one he's supposed to be. It's really not hard anyway. You can just keep trying every space on the screen until you win. The only thing that happens if you pick the wrong area, you lose time on the timer. But it still seems like a better option to guess your way through the game rather than actually trying to find Waldo with your own eyes. In between the stages, you're forced into watching Waldo walk from one place to the next. And he never walks in a straight line. He just wanders all over the place, like he doesn't have a clue where he's going. Why do we need this cutscene anyway? Couldn't we just go straight to the next stage? There's a few stages that are different, like finding Waldo in the dark, a crappy slot machine, and one of those indescribable shit shows that reminds me of that part in Terminator 2 on Game Boy where you have to connect the wires, or that fucking nightmare in Bill and Ted. And once you've completed all the stages, Waldo goes to the moon and the game's over. I finished the whole game in 6 minutes. Imagine buying this piece of shit for $50. Nowadays, releasing a game this short would never be excusable. Well, anyway, we have a lot more games to get through, so stay tuned for part 2. I'm gonna go get the games.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here.
Another game that I've gotten requests up the ass for over the years is A Boy and His Blob. Here's the thing about it, I don't consider it a bad game, but I can understand why many would find it frustrating and boring. You control a boy and the blob character follows you around. You have a supply of jelly beans that if you feed to the blob, they all turn him into different kinds of tools. The whole fun of the game is figuring out what tool works best in the situation. I know it's annoying that the jelly beans don't even tell you what they do, but soon you catch on to the game's humor. For example, an apple jelly bean turns the blob into a jack. Get it? Applejack? It's a big guessing game and there's lots of trials and errors. Like if you need to go down, you never know where exactly to stand until after you've fallen to your doom a few times. The music is monotonous, there's not many enemies, there's lots of tedious running around, but it has a unique charm. I like the puzzle solving and that blob is a cool little guy, obedient like a dog. The game may be flawed, but the creativity and originality shines through. The Three Stooges. This has always been a huge request. I've dreaded this moment for a long time.
Ghostbusters 2?
Hey fellas, we're in the wrong game. Hey, this is
looks like a kid's game. Now that's funny. You imbeciles. I've always been a big fan of the Three Stooges, but the game's charm ends right after the title screen. The plot involves an orphanage that's unable to pay its mortgage, so you're trying to raise money so that the kids have a place to live. That's sad. That's not a fun video game concept. It takes the idea of something that's too real. The game itself is nothing more than a bunch of mini-games. You have no control over which one you play. You can't cancel them. Whatever you land on, you're forced to play it, and you can get the same one over and over again. It always seems like I end up getting the one where you eat the live oysters. All you do is move the spoon and scoop up the oysters. The spoon moves way too slow. It doesn't give you enough time before the oysters disappear and Curly makes an obnoxious sound. I can't even describe how much this all irritates me. I'm sick of playing it. I'm sick of looking at it. I hate staring at those oysters. They don't even look like oysters. They look like assholes. I'm not even trying to be funny. They really look like dogs' hairy assholes rising in the stew. What else could it look like? Then there's the part where you're in the hospital collecting red crosses. Mindless, but playable. There's the classic pie fight and the slapping thing. Self-explanatory enough. I don't know what all that shit is at the top. If it wasn't there, I assure you I wouldn't be confused. This is what you'd expect to see from the Three Stooges, but obviously the whole game couldn't just be the Three Stooges slapping each other in the alley the whole time. So they tried to give it some variety. The best part is the trivia. But what happened with the controls? You have multiple choice answers. To choose A, you hold left on the D-pad while pressing either the A or B button at the same time. To choose B, you hold up or down and hit the button. To choose C, you hold right and hit the button. Why couldn't it just be a simple selection screen? What kind of knuckleheads programmed it like this? Was this game actually made by the Three Stooges? The most annoying game of all is the one based on a specific Three Stooges short called Punch Drunks. In the short, Moe is a boxing manager who puts Curly in the ring to take advantage of his psychological complex that causes him to knock people out whenever he hears the song Pop Goes the Weasel. Larry is hired by Moe to sit ringside with a violin and play the song so that Curly can win the fight, but the violin breaks and now Curly has to go running to find an alternative. It's a great short, but with all that explanation, how much does the game tell you? Nothing. All you get is a shot of Larry holding the broken violin, and then the game starts and Larry's running around trying to find a radio. It's no wonder why nobody knew what the fuck to make of this. Even if kids in the 80s were familiar at all with the Three Stooges, what was the chance of them knowing a specific short from 1934? You control Larry on the bottom. There's no telling why Curly is at the top. The only reason any of this is up there is to show the time limit. But it's too elaborate and distracting. It only makes you wish you were playing the boxing part, instead of Larry running through an alley slamming into everything. That's all you do. You hit everything in sight. It's the equivalent of the first stage of Back to the Future 3 on Sega Genesis. By the way, who's the naked guy lying on the sidewalk? No matter what I do, I always hit the pole or the boxes in the background. And you can't run, or else you'll never see what's coming. Fuck this game. Moving into Super NES territory, let's take a look at Home Improvement. Yeah, that's right, based on the TV show. How do you take a family sitcom and turn it into a video game? Well, the plot starts out with Tim the Toolman Taylor on the set of his show Tool Time. Remember the show within the show? So his tools go missing and he has to go onto the sets of other shows to find them. Apparently, in the soundstage right next to Tool Time, they're filming some kind of dinosaur show. So the first stage is just a generic dinosaur platformer. If it's a show and the dinosaurs aren't real, then how are they attacking? I guess they're supposed to be animatronic or something? So, okay, it's a pretty ridiculous concept. We got that out of the way. At least we can hope the gameplay is decent, right? Yeah, it isn't. The weapons all suck, and breaking through these boulders is always a chore. It's relentlessly difficult. Not many people have seen past this first stage, but it's said that they're all generic TV sets. You know, wouldn't it be cool if they were sets to real shows like Family Matters, Full House, or Dinosaurs? No more dinosaurs. You know what would be awesome? If you went on to the set of Home Improvement. Whoa! Wonder if Tim Allen ever played this game. Do you think he could beat the stage? How far could Tim Allen get in the Home Improvement video game? That's a question that needs answering. I'd give this game a better chance if I could read the instructions. The instructions might help, right? Yeah, guess what? There is none. Technically not. The manual opens up to a fake sticker printed over the pages that says real men don't need instructions. Very funny. Next up, Pit Fighter, commonly known as Shit Fighter, because it's the shittiest fighting game next to Karate Champ. When this game came out in the arcades, it looked awesome. It was one of the first games where the playable characters were real-life actors who have been digitized. I mean, really, this was a big deal at the time. Like, wow, they look like real people. Well, when the arcade version was eaten up and shat out onto the home consoles, it ended up looking like this. It's like cutout photographs fighting each other. And why they turn black and white when they lose? I guess color is life and black and white is death. As soon as Mortal Kombat came out, it made this game obsolete instantly. The big problem with it, the Super NES port at least, is that it's way too difficult. After each match, it doesn't replenish your health, nor do you get any continues. Nothing. One chance, one life meter, that's it. So you have to fight everybody in one long, lucky streak of button mashing madness. As a kid, I never made it past the second guy. Even as a rental, it only made for about 15 minutes of playability, if that, before you turn it off and take it back to the video store. And I know it has to give you your health back at some point, but I've just made it to the fourth opponent, and still, they don't give you any health back. This is the worst Super NES game I've ever played. Worse than Super Noah's Ark 3D, worse than Shaq Fu, worse than Wizard of Oz, worse than Lester the Unlikely. I'm dead fucking serious. Even B-Mode Double Dragon was better than this, and that was on NES. Sure, it gets monotonous and awkward at times, and you can only play as the same characters fighting themselves, but it has much more fluent control and is way more fun than Pit Fighter. And next up, a game that is probably my biggest request, aside from that other one about the fucking alien that falls in the pits. No. I'm talking about motherfucking Bubsy 3D. I don't even know who the hell Bubsy is. It's just some generic cat that doesn't wear pants. Not that cats wear pants anyway, but he's got a shirt, so where's his pants? Bubsy was clearly intended as a mascot character like Sonic or Mario, but failed miserably. Nevertheless, a whole series of games was made and he crossed over to multiple consoles, Sega Genesis, Atari Jaguar, and Super NES, which even got a sequel. But the biggest cat turd in the litter pan was the PlayStation version, the character's first venture into 3D, because everybody else was doing it.
So, you wanna be a video game star?
As the game begins, you're walking around collecting atoms. That's it. There's some enemies to kill, but not many, and they don't move. Basically, all you're doing is getting the atoms, much like flying through the rings in Superman 64. The first thing you'll notice is how boring the graphics look. There's no style, no taste, no creative design whatsoever. Just flat colors and bland scenery. If you stare at it for more than 2 minutes, you get immediate sensory deprivation. You'd rather stare at a blank wall. About these atoms, you'd think it would be easy. Couldn't you just walk through them? Like Sonic or Mario going through coins or rings? No, you can't. To move, you're not allowed to simply hold the D-pad or joystick in that direction. No. You have to painstakingly turn yourself from a standstill and then move in the direction you're facing. When trying to do something as simple as getting the items is a chore, then you really have a problem. It gets even worse when you're trying to jump on enemies. Every time you leap, the camera goes into a downward angle. In fact, you can't control the camera at all. It usually locks into whatever direction you're facing, which may have seemed self-explanatory to the developers, but 3D games don't work that way. You need to control the camera, and whenever you get hit, the camera spins around to face you, which only causes you to get disoriented and get hit again. It would be just as much fun to sit in a swivel chair while someone spins you around and keeps punching you in the face. That's what playing Bubsy 3D is like getting punched on a swivel chair. This seems as if it was the first 3D game ever made, but Super Mario 64 came before this, and that played perfectly. What happened here? Even the blocks look like you can carve them out to make an N64 logo. Maybe it's just that I have Super Mario 64 on the brain because that's what I'd rather be playing. And to be even more annoying, Bubsy keeps talking.
Oh, look! An arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful?
Yeah, I bet they thought they were clever. Overall, this game just feels unfinished. And what I really mean is that it's like it was barely started at all. I thought this was a prototype of some sort, not an actual finished game that got released in stores. It's a pile of junk.
Most of the games I own are junk. I'm hoarding junk. I surrounded myself with fucking garbage. Alright, one more game and then it's happy holidays and good fucking night. Let's end with Spider-Man Maximum Carnage on Super Nintendo. Everyone says I should play this one, as if I haven't already played enough Spider-Man games. They're all terrible, but maybe this one's okay. After all, I'm not sure how I missed it because it's one of the only Super NES games that's red. Anyway, let's give it a try.
Well, the comic book cutscenes are quite nice. The gameplay? Well, it's a beat-em-up game. Monotonous, but fun. The controls are responsive, and the hit detection works fine. The sound effects are good. The punches and grunts you hear all lend themselves to the fun, stress-relieving nature of these kind of games. It just feels good when you hit things. You can climb up on buildings, which offers some variety and breaks up the monotony. It can be a little frustrating, but not too bad. And the music is upbeat and energizing. And what do I hear? It's The Mob Rules by Black Sabbath. I don't mean it just sounds similar. It's the same song, just a 16-bit rendition. It even does the solo. I think it was just a ripoff and that they never got Black Sabbath's permission, but it's still welcome to hear and adds to this game's enjoyability.
That's right. I found a good Spider-Man game. Better late than never. It's no masterpiece or anything like that, but it would have definitely been worth a rental at the very least. Who made this game? God. Oh my God. They did it! They pulled through! Oh my God! They made a game! That's not a steaming pile of fucking shit! Oh my God! They did it! They made a game! That's not shit! I found the gold at the end of the rainbow! Oh, maybe it's not gold, maybe it's bronze or something, but they made a game! It's not shit! It's not shit! Well, it's Christmas time again already, and that means more shitty games for me. And I have a pretty big pile here, thanks to all you, all requests, a despicable dozen, and we're gonna savor these juicy turds one day at a time because this is the 8th Christmas since I first started doing these Christmas specials. So we're gonna do something a little different, a little excessive. 12 days of Shitsmas.
not this one. Taggin Dragon. As soon as you notice the baby blue colored cartridge, you already know it's bad news. Let's pop this fucker in. Oh, I distinctly remember this. That is one pathetic looking dragon. It looks sort of like a frog-pig hybrid. I don't know. There don't really exist words to describe it. They obviously had a completely different team working on the label because that dragon actually looks pretty rad. This means we've peeled off one layer of this shit heap. Now let's dig in. Oh, it's all coming back to me. As a kid, I rented this game from the video store, which was not common to find games without the Nintendo seal of approval. So how I got the misfortune to play this, I don't know. The goal of the game is very simple. Bite all the tails of the other dragons and then progress to the next round. That's it. You wish these dragons would do something awesome like breathe fire or fly, but no, all they do is chase each other around in circles like a bunch of monkeys. I had no idea it was possible to make dragons so boring. Everything blocks your way. You need extra clearance to get the dragon around the turns. It's like trying to drive a trailer truck through alleyways. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! There's no long-range attack. The only way to bite their tails is to get all up in their ass. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All you do is mash buttons and hope for the best. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, you motherfucker! You motherfucker! Look, look! Oh my god. Ah! Even when you manage to kill the other dragons, you feel no satisfaction in it because it seems like it was all luck. This is the kind of game you could play with your eyes shut and it wouldn't make any difference. It's just round after round of this mind-rotting, button-mashing madness. 3 deaths and it's back to the beginning. I should mention there's a 2-player co-op mode and a versus mode. Yeah, next time you're thinking about getting some friends together to play some Super Smash Brothers? Nah, Taggin Dragon, man. Even as a rental, I only played this game for a few minutes, and that's rare. When you rented a game back then, you usually make the best of it, whatever it is. Even if the game's bad, you didn't have anything else to do anyway, so you had no choice. But with this game, it was one of those days where you just gotta cut your loss and break out the deck of cards. Well, that was painful, but we're just getting started. No, it's Alf on the Sega Master System. Of course, it's based on the TV sitcom from the 80s. I used to love that show just for the fact that the star character was a puppet. Ah, yes, the lovable alien life form Alf, or Gordon Shumway, who crash lands on Earth and lives with the Tanner family, not the Tanners from Full House. The goal is to collect special items to get his spaceship working so he can leave Earth and go home, along the way having to avoid FBI agents who are out to get him. This is all strangely reminiscent of E.T. on Atari 2600. These guys are creepy. They look like pedophiles, perverts, child molesters. The way they're dressed in stereotypical trench coats and grabbing at the air as if saying, "Come on, Alf, I got some candy. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to grope your little alien ass." Get out of my kitchen, you fucking sicko! What kind of town is this where there's a pedophile on every block in broad daylight? Half the population is bike riders who don't know how to pick a lane. You'll never have time to get out of their way. Alf happens to be nearsighted. In other words, the screen doesn't move until you're about a third from the edge, so the best possible chance you'll have to see what's coming up is to do this awkward walk, stop, walk, stop. How? How did I die? I wasn't even on the same plane as him. Did my foot overlap or something? Even the laws of three-dimensional space don't apply. You simply can't be anywhere near this box. The graphics are forgivable, but why is it that every time Alf turns around, he disappears for a brief instant? The game can't keep up. It's like, oh, wait, you're turning around? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. You want to know what I think of the sound effects? I can't tell you that. You know why? There are no fucking sound effects. Even Atari 2600 had sound effects. Here, all you get is this rotten music. Get used to that. Somehow there happens to be a big hole in the wall in the Tanner's basement, and it leads to a cave full of bats. Geez, Tanners, you think you might want to do something about that hole? You can't miss it. It's right at the bottom of the steps. Why would that be there? Needless to say, you have no energy bar. One-hit deaths. So try getting past these bats. Just fucking try. Just fucking try it. Ducking hardly helps at all. He isn't much lower. Isn't the whole point of ducking to get down low? Instead, Alf does this awkward half squat. Looks like he's getting ready to dump ass. Yeah, I just hit number 2. The one-hit deaths is the main fatal flaw here. You could be halfway through the cave and then all of a sudden something slightly touches you and then it's all the way back to the beginning. There's a total of 5 lives. 1 continue, another 5 lives, and then it's all over. No more continues, no more saves, no passwords, no nothing. It's like good fucking luck, asshole. If you can progress any further in this game, you have more patience than me. Do you wish to continue playing? I love how the first choice is no. They knew nobody would ever play this piece of shit more than once. The only replay value I can think of is to do this. Yeah, hey, pervert. Hey, you want this, pervert, right? you dirty old man. You fucking sicko. Willie, Crazy Bus. This isn't even a real game. From what I've heard, it was some kind of demo that somebody made as a test in Venezuela in 2004, and for whatever reason it was made to run on a Sega Genesis many years after the cartridge days of gaming. It's a strange anomaly that deserves further examination. So let's take a look at Crazy Bus and see what's so crazy about it. This game come into existence? It isn't even a game. I mean, it's the only interactivity is moving the bus and honking the horn. It's as less of a video game as possible. Tiger handheld electronic games were more in depth than this. There's no goal other than to see how high you can rack up the score. In other words, how long can you hold the D-pad for? You like that game? Well, you don't even need the game, just a controller and a timer. It'd be more fun to stare at a wall. I have a whole new appreciation for Desert Bus. Big Rigs is more exciting than this shit. This broke the shit scale. This is a whole new higher level. First there's poop, then there's shit, and then there's defecation. Who found this gem and put it on a Sega Genesis cartridge with a case? They're shit diggers. They dig for shit. It's like finding somebody's garbage and then packaging it up for the world to see. I guess there might be somebody out there who might enjoy this game. Somebody who happens to be very interested in Venezuelan buses. Yeah, if there is any game for the Venezuelan bus enthusiast, this is it. Do you find any Venezuelan buses in Super Mario World? No. So you can't argue. This is the definitive Venezuelan bus game. I mean, come on, right? You get these great photos of the buses, and you get to look at the photos and drive the bus at the same time. You can even go backwards. You can honk the horn. What more could you want? When the digits are the same color as the background, that gives you an added challenge of trying to read the timer. Crazy bus, man. Don't forget it. Say it. One word, not crazy bus. It's crazy bus. And it's fucking crazy. Whoa, we're driving a bus here. It's fucking crazy. Oh my God, I can't take it. It's so fucking crazy. Crazy bus. Crazy bus. Crazy bus. Whoa. The driver fell asleep on the wheel. Oh, and that soundtrack. Oh, gotta get that soundtrack. Gotta crank it up in your car. Yeah! Fuck me sideways. That fucking soundtrack. Fucking A. Ren and Stimpy Fire Dogs. Okay, making a Ren and Stimpy game that's worthy of the TV show is a tall order. The show was like Looney Tunes on crack. It was like they took the Three Stooges, but just Moe and Larry, made Larry a cat and made Moe a psychopathic chihuahua and gave him a voice like Peter Lorre's specifically from his rant at the end of the Maltese Falcon. It was ingenious. The show was so crazy that when it was on in the 90s, I didn't even know what to make of it. Do the games hold up? That's a whole other story. There were 4 of them on the Super NES: Time Warp, Veediots, Buckaroos, and Fire Dogs. These games actually made a good attempt at capturing the random humor from the show, and the graphics and animation are spot on. You take Ren, for example, who on the show is a flexible character of 1,000 facial expressions and body shapes. They could have taken him in any direction and gone off in a completely different tangent, but the looks they gave him are just like the looks you see on him in the show. Unfortunately, every one of these games is plagued with flaws that ruin the experience, whether it be a fence that won't cooperate, or taking 1,000,000 slaps to defeat a dog. Slapping the dog, slapping the dog. The Fire Dogs game is loosely based on a specific episode of the show. Here in the game, you take control of Stimpy and have to collect firefighting equipment and bring it all back to the fire engine. You know, all the ordinary firefighting equipment like a helmet, boots, hose, a beaver, you know. Ren sits it out and does nothing to help. Again, the humor is spot on. So you have to run around the place, sliding up fire poles. Yes, sliding up fire poles. The firefighters apparently don't want any of your help at all. If you run into these guys, it's over. They pound you. One hit, and you have to start all over again. You can pick up fire extinguishers, and if one of these guys is in your way or you get trapped in a corner, you can give them a squirt to stun them. But it doesn't last long at all. It only gives you one brief moment to get past them. Come on, come on! Spray the firefighter with the fire extinguisher. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Come on, come on, come on! Oh, come on, wrong way, wrong way! Ah, come on! The only practical way to get around the firefighters is to find Dalmatian paint, which actually follows the show. In the episode, Ren and Stimpy are looking for food and shelter, so they apply to be fire dogs so they could stay in the fire department. But the fire department only takes Dalmatians, so they have to disguise themselves in Dalmatian paint. The fire extinguishers and paint cans are always in different places every time you restart the game, so you have to get lucky. And if you walk under the water sprinklers, it washes the paint off. The items that you need to collect to bring back to the fire engine are all in fixed locations, but even if you get good at it and know where all of them are, there's nothing you can do about the time limit. This is the fatal flaw. It gives you barely enough time, even if you're running all the way. It's only the first stage, but it's going to take lots of trial and error and a lot of luck. You have to do it all in one session too. Once the timer runs out, everything starts over. You'd think there'd be an item that gives you some time back, but I've never found any such thing. Waiting for the water sprinklers always slows you down, and for some reason I'm having lots of trouble with the stairs. But get down the stairs! Down the stairs! Come on! And when you get back to the fire engine, you have to stand in a specific spot for each item and select them one at a time. Why does everything have to be so tedious? You only get 2 minutes and 14 seconds to do everything. Then you have to find Ren and collect kitty litter while the timer is still ticking down. But thankfully, this part is just a bonus. Then you go to the next stage where Ren and Stimpy are using a life net to save people from the burning buildings. But wait, it's not people, it's just a bunch of clocks, sandwagons, books, sculpture busts, TVs, chickens, and bricks. What the fuck's going on up there? Who's dropping this shit? Where'd they get so many? Anyway, this goes on for 4 minutes, 50 seconds, and then the game ends. What, I didn't save enough bricks and clocks? I didn't miss that many, so I'm assuming you have to have a 100% accuracy. I don't know. The game's shit. In the words of Mr. Horse, no sir, I don't like it. Rocky and Bullwinkle on NES, based on the cartoon about a moose and a squirrel. Do I have to see everything? So here's the game. It starts up with one of the most god-awful music loops you'll ever hear come out of your NES. No, really, listen to how short this loop is. All I can say is, I'm a moose throwing bombs. Eat this, bitch! You don't want to fuck with a moose throwing bombs! Unfortunately, the bombs run out, so all you're left with is this charging attack. But the attack drains your own power meter. You can't hurt anything without hurting yourself. What kind of crap is that? So I wasted all this time trying to kill this guy, until I realized you can just hop over him. Yeah, you just go past him. Thanks for wasting my time. Next, you come to a room full of stairs. It's a small room, which seems to be a dead end. Where do I go? Down here? Nope. Maybe I should try that random stairway that looks like it goes nowhere. Oh, come on! All the other stairways go up till they're off screen. Why does this first stairway happen to be so special that it stops in midair and magically transports you to the next screen? It was a stairway to nothing that somehow happened to be a stairway to something. I hate these mice. I hate them. They're too fast to hit with your bombs. Ugh, come on, it's just a mouse. How does a little tiny mouse beat the shit out of a big fucking moose? Bullwinkle is so big and awkward. Everywhere you go, you get hit constantly. Even if something touches your antlers, it takes damage. The hit detection box is a big rectangle. Even if you try taking it slow, you can't squeeze through these obstacles. It's like trying to drive a tank through a grocery store aisle. You can switch to Rocky, who is much smaller. This makes things a lot easier, except that Rocky can't walk up steps. If only it was Rocky Balboa, he'd go up the damn steps. Why would that be a special ability? Think of all the video game characters that have special moves. You know, Princess Toadstool can float, Grant can climb walls, Dixie Kong can spin her hair, Bullwinkle can go upstairs. Rocky can fly, which you'll need to do in order to reach over some of these wide gaps, but there's no clear indication of what you can land on and what you can't. I tried putting in a code for a level warp just so I can give you a quick peek ahead, but it makes the game glitch. This is the kind of glitching you would see if you were doing something with Game Genie, but this is just a normal code that comes with the real game. What happened? Look at the graphics here. Looks like King Kong splashed his ass all over the place. And just when you thought the music couldn't get any worse. my god, I didn't even know the NES was capable of producing such an ear-piercing sound. That's awful. Oh, well, there you have it. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Shitty game, shitty graphics, shitty music, shitty everything. Fucking big clumsy moose. Bullwinkle. Oh, Bullwinkle. More like bull fucking shit. I knew this would have to happen. One of these days, I would eventually have to play one of the games based on the Olsen twins, Mary Kate and Ashley. That's right, I said one of the games. There's several. But yeah, I knew this would have to happen ever since I was playing Toxic Crusaders right here with Lloyd Kaufman.
This is a historic, this is the first use in a video game of a golden shower until the Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen twins video games.
I have not played those. Maybe I'll have to try them now. So here we are. I'll play one of these games, and the one I have here is called Get a Clue on Game Boy Color, based on the direct-to-video series The Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley, which was some sort of musical mystery show.
The New Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley. Get a Clue for Game Boy Color.
Oh, it talks. It's the first time I've ever heard the Olsen twins talk to me through a video game, and they're just telling me what I'm playing. The game just started, and I threw a dog off a balcony. I threw a dog off a balcony! The goal of the game is to solve some kind of crime case, so you have to find pieces of the puzzle. Literally, a puzzle. I thought it'd be some kind of clue, evidence, you know, but it's literally a puzzle. Yeah, I gotta find out what's on that puzzle. I bet it's a flower. No, I bet it's a cat. Yeah, it's a cat. To get anywhere in this game, you have to activate switches to unlock the gate that leads to the puzzle piece. Oh, but wait, only Ashley can activate the switches. Which one's Ashley? Throughout the game, you tag team back and forth between both twins, kind of like the production of Full House when they both played Michelle. At such a young age, they were able to successfully trick us into making it seem like it was the same person. But there are some Full House experts out there who can tell when it's Ashley and when it's Mary Kate. Well, good. Try figuring it out in this fucking game! You'll move one of the twins over to a switch and then realize, oh shit, that's Mary Kate. Gotta select Ashley, because for some reason only she knows how to flick switches and bounce off her sister's head. What does that mean? Mary Kate has a bouncier head or something? Mary Kate can jump higher than Ashley though, so that's probably the quickest way to tell the difference between them. Now I'm actually curious, can she really jump higher in real life? That should be put to the test, because the world needs to know. Believe it or not, the dog is a selectable character too. Sometimes you might need to move the dog into position and use him as a boost, or use him as a weapon against your enemies by throwing him. Imagine if you picked up your dog and then threw it at an attacking animal. A and B is reversed, gotta have that. And the game gives you hints along the way on how to pass the level. Very specific hints. In fact, it tells you exactly what to do. The game provides its own walkthrough. The puzzle-solving gameplay begins simple and then gets more tricky. The difficulty ramps up perfectly without going from too easy to too hard too quickly. Sometimes you have to stack up the characters to reach a certain jump, and some of the switches are timed, so you might have to get Mary Kate ahead to the gate and then activate the switch with Ashley in a completely different part of the room. You know, honestly, I have to admit, this is my first time playing, and surprisingly, it's not that bad. But who is the target audience? Little girls or puzzle-solving fanatics? Who knows? VIP starring Pamela Anderson. Her name is very familiar to anyone having been a teenage boy in the 90s. I don't think a single day went by on the school bus without hearing Pamela Anderson, Pamela Anderson, Pamela Anderson. After all, she was in such great movies like Barbed Wire and Naked Souls. She was best known for the TV show Baywatch, and after that there was VIP, which I know nothing about, but let's check out the game. The story begins with a doctor calling a team of bodyguards for help, known as VIP.
VIP, good morning. What can we do for you?
This is Dr. Kindle speaking. It's urgent I call you. For an emergency.
What's happened exactly, Doctor?
There are men with guns crawling all over my estate.
What kind of company is this? And why would you call them? Why don't you just call 911? They don't even look like an emergency response team. They're dressed like they're getting ready for a photo shoot for a magazine cover. It doesn't make any sense. Pamela has never looked so creepy. Obviously, this is the original PlayStation, so the graphics are acceptable for their time, but I can never get over this synthetic human look, trying to look like real life, but appearing as lifeless as ever. Then the game begins as you go to the doctor's estate, still dressed in your skimpy outfits, and beat up all the thugs who are trying to break into his home, or whatever the hell is supposed to be happening. They don't even explain it yet, but they suspect the doctor is playing some kind of trick. Who cares? Let me tell you about the game. I use the term game very loosely because it isn't really much of a game at all. You just copy the on-screen button combinations. If you enter it correctly, Pamela will automatically perform an attack combo. After she's taken out a group of thugs, she will automatically move to the next screen. It's like the game is playing itself. You're just passively watching the action take place in what appears to be a fighting game, but is actually more like a hyped up version of Simon Says. You don't even need the game to play this. Just get out your PlayStation controllers and you can play along with me. Down circle. Up triangle. Right square. You enjoy that? Well, you're playing VIP. And that's all there is to it. It goes on and on and on. Of course, I have to mention, she's hitting people with her purse. Nah, she's a girl. Give her a purse. Then all of a sudden, things change up. You take control of her partner, or I mean, as much control as the game allows. Here you're moving the crosshairs of the gun around. That's right, she's using a gun. Then why does the Pamela character use a purse? On the cover, she has a gun, but the manual says she hates guns. Go figure that out. What can be said about the gun portion of the game? Not much. Have you ever played an arcade shooter style like this? It's the same thing. Just move the crosshairs to the target, shoot, repeat, reload every now and then, repeat, repeat. What is she wearing anyway? If she's going out to battle and this kind of thing is her normal job, shouldn't she be wearing some kind of body armor? Instead, she's wearing as little as she can possibly get away with. This is a scumbag's idea of a game. Let's get some slutty girls and give them guns. Every now and then you find diamonds for points, and they always seem to fly up her ass. You can cash the points in to watch more cutscenes. Even if it's the same cutscenes you've already seen, without points. Or you can see these still shots. What the hell is the point of this? Anyway, I have to comment on the high energy music that seems like it's trying to get you all hyped up for nothing. It sounds sort of like a Sega Genesis synth guitar that's being choked. Like somebody's trying to rock out through a walkie-talkie that's been shoved up a hippopotamus's butt right before it muck spreads. But still, you gotta give it credit. It's trying its best, just blasting out through the farts of the hippo's ass, cranking out that high-octane, pulse-pounding, hard-rocking music, and in the end, all I'm doing is just pressing buttons. Down right square. Left square X. Right square X. Lethal Weapon was one of the prime examples of 80s action movies, with Mel Gibson and Danny Glover at their best, playing two undercover cops with polar opposite personalities. It's the buddy cop cliche, but one of the greatest of the genre. Well, somehow it managed to escape an ass raping by LJN. The game was made by Ocean, so can we just take a moment here and be thankful it's not LJN? So that means it's going to be good, right? Okay, let's give it a try. Well, it's average as a sidewalk on a summer day. It's nothing to look at. This is it. You want to review the game? Here you go. You just walk around and take out bad guys by kicking and shooting. That's it. Nothing terrible, nothing great, just a middle-of-the-road, everyday, button-mashing marathon. Considering the Super NES was out by this time, makes it as worthwhile as yesterday's baby diapers. The graphics are okay by NES standards, but the backgrounds don't make any sense. I thought we were in the jungle, now we're in the desert in Egypt? That is a pyramid, is it not? Oh wait, I guess there's supposed to be mountains. Yeah, one of the mountains just happens to be in a perfect pyramid shape, that's all. The really strange thing is how the two different environments have such a distinct line of separation, as if we just switched from one plane of existence to the next. There's no logic anyway. You know, logic is for pussies. Kicking people takes the same amount of damage as shooting them. That's right, your foot is as strong as a bullet. After all, you take out helicopters by jumping and kicking them out of the air. Who does that? That's not believable, unless you're a giant turtle trained in the art of ninjutsu named after a Renaissance painter. I also like that you can pick up grenades after they've already been thrown. That's right, an active grenade that's ready to blow. Just pick it up and you'll be fine. You're playing as the Mel Gibson character, Riggs, and I have to say, in the spirit of Lethal Weapon 3, I'm disappointed that the power-ups aren't dog biscuits. But what about the Danny Glover character, Murtaugh? How do you play as him? I've tried the obvious select, but that pauses the game. Start switches your weapon, B attacks, A jumps. So we're out of buttons here. What do we do? There has to be a way to play Murtaugh. It wouldn't be Lethal Weapon without both of them, so what do you do? No! That didn't happen! Oh my god. To switch characters, you walk off screen. That's different. You know what? I've seen it all. I've seen it all at this point. So, does that mean the other character is always there, following along, but staying far enough behind so that he can hide in the unseen negative space outside the boundaries of your TV screen? What is he doing out there? Just hanging out, watching you get your ass kicked? Both characters seem to operate the same, pretty much, so there's no difference other than the color of your skin. Well, that's deep. Almost sounds like the game's trying to make a moral statement. No, the game sucks. Let me give you some advice. Never play a movie-based game. You know why? Okay. They fuck you with the movie games, okay? They fuck you. They know you're gonna buy the game, and by the time you play the game and realize you got fucked, it's too late. They don't care, and after they get done fucking you, they fuck you some more. Who got fucked? The ones who bought the game. The ones who rented it were the lucky ones. They fuck you with the graphics, fuck you with the music, fuck you with the gameplay. They fuck you. Walk off screen to select the characters. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. That'd be like if I just walked off screen right now and somebody else came in. I'm getting too old for this shit. This is Porky's on Atari 2600, based on the comedy film from the early 80s. It was one of the early examples of naughty comedies geared towards adults, and belongs in the same family of movies like Animal House and Caddyshack. Although not as classic and memorable as those, it has its place, and all of today's dumb comedies owe themselves to it. And likewise, all today's weird, twisted, fucked up, shitty-ass video games owe themselves to this. You wanna play shit? This is your grandfather's shit. What happened? Only on Atari. It's never a good sign when you don't know how to play the game. I've fallen into a trap. The walls are dead ends and the water is pure death. To get out of this predicament, you have to use this pole to fling yourself up onto the platforms. But that's not all. You need to collect these blinking things to build the ladders. Fuck! Fuck! Get up there! For a game console that has only one button, the controls are very specific. While holding the button down, you run into the pole and then quickly release the button and tap it. If that tap is off in the slightest, you'll just swing to the other side of the pond. But if you do it at the exact microsecond, it will fling you up onto the platform. Alright, now let's build the ladder. It only adds one link at a time. So you have to wait for another blinky thing to appear and keep repeating the whole process until the ladders are finished. There's no way around it. You have to master this pole. This isn't even the goal of the game. This is just to get out of the trap. Now up the ladder, and there's a girl taking a shower. There is a scene in the movie where the guys are spying on the locker room shower, but I did not expect them to include this scene in the game. Why is she showering in a room full of ladders anyway? The shower itself is suspended in midair. As soon as she's in your field of sight, she disappears and a ghostly figure starts chasing you. Get away! I'm sorry, I'm not a sleazy sexual predator. I'm just a guy trying to escape the pond that's underneath your shower room. These are some of the most awkward ladders in video game history. In most games, you go in front of the ladder, but here you have to be on the side, and if you're not in the pixel perfect spot, it doesn't work. So this strange woman is chasing you everywhere. She glides through the air with such power that it causes the game to glitch, as if sending a ripple through space and time. What do I do with this thing? I tried dropping it on her head, doesn't work. Tried going up, doesn't work. I tried going down. Really doesn't work. And if she catches you, it's back to the pond. Believe it or not, this whole predicament in the locker room closely follows the movie. The woman who's after you is the coach, Miss Ballbreaker, who finds one of the boys putting his dick through a peephole in the shower. You'd think a scene like this would get ignored in a video game, but this is Atari, and sure enough, the manual says she's out to grab onto anything she can, so don't let her latch onto you. Yeah. The character you're playing as is Pee-wee. Not Pee-wee Herman, but Pee-wee from Porky's, which doesn't make sense anyway because Pee-wee's not the character who gets his dick grabbed. Not Pee-wee Herman, he can grab his own dick, but what are we talking about here? I'll cut the shit. Here's what you do. Drop the items down the hole, the arrow appears, you go up the ladder to street level where you play some sort of game of Frogger on acid. What the hell are these things? If you get hit by anything, it's, you guessed it, back to the pond. If you make it across the street, it's another round of Shower Girl Defender Ms. Ballbreaker. Each time it's a new item, but the process is exactly the same. All these items are part of a master plan to blow up Porky's bar. I didn't think it had a rhyme or a reason, but it does. It just so happens you have to trek through a woman's locker room, that's all. After you've gotten all the items, you progress to the worst part, the mother of all nightmares. Here you have to climb up the scaffolding while avoiding Porky. Yeah, now we have Porky too. Not Porky the pig, but Porky from Porky's. The scaffolding can only be climbed in certain places. It's basically like an invisible maze. One wrong move and you could fall all the way down where Porky will most certainly get you almost every time. When you make it back to try again, the maze reroutes itself so it's always different. But as your reward, when you make it to the top, you get to blow up the bar. What an experience Pee-wee had. Can you imagine the story he has to tell? I was walking down the street, narrowly avoiding a speedboat, a submarine on wheels, a parade of naked Dr. Seuss characters, rabid pigs, dudes, and cars. I fell down into a pond where I swung around on a pole and built a ladder up into a girl's locker room shower where this weird blobby ghost tried to grab my dick. I dropped a bunch of pyro equipment down the same hole that leads to the pond, but somehow ended up on top of a bunch of scaffolding where I went up and finished it all off with a boom! And that's why you gotta love Atari. Looks like we're in for a treat today. The Hyperscan by Mattel, the same company that made the Intellivision and the Power Glove. They also made every toy from He-Man to Barbie. LJN made toys. Let's see how this piece of shit holds up. It was released in 2006. It's hard to believe a specimen like this would exist at a time when Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii were the current gaming consoles. Nobody ever talked about this one. Let's find out why. The instructions are blinking. That's annoying. Player 1, scan your character card. You have to scan cards to make the game go? Having a disc isn't enough? How about a character select screen? That would have been fine. Scan. Scan, you bastard. Scan a mod card now? What's with all these cards? Just start the fucking game. God damn. The cards were sold separately, so the idea was to combine card collecting with video gaming. Yeah, how about fucking Pogs too? The fact that you always need to be scanning cards means you have to keep the game console on your lap, calling back to the Atari 2600 days where all the switches were on the console. It's still loading. Hyperscan. Yeah, it's really hyper. After a long load process that's only rivaled by the Commodore 64, the game finally starts. Well, it's a fighting game, a very average one. Average for the early 90s, but this is much later. At least you can say it's better than Shaq Fu.
End it!
End it. I guess you're supposed to do some kind of finishing move. If only I had the card. I guess finish him is already taken, so let's call it end it. Then you wait through another load screen just to see the character stats. Then it's another load screen just to select the character. And then yet another load screen before the next fight starts.
Are you a fan of heavy metal?
3 fucking load screens between matches. Next up, let's try Marvel Heroes. You can already tell that the Hyperscan was all about Marvel. Here you can apparently take control of Avenger characters as well as X-Men, depending on which cards you own. It's a standard side-scrolling action game. The graphics and sound are fair enough, but the control is kinda slippery, like you're running on grease. The attacking is delayed and the hit detection is terrible. Ah! Come on! Hit him! Hit him! I also find it hilarious that if you hang on to the side of a building, everybody jumps at you like dogs after a cat in a tree. There were much better games of this variety on Sega Genesis. Nothing to see here, folks. Then there's Interstellar Wrestling League. It's strangely quieter than the other games. I've never encountered that issue before, where the games have inconsistent volume. Even the scanning is inconsistent. This time it seems like I have to hold the card in place instead of swiping it.
Round 1, wrestle! Boom,
my face!
Here we have a humorous fighting game with controls way more awkward than X-Men. It sort of reminds me of Clay Fighter with its comedic elements, but instead of being charming, it comes off as just plain weird.
I like pie. I like to have pie every day.
Besides, why are they calling it wrestling when they're not even wrestling? And yes, he just turned into a cheeseburger. At last, we have Ben 10 based on the TV series. It's another side-scroller. You take control of Ben, and using the different cards, you can transform into different alien creatures. By the way, what's that, a Nintendo Wii? I like the concept. The graphics and character animations are great. This game could have been good, almost awesome, but half the time you're not even playing the game. You're just wading through text boxes. Use the jump button to jump over the rock? This game treats you like an idiot. You can't do anything. Every step you take, the game pauses and another text box comes up. It's like Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, but multiplied 1,000 times. It's like they took the most annoying part of one game and made it the whole game 20 years later. This game is so recent, it came out after I already critiqued Simon's Quest. Couldn't anybody learn? I was already 11 episodes in by the time this shit hit the market in October 2006. The text boxes can freeze you in mid-air as you're trying to jump over a hole. When it unfreezes, you lose your momentum and fall to your death. I'm trying to jump! Leave me alone! Let me play the game! I can't read it anyway because they somehow put the text on the background layer. How did somebody let this get so fucked up? These text boxes are your worst enemy and unholiest of gaming nightmares. Fuck! You know, I played almost the entire library for it. There's also a Spider-Man game that I don't own, but that's 5 games. They made 5 games total for this piece of garbage. That's less games than the Virtual Boy. Well, at least it's not as bad as the R-Zone. Hyperscan. Hyper fucking shit. Universal Theme Park Adventure on GameCube, a game based on a theme park that was based on movies by Universal Studios, the giant movie-making machine that made some of the greatest films of all time, from the classic monster movies of the 30s and 40s to the Spielberg masterpieces like Jaws, E.T., and Jurassic Park. Over the years, Universal has celebrated its movie legacy by slowly converting its Hollywood studio location into a big amusement park for the public and destroying film history. You know the Opera House set from the classic Phantom of the Opera that stood on stage 28 for 90 years? Destroyed. The oldest surviving movie set in history, gone overnight to make way for a Harry Potter ride. But hey, Universal Theme Park was still a lot of fun. You know, in the Back to the Future DeLorean, and then there's volcanoes and shit, and then you're riding the bike with E.T., and then the truck comes and almost hits you, and then you're on the waterfall, and then the T-Rex comes out, and then fucking Jaws is jumping out of the water, and King Kong shaking the tram, and then there's the earthquakes, and then those other movies that you don't even know what the fuck they are, nobody cares. It was awesome. By the 90s, this whole theme park idea was so huge, they opened up a new one in Florida. This is when Nintendo helped advertise it in the movie The Wizard, and then in 2001, Nintendo started promoting it again with this game, which I think sounds awesome. What a great idea to take all these movies and put them into one, using the theme park as a way to tie them all together, and on a new advanced console. How could you go wrong? Fuck is this shit? You're a kid running around the park. While the graphics are fine and definitely seem to represent the basic idea of what a Universal theme park looks like, the camera angles are a problem. First of all, it never moves. You know how in most other three-dimensional games like Super Mario 64, which came out years before, the camera follows the character around. Here, the camera is in a fixed position and only switches to another angle when you reach a certain point on the screen, so you might have to run far into the distant background or all the way up into the foreground without even knowing what's ahead of you. So finding your way around is a total nightmare. Sometimes when you come to a new screen, you start out in the background. You're just a tiny dot somewhere on the screen, obscured by a crowd of people. Where am I? Oh, there I am. It's like a game of Where's Waldo. Now let's get on some rides. What's this? There's a line? Yes, at theme parks you have to wait in lines, but why'd they include that in the game? Could they have left that out? But this is even worse than real life because Woody Woodpecker won't even let you get in the line, even though there's less than 10 people. Could you imagine going to Universal and the lines are that short? That would be your lucky day. That would be like a 2-minute wait. But no, Woody's gotta send you away. Like, go away, asshole. Fuck you, you Woody Bunny fucking Pecker piece of shit. You know what you have to do to get in the line? You would never believe this. You have to pick up trash and put them in trash cans. Has anyone ever had to pick up trash at Universal to get on the rides? What kind of idiotic idea is this? First of all, finding the trash is a hassle because of the fixed camera positions. The trash might be as small as a tiny speck on the ground. Then finding the trash cans you'd think would be easy, but they're rare to come by. If a real Universal theme park had as few trash cans as in this game, then they actually would have this much garbage lying around. The worst thing of all, whenever you pick up a piece of trash, it's only 10 points. But to get on a single ride, you might need more than 2,000 points. So you're gonna have to pick up a lot of trash. I want to see Jaws, Jurassic Park. You have access to all these major franchises, but instead they just send the gamer around collecting trash? What were they thinking? They should have called the game Universal Theme Park Janitor. Yeah, great idea. Right up there with Super Plumber Mario Toilet Cleaner. This kid isn't even an employee of the park. Why would he have to pick up all this trash? Poor kid. Imagine all the stuff he has to handle. Fries that have been stepped in, wrappers that are covered in ants, paper bags that are filled with vomited cotton candy. Ugh. Maybe he didn't buy a ticket or something. Maybe the park has a special deal with him, like, okay kid, we'll let you on the rides for free, but you gotta help us clean up all this trash. You can also get points from shaking hands with costumed characters like Creature from the Black Lagoon and E.T. Dude, I fucking shook hands with E.T. I mean, come on. So you get all this trash, throw them in the trash can, get enough points, and then guess what? You still can't get on the rides because you have to cash the points in at the store and buy a fucking hat. Remember that time you went to Universal? They wouldn't let you on the rides unless you wear a stupid fucking hat. And each ride has its own special hat. How do all those other people get in the line? I don't see them wearing hats. At last, let's talk about the rides. They're just little mini games that end quicker than an actual Universal ride. Back to the Future, you're just flying around in a DeLorean through prehistoric times trying to stop Biff, who's also in a DeLorean. Jaws, you're on a boat trying to throw things at the shark. Surprisingly, the camera actually moves, but you still have no control over it. It takes forever to aim, and the shark moves way faster than you, so chances of hitting it are slim. You have as much luck trying to time jerking off onto a passing car. Believe it or not, this game actually makes the NES version of Jaws seem excellent. Jurassic Park, this is just a simple rail shooter. Move the crosshairs and shoot the dinosaurs. This may have worked as an arcade game that you drop a few quarters in, not something you'd sit and play at home. Like an arcade game, it's over just as fast, although much more expensive than 75 cents. E.T., yes, the dreaded E.T., made almost 20 years after the so-called worst game of all time on the Atari 2600. But would you believe, I shit you not, this version is far worse. The control is so bad, all you do is fall, and fall. I can't figure out these controls. It makes me look like an idiot, but I swear, I'm really trying. Imagine playing Excitebike blindfolded with the controller upside down coated in rubber cement while seated on a wild bull. And just when you start to get the hang of it, the game ends. Waterworld. Gotta include Waterworld whenever you're talking about great Universal classics. This one isn't even a game at all. It's just a virtual recreation of the Waterworld stunt show attraction at Universal Hollywood, which is a great stunt show, far better than the actual movie. So for those of you who didn't get to see it live, here you can witness the finale when they crash the plane into the water, splashing the front rows to an ecstatic, screaming crowd of nobody. Must be a slow day at Universal. Then there's Backdraft, which is surprisingly the longest of all the games and probably the best, or should I say the least worst. I feel bad for this young kid who has to put out fires without even wearing any protective gear. As always, you have no control over the camera and may not even see a fire until you run smack into it. The fatal flaw that destroys this almost playable game is the confusing controls. Every time you step into another room or the camera angle changes, the joystick becomes reversed, so you have to reorient yourself and figure out the controls again. It's a mess. And if it seems like I breezed through these really quickly, that's because they're over real quickly. There's nothing more to say. That's all, folks. They're mini-games, sub-games, an afterthought to the main game, which is just going around collecting garbage. A metaphor of my life. You'd think they would have made the rides the main part of the game, but instead they focused on the whole mission of trying to get on the rides. Which is very accurate to how the park is in real life. You ever been to Universal? All you do is stand in lines all day, and every once in a while you get on the ride. So this captures that experience perfectly. A virtual simulation of a day at Universal, with long hours of tedium with short bursts of excitement. Except if you're collecting trash the whole time. I should also mention that the main goal of the entire game is to collect stamps. Yeah, apparently there's a big stamp collecting contest going on at Universal, so every time you finish one of the rides, they give you a stamp. So shooting at dinosaurs, flying around a DeLorean, throwing barrels at sharks, all that is just about winning a stamp collecting contest. If I went on a ride at Universal and they gave me a stamp, I'd be like, what the hell is this? I'll tell you, that's one time at Universal when you'd see me throw something in the trash can, or better yet, I used a stamp on an envelope that I'd send a letter to the game developers asking them, how the fuck did you take so many popular franchises and fuck them up so bad? Even LJN, when they fucked up Jaws and Back to the Future, it was one at a time. Not all at once, and that was NES. This is GameCube. I thought by now games this horrible would be extinct. I didn't even know it was possible to make something so rancid. I guess we'll just leave it at, it was a poor excuse of a game, just a shitty exploitation to promote the theme park. But it even fails at that. It's the worst promotion of all time. Have you ever seen the Universal theme park TV commercials? They were never like, visit Universal Studios theme park, experience the thrill, ride the movies, pick up fucking trash. The only theme park on earth where you get to clean up after everybody else. Nothing gets you closer to the movies than wearing funny hats and collecting stamps. Book your trip now. But seriously, the park's dirty. We need someone to clean it. Well, only one more present left. You want to take a peek? Yeah, let's take a peek. can't be. LJN made a video game console. It's bad enough they already monopolized the genre of shitty, dysfunctional video games, but now they make a whole fucking console. The biggest turd LJN ever shat. Let's take a look. Hours of creative fun, oh, I'm sure. Do I really have to play this thing? I'd rather analyze the styrofoam that came with it. It's far more exciting. See that right there? Maybe somebody's cat stepped on it. See all the scuff marks? I wonder what that's all from. It's like an archaeological record. It's like styrofoam keeps a fingerprint of the past. It's interesting. Okay, let's cut the shit. Let's hook this thing up. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Oh, I hate these. These things come from hell. These are the devil's pitchforks that you have to screw on the back of your TV. The box says it's for ages 5 and up. Adult guidance needed for hookup. I think we're going to need more like spiritual guidance. So we plug this fucker in and here we go. Well, you have to admit, sure has a killer soundtrack. Yeah, next time you're having a conversation about best video game soundtracks, Mega Man, Castlevania, no, tell them about LJN video art. I can see it right now like, how does that one go? I don't remember that. Oh, it goes like... The game has no sound. This is a unique specimen, not because it doesn't have sound, but because it outputs white noise. So technically it does have sound, but it's fucking static. This kind of shit is the reason the mute button was invented. Yeah, so turn the sound off, put on some Witchfinder General, and while you're at it, put on a different fucking game. If you turn on the console without a game cartridge in it, you get a blank screen that you can doodle on. The console comes packaged with one cartridge. If you put that in, you get a bunch of pre-done drawings that you can mess with. The joystick moves the cursor about. To draw, or should I say to scribble around like a blind golden lion tamarin on speed, you hold down the button. This presses the pen down, so to say. The joystick is already overly sensitive. One slight move and your cursor flies all over the place. Having to press down on the joystick at the same time as you're trying to move it only adds to the frustration. Why could there be a separate button, like Atari 2600? There are 2 other buttons on the controller, but they're for locking the verticals and horizontals so you can draw a straight line. Maybe we can get some lasers coming out of the parrot's eyes. Yeah, it's my best. The diagonals are the biggest problem. I just want to see if I can draw a circle. Ah! Oh, man. Fuck! That's it. With my best practice, that's the best circle I can possibly draw. I can draw rounder shapes on an Etch-a-Sketch. That's my best spiral. That's my best person. I'm not joking around. The controls are so bad. That's the best I can do. Look at the family on the box. What could they possibly be so overjoyed about? Look, look, Mom. Yay, I drew a fucking line. Ugh. Can you even tell what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to give the panda a bottle of beer. I can't even make a visual joke here. This game gives me nothing to work with. Let's try to color in the nose. I can't even land the cursor inside the nose. And when you're pressing down and rocking the joystick around like this, it squeaks. Oh, that's awful. This is worse than the static, and this you can't turn down. So, guess you gotta get some really strong earmuffs. And just to add insult to injury, on the box, the panda is colored in perfectly. How can you market it as a coloring program when there isn't even a way to color anything in? Ugh, should there be a paint bucket tool? That's the most basic thing. Why is there no paint bucket tool? Even Color a Dinosaur, which I thought was the worst coloring game ever made, even that had a paint bucket tool. This makes Color a Dinosaur look amazing. I've made better drawings as a kid in Microsoft Paint. Seriously, these are my actual drawings as a kid done in Microsoft Paint. Does LJN video art have any good aspects? Well, I guess you can change the color of the pen. You can change the color of the background. You can erase 1 pixel at a time. This is the worst thing ever. Etch-a-Sketch is better than this, and that doesn't even need electricity or forks to screw in your TV. You can give it the benefit of it being 1987 and one of the first of its kind. Later, there were games like Art Alive on the Sega Genesis, which was pretty cool, and Wacky Worlds Creativity Studio, which came with a mouse. But the one I have the most fond memories of is Mario Paint on Super NES. You can draw either freestyle or with a coloring book, with plenty of different pens, brushes, colors, and patterns to work with. But it wasn't just about what you can do, but more about the overall presentation of it. For example, they give you so many creative ways to erase the drawing. It's unnecessary, but it's cool. Even the save feature, which takes an insane amount of time just to save one shitty drawing, is still cool because you get that catchy beat to make the time fly by. The sound effects are so enjoyable. I mean, it's awesome just the way when you click on the different color sets, it goes higher in pitch. You can do simple animation, make music, even play a fly swatter game, and with the Super NES mouse, this was a fun experience. You can even mess around with the title screen. Looking back, it's not a very useful program. You can't do a whole lot with it compared to computer programs today, but what made it great was the presentation. It made doing the most simple tasks a lot of fun. LJN video art is not fun at all. It's a disaster. No human being should ever have the misfortune of playing this. And yes, the styrofoam was more interesting. It doesn't even qualify as a video game console, but it comes with cartridges, so I guess technically it is a video game console. Well, then it's the worst video game console of all time. LJN has really outdone themselves this time. The only thing worse would be to play it on the Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, imagine that. So, this concludes this marathon of crap. 12 shitty relics from the ass of the past. Hope you enjoyed it. Enjoyed in a strange way, I guess. You know, why do we focus on the bad memories? Why are we sentimental over the crappy past? I don't know, but I do know that the things of yesterday that were worthless, you've all found some way to give them worth. You've done this, I've done this, we've all found ways to just make the best of things, I guess. Maybe you're having a good holiday season, or a bad one, or an indifferent one. Whatever the case, I just wanted to bring you some joy. Hopefully you got a laugh, or even just a chuckle, because it's that time of year where everybody make happy, be a comedian. With all sincerity, have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays in general, and I'll see you in 2015. Get ready for those self-lacing shoes, hoverboards, and flying cars!
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is...
Well, Christmas is almost here again, already. The cold weather's kicking in, the snowfall, the ice. It's gonna get below freezing, maybe even sub-zero. Which reminds me. Ah yes, Nintendo 64 end labels. The greatest invention ever. When Nintendo drops the ball, the fans pick it up. Here it is, Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero. This is one Mortal Kombat game that I have never played before. But how could that be? It was one of my favorite video game franchises. Yeah, in the 90s, Mortal Kombat was the fucking tits. Everybody was obsessed with it. When it came to fighting games, Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat were as essential as food and water. I'll never forget my first time seeing the original game in the arcades. I distinctly remember catching a glimpse of it between the shoulders of bigger kids crowding around it. I was impressed by the graphics, the realistic human figures, and shocked by the excessive blood and gore. It was awesome. It was one of the games to inspire the rating system. When it came to home consoles, nobody knew what to do. The Genesis version had a code to unlock the blood, while the Super Nintendo version left it out altogether. But starting with Mortal Kombat 2, it was blood for all. How to do the finishing moves and how to unlock secret characters was a daily school bus and lunchtime conversation. You could be the most geeky, socially awkward kid in school, but as soon as you'd show up passing around Mortal Kombat codes, you were the ultimate hero. There was a mystique to these games. It was all about secrets and rumors, such as a swearing code and a nude code. One time somebody printed out a move list which they got from connecting their computer to their telephone line. It was like science fiction shit, but it turned out to be an early form of something even bigger than life itself, called the internet. As I remember it, the mid-90s was the peak of Mortal Kombat fever, which led up to Mortal Kombat Trilogy in '96. It combined everything you wanted from the first 3 games. With new generation game consoles like PlayStation and N64, the games were getting closer to arcade quality, and that's what we all wanted, to be able to play the arcades in our own home. And then in '97 came Mythologies Sub-Zero. So why haven't I played this one before? Could it be that I was distracted by Mortal Kombat 4, which came out close to the same time? Or was it because I heard that it was very different from all the other games? All these years, I've been trying to get around to playing it, because anything Mortal Kombat related, you gotta play it. It can't be that bad, right? Oh, wait, what the fuck? God! Okay, you have to press B to turn around. In all the other Mortal Kombat games, you automatically face your opponent, but here, every time you jump to the other side, it's one extra button you gotta press. This is like Karate Champ bullshit. I can understand why this might be necessary, because unlike other Mortal Kombat games where you fight your opponents one at a time, here, you're fighting multiple enemies, so if you find yourself in between 2 of them, you might need to turn around. Sometimes, it turns automatically. Yeah, you never know. So after you jump, you'll hit the button, only to find that you turned yourself the wrong way. Alright, well, that ruins the whole game. Game sucks. Case closed. Should I just end the video right now? Or could the game get even worse? Obviously, you play as Sub-Zero. I suppose if the game caught on, they would have made a whole Mythology series starring all the different characters, and I think that is what they were intending. Well, I'm glad they didn't quit their day job. The day job being real Mortal Kombat. There are some RPG elements. When you fight enemies, you earn experience points, gain inventory, and learn special moves, like Sub-Zero's trademark ice projectile. But being so familiar with the other Mortal Kombat games, it comes off as more of a tease that you don't already have it from the start. Ah! Now they're gonna start doing that shit! Alright, wait for it. Ah! Now I'm on a ledge. What do I do here? Jump? Of course not. Oh, you just drop down and bounce off the awning. Yeah, okay. Your mother! Oh God, there's too many guys! What? More of these? Okay, easy does it. Oh, get the fuck out of my way! Ah! Yeah, did you see that? I fucking squashed that bitch! Fuck! Run! Ooh! Okay, strategy. Run and stop. No. Can't run, can't walk, can't fucking do anything! After you make it through, by some miracle, you'll fight Scorpion. It's a one-on-one battle and looks just like traditional Mortal Kombat. It looks like it, but trust me, it doesn't feel like it at all. If only you knew. If only you were the one holding the controller right now, you'd know exactly what I mean. Here, take it. Yeah, I know. You would if you could, but trust me, don't. If I was jumping off a bridge, would you do it too? Nah, this is jumping off a bridge. And I'm not happy. Afterwards, you get a cutscene. This is where I should mention that the game was also on PlayStation. It's very similar, but the most noteworthy difference is that on the N64, the cutscenes are just still images and text, but with the PlayStation version, since it was a CD-based console, it was able to have full motion video and audio.
I am Scorpion. You killed me in cold blood.
Just stick to Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Okay, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Oh! the fuck? Oh jeez, I just outran the screen. Gotta give some credit for the 3D or 2.5D backgrounds. Another basic problem is that to jump, you press up. In any typical Mortal Kombat game or any tournament fighter, that's normal. But in a platforming jumping game, up is fucked up. Sometimes you intend to step back, but your thumb slides across up and you jump by accident. The entire level 2 is all about hopping these platforms. Come on, you son of a bitch! Ah, fuck! Ah, get out of my way, I'm just trying to... Oh, okay. That makes it easier. For many of these jumps, you have to wait to ride the wind current. Or not. Okay, should I jump then? Sometimes the wind comes right away, but other times you have to wait for it. And then there's times when you have to jump blindly, a leap of faith. And then there's times when I don't even know. As if that's not bad enough, then you have to start jumping on these spoons. You don't have much control over your jumps. It's always the same arch from wherever you last stood. Once you're in the air, there's nothing else you can do. Even when you do land on the spoons, you don't really land on them. You sort of magnetize to them. And I love how abruptly the continue screen appears. Watch this. Wow. They didn't waste any time. Unlike Symphony of the Night where it takes like 3 fucking hours, you'll be busy fighting and then all of a sudden this screen comes up and you might accidentally hit no. But it doesn't matter anyway because I've been using passwords to skip ahead, and even then the game is impossible. It's one cheap death trap after another. Oh, come on! That is low. And it's a real fair fight when there's all this shit on the screen. Foreground obstructions. Real classy. Also, it's one of those where the fuck do I go type of games. Yeah, you know, the kind that make you say where the fuck do I go? How about down here? Nope, another dead end. Okay, what do I do now? What? Oh. I hate this! Where do I jump? Where do I jump? I can't kick this guy. I can't jump. The jump kick doesn't. The jump kick never fails like this. Ah! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! I didn't know there was a transformer in the game. It's Blaster. Fuck! No wonder I haven't played this one before! This is anal sauce!
Finish him! Fatality.
You've decorated the tree, you've hung the lights, you've made the lists, hyped up by all those commercials and catalog pages, all those hot new video games you gotta have. But this is the giving season, right? Yeah, giving your parents money to KB's in Kitty City. Or if there is a magical place in the North Pole where Sega and Nintendo products are being manufactured on drifting sheets of ice, then Santa better get his fat ass down the chimney and give me the presents now!
Dude, I got the presents.
Keith, how'd you do it?
I stole them from Santa, thanks to my disguise. I put on this costume from the 2003 smash hit movie Elf.
This is so awesome. Let's open it.
All right. The Sega Activator, the full body controller that lets you jump into the action.
It gives you the ultimate edge for those hot new fighting games. Get totally physically involved, man.
At first you won't see the advantages of the Activator, but then it'll hit you.
8 panels fire fire infrared beams so that every punch, kick, and move is transformed into the action on screen. Get into the game and become the characters.
Oh yeah.
Come on, fight me.
I can't even move. Imagine playing the U-Force while standing up and using your whole body. That's what this is. I can't believe the box actually says better than standard hand controllers. What were they thinking?
Let me try.
Streets of Rage 2.
Yes! That's my autobiography.
How about another one?
All right.
Let's open it. Wow! The Aura Interactor. What the hell is that?
Well, it's the new radical virtual reality force feedback rumbleware using electromagnetic actuator technology.
Well, fuck yeah!
Low frequency sounds are transmitted into the Interactive's power amplifier, converting them into gnarly vibrations.
That means you can now finally feel like you're in the game. I've always wanted to feel the punches,
the kicks,
the crashes,
the slam dunks,
explosions,
and more.
Do a Hadouken with this thing. So Keith, how's the Interactor?
It's wicked, man.
All right, let me try this.
Oh my god. What it is in this one. Oh, totally tubular. It's the TV Golf. Oh, wow. 14.
You idiot. That's for golf. Here.
You turned off Sonic. Christmas event.
Well, it works.
The Victor Max Virtual Reality Stunt Master.
Wow, now we can really feel like we're in the game.
Wow, it's a wire squid. How do we hook this up?
It's easy. You set the mode switch, the adapter connects to the cable assembly, the multi-out jack connects to the video output on the back of your Sega Genesis Model 1, the cable assembly's controller jack connects to the first port on the front of the console, the other controller jack connects to the controller, the power jack connects to the power output, which connects to the AC adapter, which plugs into the wall. That means the video signal, the AC power, and the controller all share the same wire. That is crazy.
You're really chugging some gigabytes.
Ugh, this thing weighs a ton.
That's why you need the Victor Max tracking tube, included with the Stuntmaster for maximum stabilization.
Wow, what is it?
It's a plastic stick. You just clip it like this, connect it like so, and now you have optimum support.
Oh, great. They really figured this out.
Also, the movement of your head controls the action from left to right.
Oh, wow, that's some advanced shit. There's a force in this universe. All you have to do is get in touch with it. Stop thinking. Let things happen. Be the ball.
Whoa! It's a batter-up baseball bat!
Give me that!
I have the ultimate bodily reflection.
Oh, this thing is murder on my eyes! Oh, it's stuck! Get it off!
Let me try that. Ooh, what's this?
I don't know, let's see.
The Menacer.
The Sega Menacer! Can you look more menacing, man?
Yeah. The Sega Menacer. The only game gun for a man. I'll kill your face. Eat that. I'll be right back.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play him, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Well, Santa left me this present here, but I don't want to play it, whatever it might be, because all these shitty brains have rotted my game.
Ho, ho, ho! Don't you mean the shitty games have rotted your brain?
Oh, hey Santa.
Ho, ho, hello, nerd! Your brain has rotted away, but I'm here to save the day. As you will see, I have the help you need.
Oh, help? How?
Open the present, nerd. I believe it will be the solution to all your problems.
If it's a severed head, I'm gonna be very upset.
Come on, nerd. I'm only trying to help.
It's, what the hell is it?
That right there is Lightspan Adventures.
What?
Lightspan Adventures. Long, long ago in the late 90s, Lightspan Adventures was made for the Sony PlayStation. It was distributed to schools as a valuable edutainment tool. It branches together the worlds of knowledge with the world of electronic entertainment. You see, nerd, by playing these educational games, you'll repair your brain.
Oh yeah, Santa, thanks. That makes a lot of sense. Use shitty games to fix my brain that's been fucked up by shitty games, you piece of shit!
You know what? You can just fuck right off, you cocksucker motherfucker!
Oh, okay. Alright, let's see what kind of shit you packed in here. Alright. Oh, okay. Huh. A PlayStation. Oh, okay. And then a school textbook?
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, nerd!
Alright, let's look this over. A 50-pound box of discs, a workbook, a PlayStation with a bunch of fucking wires. Oh, great. Oh, thanks. An RF adapter, too. Oh, what a tease this is. Imagine getting a free PlayStation from your school, but all you get with it is a bunch of edutainment games. It's like getting to go to an awesome water park for free, but all the water slides are piss slides. Oh my gosh, look at this shit. These are only some of the games they made. Lightspan put out more games on the PlayStation than most major game companies. Alright, so I guess I'll just pick something and pop it in. Alright, K9.5 Live in Airedale. It's a game about a bunch of Disney reject dog characters in a lame-ass band. Clicking on the pictures gives you a little info about each character, but trust me, you don't want it. They're annoying as fuck.
My real name is James Harrison Richards III, but all my friends just call me Rip. I play lead guitar. My guitar, I call it Rover. It's pretty good.
Oh my gosh, I'd rather have a big hairy cow thing take a wet runny poopy in my hearing hole. Ugh, I gotta fix my brain. So you're on your way to play a show in what looks like the most unsafe blimp ever. Seriously, look at this shit. You're in giant dog bowls attached by ropes to balloons, and it doesn't look like anyone's even controlling it. So then a tornado comes out of nowhere, and all your instruments get scattered around the area, and you gotta use your word learning to find them. It's basically moving quizzes, like an animated test. In this one, you have to jump on the vines that have nouns or adjectives on them. You see, everyone, a noun is a person, place, or thing, such as shit, ass, or hell. An adjective describes something like shitty, assy, or helly. Match the right one and you go forward. Fuck up and you fall. It doesn't matter though, you just start back where you were. This is pretty simple. I think I'm actually learning something here. Okay, now for the adjectives. Wait, what? So I'm supposed to pick which one is the adjective. Sun, 5, or face. I guess the only one it could be is 5, but... So 5 is the adjective. They could have come up with a better example. I mean, look it up in the dictionary. The number 5 is usually a noun, but when you say there's 5 of something, that makes it an adjective. It's kind of confusing. Way to be an asshole with your trick questions. They could have come up with a better adjective like fluffy. This time I'm going to challenge myself. I want to learn. So let's go with level 2, Canyon. Here you have to use the correct form of the verb to fill in a sentence and get little rock balls. You see, a verb is an action word, like shove, as in, I'd rather shove a dragon fruit into my dick hole than play this game. After completing all the sentences, you get to play the world's slowest game of Arkanoid. This is helly, assy, and shitty. Oh, and good luck getting that last one. It takes forever.
Oh, that's great!
After you win, you find a bass guitar made out of human remains. Did he get it by dueling Satan in a rock-off challenge? Huh. He got that bass from Satan, and I got this game from Santa. Makes you think. So, of course, K9.5 sucks doggy dick.
Let's get swinging!
Alright, let's try Kazmania. I really gotta say, if there's one thing Lightspan was good at, it was creating the ugliest characters possible. Kaz is a slug girl with a weird inflated head. She must have had part of her brain cut out because her skull's lopsided. Okay, and look at all the friends. I mean, look at them. They look like a bunch of infectious diseases under a microscope. I mean, they're all mismatched and completely unappealing. I mean, I despise them. Their visage brings severe displeasure and mental anguish. I have to admit, these games seem to be helping. I've noticed an increase in mental acuity as well as a more educated lexicon. Maybe I'm getting more smarter and lesser dumber. So this one's a shitty first-person shooter, an SFPS. You run around with some of the most unresponsive controls in history. You lob blue balls at shit plunger pogo robots. You shoot these kiosks which makes you answer boring questions. I hate this. I end up just blind guessing. This isn't what learning is supposed to be. This isn't teaching me anything. All I'm doing is half-assing it to get it over with. You add another half-ass, you get a whole ass, which is the opposite of asshole. And from that asshole, you get a whole shit. And speaking of half-ass, that's what this game is. It came out in '97, the same year as Final Fantasy VII, Symphony of the Night, and Abe's Odyssey. This game is boring as fuck. The graphics are ugly as shit. The music is like having your ear holes fucked repeatedly by a flaming demon dildo. You see, I just shared 3 similes with you. That's a literary device using like or as to draw a comparison between 2 things. These Lightspan games feature some of the worst visuals I've ever seen. You don't believe me? Check out any of the games featuring PK, another nightmarish misfit mascot of Lightspan. Out of every character in these games, PK is by far the scariest thing. In every game he's featured in, he's the only 3D character. These supporting characters are lame, but not too bad. Then PK comes in to fuel your nightmares and traumatize you. Why'd they hand draw every other character but make him 3D? He looks like a store brand Toucan Sam that murders children in his spare time. The funniest thing about him is the steady decrease in quality of his animation throughout all the games. In the beginning, it looks like someone tried to spend time working on him, but then they started caring less and less. Here, he's just inserted into a castle and repeats the same few frames of animation. In this game, he's just a still picture with a voiceover and moving eyes. Even the people who created this avian atrocity didn't feel like working on him. Why put him in so many games if the main focus is on these weird side characters anyway? I know I ask this a lot, but what were they thinking? Every game is the same. Answer some questions, watch a shitty cartoon, answer some questions, watch a shitty cartoon, answer some questions, watch a shitty cartoon. I'm putting a stop to this endless shit cycle. While these games may be the electronic manifestation of bovine and canine fecal matter, I am, however, noticing favorable increases in my linguistic skills. I think it's now time to improve my arithmetic. Shit piss, fuck, monkey cheese, shit pickle. Let's learn some motherfucking math! On the move! So the first weird thing about this game is what happens when you click these music notes. The video plays showing you these fake arcade games. There's Alligator Farm, which is like shitty Donkey Kong. Yeah, you ever play that one? Shitty Donkey Kong. Smack 'em and slap 'em? Maybe it's the sequel to Beat 'em and Eat 'em. And then there's prehistoric driving. It looks worse than Desert Bus. You're driving on a white background while the same dinosaur flips out over and over again. Why even have them? They're not even playable games. You know when I say a game is unplayable? Well, these ones you actually can't play. Get ready for Math on the Move. It's the worst in the Lightspan catalog. Choose a category and then either lesson or practice. This game really ups the laziness because it isn't even a fucking game. It's just videos starring the dorkiest geeks of the entire 90s. Hope you enjoy your game. Look at how geeky they are. I mean, look how they're dressed. Not all cool like me. This game looks like the 90s got food poisoning and then hurled into a toilet and then shat in it and then forgot to flush. There's nothing like a bunch of goofy assholes telling you how to add numbers together as they pretend a spazzing dinosaur's there.
Oh, hi.
And why do they feature a dinosaur anyway? It makes no sense. Imagine coming home from school and having to actually play this shit for homework. Wow, could you imagine the conversation on the bus ride to school Monday morning? Some kid's talking about some awesome dinosaur game, Dino Crisis, that he rented from Blockbuster. And then the other kid's like, oh yeah, I played a dinosaur game too. Oh yeah, like what? Like Jurassic Park? No. Primal Rage? No. Oh yeah, you must mean Turok. No, not that. Well, what game was it? Math on the Move? And then everyone laughs at you, including the bus driver. Practice mode is just as pointless. You sit and watch math problems, and they give you the answer.
57.
What's this teaching me? That my patience is running thin? This is something that could have been a VHS tape, not a PlayStation game. Oh my god, it's so bad. The PlayStation's soiled, it's unclean, it's broken. I don't even want it in my house anymore. Yeah, I know, the amount of PlayStation consoles may seem superfluous, but you'd be astonished at how many times I've had to cleanse my dwelling of begrimed and impure consoles tainted by shitty games. Buckle up, fuckaroos! I know I said Math on the Move was the worst, but this is the best of the worst. Calamity something. Calamity the Natural World. It starts off as any shitfest would, with those muddy full-motion cinematics, indicative of electronic anal fudge. Calamity Jane gets a weird time machine from none other than Jules Verne, because why the hell not? Jules Verne really phoned it in on this one. He's supposed to be French, but sometimes he sounds German, I guess? I don't know. It's just all these conflicting accents going on.
Now keep trying until you win. Don't give up. Vive le jeu!
Parallel to these events, two kids in the future are getting ready for a baseball game at Calamity Jane Middle School when, you guessed it, they're transported into the past and have to help the real Calamity Jane. So basically, it's a shitty version of Bill and Ted. Yeah. And Calamity Jane, according to common history knowledge, she was an illiterate alcoholic prostitute. Really great role model you dug up there, Lightspan.
Are you ready for another kind of ride?
So the kids need to help Calamity get the time machine up and running again. You know, they need to get back to the future so they can get back to their baseball game.
It's really her. Calamity Jane.
Cool. We've been transported to the past.
Cool. Are you crazy? We've got the playoffs in an hour.
Their baseball game is in an hour. But from what I understand, they're in the 1800s right now. So I think they have plenty of fucking time. Oh, fuck it. I'm not going to argue the logistics of this heap of pachyderm piss and shit. So to get the time machine running again, you gotta fix it, right? No, of course not. You have to read articles and answer questions. Imagine if that worked in real life. Like, oh, my car broke down. Here. That fixed the engine. Here. That fixed the tire. Here. That filled the gas. Beep, beep. Let's go. So anyway, the gameplay is as boring as the rest. Read shit, answer shit. It's as simple as that. Oh, and Jules Verne is just as bored as us.
Go back or quit.
And for the love of fuck and all that is assy and shitty, look at that wall of text. Oh, this is teaching me a lot. This is teaching me how to scroll down. I mean, who's gonna read any of this? I'd rather have Captain Nemo pilot the Nautilus directly into my jejunum. That's the portion of the small intestine between the ileum and the duodenum. In layman's terms, pretty far up my fucking asshole! Confound this repugnant discharge to the inferno of the future state of the wicked, for I am the exasperated electronic amusement connoisseur. And to everyone, everywhere, enjoy your winter solstice holidays. There, you want a Christmas episode? There. Now it's a Christmas episode. So I think I've run out of shitty winter holiday games. So, you know what? I'm gonna give a present to myself and just not play any shitty games.
Ding dong.
Hang on a minute. What's this?
A lovely cheese pizza, just for you.
You got the wrong house. I didn't order any pizza, but I'll take it anyway. Oh, not funny.
Think of it as a gift. You owe it to yourself to play those games. I hear they're awesome.
No, they're not. Besides, I already reviewed both NES games. That first one where you're laying traps around the house that are enclosed in square tiles for no reason, where you're walking up the stairs like you took a dump. And that second one where you're running through the hotel, sliding on your knees, fighting mops, vacuum cleaners, and suitcases, and a chef that takes off his clothes. I'm already done with that, so get this shit out of here. And you better believe I'm leaving a bad Yelp review.
That's just the NES versions. Maybe the rest of them are better. I mean, look at how many of them there are. I mean, they can't all be bad. Can they?
I admit I haven't played the rest. Have you?
No, but they all have Macaulay Culkin in them. I mean, how could you go wrong?
Well, maybe if they're not as bad as the NES games.
Come on, everyone in the world shits in these games, and maybe you could change the world's mind. I mean, come on.
Okay, fine, but you're not going anywhere. You're gonna sit right here and suffer with me.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take care of some unfinished business here, playing the rest of the Home Alone games with special guest, the Pizza Boy.
Yep, that's me. I'm the Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy, that's me.
Home Alone was a phenomenon in the 90s. Kevin McAllister was a badass tactician, and every kid back then wanted to be just like him, fighting off the wet bandits and saving his house from getting looted.
Yep, me too. I wanted to be just like him. He was really handsome.
So of course, with the movie being such a big deal, there was bound to be tons of video game tie-ins, and I mean like tons, on every console imaginable. There is Home Alone games on NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Sega Genesis, Game Gear, and even the PC and Amiga computers.
Don't forget the European exclusive on the PS2.
No! The biggest anomaly of the group is definitely the PS2 version. It was only released in Europe in 2006. Yeah, a while after the movie.
Yeah, but that movie is just timeless.
It is. But this game, by all known laws of physics in the universe, has no right to exist. The mere idea would baffle the greatest scientific minds of our time. Besides, the style is completely different. It doesn't look anything like the movies, looks nothing like Macaulay Culkin. I don't even know why we're even talking about it, so let's just pretend it doesn't exist.
Agreed.
Home Alone 2 on Game Boy is just Home Alone 2 on NES, and Home Alone 1 on the NES is just ass. I've talked about it before, but the most ridiculous thing about the game is that to win, you have to run around the house for 20 minutes. Seriously, who the fuck would sit and play this shit for 20 minutes? You'd have to have some serious problems.
What are you trying to say, man?
Well, who am I to judge? I'm sitting here playing games with a fucking Pizza Boy.
Wow, not cool.
You know, I wonder what Macaulay Culkin's doing right now, if he's ever played these games. I wonder if he'd approve.
Nah, I don't think he would.
No, you say that like have you met him before?
Yeah, you could say so.
Oh my gosh. You were in the Home Alone movies, right?
Yep.
You were in them?
Yep.
You were the Pizza Boy in Home Alone.
Yeah, I'm still a Pizza Boy. I'm just
wow, that's
very method.
That's amazing.
Still pizza.
Anyway, let's move on with the games. Let's do the Super Nintendo version now.
Yeah, let's do that. You know what, nerd? I can feel it. This one's gonna be good. I feel it in my Pizza Boy bones.
The object is to run around the house collecting valuable items to hide from the criminals. You can only hold a certain amount. When your hands are full, you have to drop them down a laundry chute which leads into a giant vault in the basement, or Goro's lair, or wherever the hell this is.
Look, I know the movie was a long time ago and stuff, but I don't remember Kevin gathering together candlesticks, money bags, and giant emerald rings and then throwing them down a laundry chute. I mean, but what do I know?
The items are found in the most random places. Like in a toilet? Look, I found an entire goddamn pizza in a toilet!
Kevin would never grab anything out of a toilet.
Wow. Yeah, not even a pizza. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I would have, back in my heady days.
You would have grabbed something out of a toilet?
Yeah.
Pizza?
You've never had toilet pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pizza shit.
Yeah. I knew I liked you.
What is wrong with the McAllisters? They have pizza hidden all over the house. They have things hidden in bookshelves, picture frames, boxes, the bathtub. Have you ever found anything in a bathtub before?
I found myself once.
Also, who are these criminals? That looks nothing like Joe Pesci. Do you think that looks like Joe Pesci?
Nah, not really. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, though.
I mean, yeah, they have Marvin Harry in there, but who are all these generic cartoon mobsters? There's guys who pelt you with balls, and Odd Job from James Bond.
You know it's totally unfair when you pick Odd Job anyway.
I mean, they could at least have the gangster from Angels with Filthy Souls on there.
Yeah, keep the change.
I'd love to see more of that movie. I want to see the rest.
Yeah.
Your main weapon is a water gun that does diddly dick. Seriously, it feels like every weapon is completely ineffective. And every time you die, you get Kevin screaming in your face. And get used to it because you're gonna see it a lot. I swear to God, next time I see Macaulay Culkin's face, I'm gonna ram my fucking fist right through it. I should also mention that the Game Boy version is pretty much the same thing, just with shittier graphics. It's kind of like switching from getting kicked in the balls with steel-toed boots to soccer cleats. Both fucking suck, but one sucks worse. So in level 2, the items that you're collecting and hiding are toys. Yeah, that's right, Marv wants to steal his toys. A throwaway line from the movie became an entire level. At the end of each stage, you have to go down the basement and fight a bunch of bats and rats.
That didn't happen in the movie. I would know. I was there.
Then you always fight a boss, including a giant spider and a ghost.
When has Kevin had to deal with all this kind of shit?
Oh, the best is when you're collecting all the family pets that, according to your dad, are rare.
Do they really think I grew up in a house where giant frogs roamed free in the hall? Yeah, we just had those suckers hopping all around all the time. Mr. Frog House. I've never had to collect 35 pets, drop them down a laundry chute, and into a bank vault. Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of asshole does this game think I am? I can't believe they get away with this. I mean, you go to a store and you see your face on a cartridge. You go like, I'm going to play with myself all day long. Every kid deserves a video game based on themselves, am I right? But no, they shat on me. They shat on my legacy. What am I gonna do?
Wait a minute. You're not a real pizza boy. You're Culkin. I'm playing Home Alone games with Macaulay Culkin. Ah!
Really? Never seen that before. It's new. Can we just get back to the fucking games?
Right. Next up, Home Alone 2 on Super Nintendo.
All right, I'm sure they've learned from their mistakes.
Yeah.
They're gonna get it all together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna be our time.
Yeah.
Our time down here. Mm-hmm. Down here, it's our time.
Yeah, this one should be better. In fact, why don't you play this one? Because after all, they're your games.
So this is the sequel where I'm home alone in New York. Huh?
This looks very familiar. It's like they just copied Home Alone 2 on NES, because that one was so good.
Killer vacuum cleaners, floating mops, violent suitcases, and angry old ladies with umbrellas.
It's all back. Just like the NES version.
Why is the entire hotel trying to kill me? I mean, they have a bunch of fucking bombs behind the check-in desks. I mean, do they hate their child customers so much that they have to lob lobby bombs at them? And yes, that was pretty hard to say.
So in the movie, they're going after him because he stole a credit card. But in the game, they don't explain it's stolen. They're just going after a kid because he simply used a credit card. Gee.
Credit card? You got it.
And did you ever remember using a boxing glove gun in the movie?
That's your concern?
Was this part so important they had to repeat it in this game? Like, what's with the stripping chef?
Why is the man upside down with his pants around his ankles?
Weird, man.
Why?
It's weird, man.
Hold me.
So, level 2, you're in Central Park, where every criminal on the planet is after you.
Bats? Now there's bats! Bats again!
You know there's too many bats when all the Home Alone games have bats!
This game didn't jump the shark, it jumped the bats!
Was there one bat in the movie? I mean, honestly, was there just one? Anywhere?
Are you familiar with my work?
I thought I was. Now I'm not so sure.
Me too. Hold me again. Okay, with all seriousness, explain to me. Knee sliding into a rat. Who does that?
That's one hell of a way to take out a rat. Have you ever called up Terminex or something and they come over and they start knee sliding through all the fucking rats?
And why are the rats bloody? Do they have the plague?
Oh, and there's the pigeon lady. Just the friendly old pigeon lady trying to kill you. She was your friend in the movie. I mean, yeah, okay, Kevin was scared of her at first, but in the game, they just make her full villain.
Looks like I'm getting rid of my turtle dove.
Because I guess they were running out of ideas for stage bosses.
I don't think they had any ideas to begin with. I mean, did you see the stripping chef? Because that's seared into my mind.
The next stage, you're running around this confusing warehouse setting traps for Marv and Harry, which at least follows the movie.
Aha, but then you go back outside again to fight more bats. Then floating trash can lids. I mean, what does this take place in the Ghostbusters universe or something?
But we've now arrived at the cream of the crop. You climb a giant tree with a freaky, evil face.
You know, once I had to fight a demonic tree. It was terrible. I don't know how the game developers found that out.
Demonic evil tree, they exist. And this happened to you. Do you remember, what, how did it happen? What?
It was a long time ago.
I know, it's...
Don't touch me! Back to the tree.
So you take out Marv and Harry on top of the tree, the pigeon lady comes to help, you're reunited with your mom, the bandits are locked up, and that's Home Alone 2 in a nutshell. Just like the movie.
Both Super Nintendo games suck. I mean, I thought at least one of them would be good. They besmirched my good name. I don't think I'll ever live this down. The holding is back on.
Okay. Don't worry, Mac. We'll find one that's good. I promise. Because next up, Home Alone on Sega Genesis.
Oh, God.
The game has you going around the neighborhood as Kevin on a rocket sled or something. You go to different houses and lay traps for the wet bandits. Yeah, torch them!
The traps thing, that's from the movie.
Also, you can find items to create weapons, kind of like a crafting system. Pretty ambitious for a Sega game. There's 5 different houses to protect. There's this old house with breaking floors.
Holy shit! Kevin just fell through 2 floors of that house, and he's totally fine. Alright, he's pretty badass.
Some of the houses have their own hazards. In the mansion, there's a crazy spider that attacks anyone who gets near it.
Hey, it's Buzz's tarantula.
Just like the movie! So there's this house with this asshole cat that claws the fuck out of Kevin, a futuristic house with robots, and a haunted house with a ghost. They'll attack Kevin if he gets near, but they'll also fuck up the wet bandits too. So pretty much all you have to do is fuck up the wet bandits enough before they loot the whole house. You do this by filling up the pain meter by getting them to step on traps or shooting them. Save all the houses and the police will come and take them away. And that's the Genesis version. My conclusion with this one is that it's a little cartoony, takes some liberties here and there, but overall, it's not too bad. So you see, Mac, there's hope.
You really think so?
I think so, because there's a second one on Genesis. And this one, I bet they learned from their mistakes. I bet this one's going to be even better. So this is it. We're just one little step away. Get ready.
Crank up that puppy.
Get ready for a good Home Alone game.
Yeah!
Well, this is off to a frustrating start. Why is everyone in the entire airport trying to kill you? What did Kevin do to instigate all this?
I mean, maybe because they had me pelting innocent businessmen with baseballs? Here comes Kevin McAllister. He gives him a big old concussion with a fucking baseball. Right to the dome. Look at that. Bam! I'm shooting a poor balloon salesman and stealing his balloons to get past the TSA. They're making me a fucking asshole.
At least you get to see Kevin take out airport security with a water fountain, and then they all just fall through the floor, while Kevin just looks at you like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
In level 2, you're navigating through the cargo docks or whatever, where they move the baggages. I never would have imagined airports have a maze of conveyor belts, moving platforms, pipes, and pistons. If you step on certain spots, you get teleported to another area. Everywhere I try to go, I get sent back, and I have to do half the level all over again. Fuck!
Fuck!
Oh, you give this a try.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. What are they doing to me? Fuck. This is the worst one of all.
Wow, people ask me why I'm so angry. It's because these games ruined my childhood.
Your childhood? I mean, it's bad enough that you have one bad game based on you, but what about 10? Is this how you live? I mean, it's every boy's dream to be in a video game, and then it turns into a fucking nightmare. A child nightmare.
All right, just let it all out. Let it out. Go for the nerd rant.
This game is like poop from a buffalo butt.
Diarrhea. It's gotta be diarrhea. Just go for it.
Okay, I got it. I'd rather do a human centipede with the wet bandits. Marv in my mouth, hairy in my ass. I'll turn them into the sticky bandits.
Oh, dude. Oh.
Now think about it. Think about it. Close your eyes.
No, I don't.
No.
And that's from the web series that brought you Shredders My Ass and Splinters My Balls.
Nice.
Well, Mac, sorry your games suck, but I know something we can do to make us feel better.
So, you want to play Good Son on Jaguar CD?
Fuck yeah!
Let's do this.
All right, that sounds good. Okay.
Yeah.
Your cruel and miserable games. You exist for one purpose, to reap everything I've sown. You robbed me not only of my childhood, but my adulthood too. I've been cursed to play your bullshit till the end of time, but thankfully, the end of time is about to come. The year 2020 is upon us. Doomsday. Yeah, they were 20 years off with Y2K, but this is it, for real. And with only 1 week left, the ceremony must begin. You must wear these masks until the midnight of New Year's. They've been carefully selected as caricatures of your true, shitty natures. Your mask represents the solicitor, the one who uses familiar source material to cash in and disrespects the love for the franchise. You don't respond to love. You only respond to what your petty hunger dictates, to things that have value. You're the kind that appraises franchises without seeing their beauty. You're nothing but greed. Your mask is the overzealous coward, the one who has nothing to give but somehow gives too much of it. You're an overflowing garbage can of filth, bloated and packed to the gills with nonsense, bullshit to the highest capacity to hide your incompetent, broken gameplay. And of course, you wear the mask of the heartless Punisher, tricking me with useless weaponry and sucker punch pitfalls at every step. You see humanity as small animals caught in a trap to be tortured. Your pleasure is the giving of pain. From this you feel the same sense of joy one might get from a kiss or an embrace. Shame on you. Shame on all you shitty games. All your cryptic mazes, bad controls, unfair jumps, vomit-inducing graphics, lack of continues, long passwords. I hope you're proud of yourselves. May God, the devil, and whatever else have pity on you. But as for me, I wear the mask of the thing that stalks me at this very moment. You shitty, shitty games. You stole my life away. It's all yours. You inherit everything left of my soul. Now you can dig deep in the treasury. But before the world ends, I must play one last game.
Submitted for your approval, Mr. Nerd, a frustrated gamer with no life outside this room, except for a virtual world which he's created. A world that will come to an end when his anger causes its total destruction on New Year's Eve. But until then, he has 1 week to take care of some unfinished business. He must complete one of the most beloved Zelda games, Majora's Mask. Other YouTubers cherish it, but this is not your usual reviewer. This is the Angry Video Game Nerd.
When it comes to fantasy adventure games, I can't think of any franchise that has made as big an impact on me as Zelda. Each installment was a milestone that represented the full capabilities of the console it was released on and the generation of its time. The overhead 2D format will always be the traditional classic Zelda for me, but the franchise was never afraid to experiment. Zelda 2 was a side-scroller, and Ocarina of Time was three-dimensional, even though the 3D format somehow became the standard after that. But anyway, Ocarina was such a big hit, the next thing I knew, a VHS tape came in the mail promoting Majora's Mask. I thought to myself, what? Another Zelda game? Already? Judging by the look of it, it seemed they reused the same 3D engine as Ocarina, which was confirmed, but it also seemed Nintendo was being careful not to copy Ocarina too much, so they reinvented the franchise as we know it. No Ganon, no Triforce, no Hyrule, and no Zelda except for a brief flashback. At that time, I had just burnt myself out finishing Ocarina and moved on to other things, so I sadly missed out on Majora's Mask. But in the 20 years since, I never stopped thinking about that creepy moon. As time went on, I've heard so much enthusiasm for this game. It has a whole community behind it, and some people even say it's the greatest Zelda game ever made. So it's been a bucket list item for me, which I'm finally about to check off the list. First, I have to get out of the way, the Nintendo 64's graphics look like shit, and age like shit too. Those blocky and murky textures, ugh. But hey, what can you do? It's Nintendo 64. You can't blame them, but the pioneering days of 3D graphics don't hold up as well as the 2D games. I mean, look at Link to the Past. In my opinion, that still shines as perfect as ever. Back to Majora. The setting is a doomed world called Termina, which was created from the powers of a dark magical mask, Majora's of course. After the mask was stolen by Skull Kid, it somehow formed Termina, vaguely modeling it after memories of Hyrule and its inhabitants, which is why many characters look the same. But this world is only temporary, as the big scary moon is slowly coming down to crash and kill everyone and everything. I have to say, that moon is fucking awesome.
It's cool just knowing it's always up there, staring down at you. There's only 3 days left to live. The people are all aware of the coming apocalypse, but there's nothing they can do about it, nor are they even trying to do anything. They just sit around and say, yep, we're all gonna die. Man, that's depressing. This is a depressing game. I like it. So Link has to save the world. The goal is more or less the same as any Zelda game. You have to complete a series of dungeons and do a bunch of random shit in between. A big part of this game is the learning of ocarina melodies and collection of masks, which all give you different unique capabilities. Most are optional, but the main required masks transform Link into different species like Deku, Goron, and Zora. When transformed, you can use those species' powers and skills, which is vital in progressing in certain parts of the game. When Link puts the masks on, apparently it's painful. Oh, jeez, he's screaming in agony! Man, I feel bad for making him do that. In short, it's your typical Zelda with some new game mechanics here and there. However, there is one major thing that sets it apart from the others. As I said before, they had to do something to make it stand out from Ocarina. Well, they figured, why not give it a time limit? Zelda with a time limit? How does that work? Well, as mentioned, the moon is going to destroy everything in 3 days, which roughly translates to 1 hour of playtime, unless you play the song of inverted time, which slows it down and gives you almost 3 hours. If you let the clock run out, what happens? Well, of course I had to find out. Wow. Well, after 20 years, that still looks cool. So, what exactly happens? Well, simply put, game over. Now, of course, you can't complete an entire Zelda game in less than 3 hours. That's where the Song of Time comes in. When you play it, it acts as Link's time machine, sending him back to the dawn of day one. You keep your melodies and masks and any major items you've collected, but the rest of the world resets. The characters you've met all have forgotten, and everything starts up again, as if nothing happened. So Link is basically experiencing the same thing as Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, cursed to relive the same events over and over. No wonder why he acts like there's no consequences. Breaking into people's homes, strutting around like he owns the place, walking away from explosions, getting drunk at the bar, dancing in front of strangers, and igniting a bomb at somebody's front door to get them to come out, like some kind of mischief night prank. What an ass. So basically, any time before the third day ends, you have to play that song and go back in time. Otherwise, the moon will crash and you lose your progress. You just don't let it happen. Playing the song doesn't just send you back, it also saves the game. And it's the only way you can truly save. There is a quick save, which you can do by hitting owl statues, but that's only a temporary save that you can only load once. Yeah. So if you want to save and feel good about it, you got to go back in time. Now, I always thought saving was the preservation of progress up until the present time. But here, to save, you got to go back to the beginning. What kind of sense does that make? When you go back, you keep your main items, as mentioned, but all your rupees are gone. Your arrows, gone. Bombs, gone. Sticks, nuts, bottled items, any inventory, it all goes away. Plus any side quests you were working on or people you've interacted with, any items you've unlocked or special events that took place, all that is lost. So saving is something you don't want to do until the 3 days are almost up and you have no other choice. You have to put a lot of thought into what exactly you plan to accomplish before your next save. You wouldn't want to start something on the second or third day and then realize you're out of time and have to do it over again. It's like you have to plan your gameplay sessions within these 3-hour intervals. Many times I had to leave the system on overnight and pray for no power outages. I gotta be honest, I like playing games where you can save anytime you want, like Zelda. Oh man, I can't reference Zelda because I'm playing fucking Zelda! Then there's occasions where you need time to speed up. Certain events only happen during the day or night or at a specific hour or whatever. You can skip forward with the Song of Double Time or a dancing scarecrow. Yeah, a dancing scarecrow. But these methods skip you ahead 6 to 12 hours. You can't just go to whatever hour you want, so you're still gonna wait around a lot. And waiting is something that's never fun, in real life or in games. Look at Link scratching himself. He can't take it anymore. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? What if you're in a dungeon? You know, the main areas in Zelda games where most of the action and puzzle solving takes place. The parts that usually take the most time and the most work. What if you're up to your ass in one of those and the clock runs out? Would the Song of Time preserve your dungeon progress? I don't want to find out. With the Song of Inverted Time slowing it down to 3 hours, that's probably enough. But don't even threaten me with that shit. Just the fact there's a time limit hovering over me makes me nervous as hell and takes all the fun away. It would be like duct taping a bag of diarrhea to the ceiling while you try to get work done. It probably won't fall as long as you make sure the duct tape is secure, but then you stop and think, it actually has no reason to be there. I mean, give me a reason. A time limit in a Zelda game? What were they fucking thinking? The clock is a story in itself. At first it appears to be like the upper half of a regular analog clock, especially since 12 is at the top center. But why is 6 on the right and left? Why is there both a sun and a moon going around in a circle? My intuitive nature to think it's anything like a regular clock only confused the hell out of myself. From what I was able to make sense of, it runs from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then changes to 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and so on for each day. The yellow sun is always a minute hand, the red sun is the hour hand, but the red sun changes to a moon at night. Why doesn't the minute hand also change to a moon? Why not just have a regular clock or a simple digital counter? I mentioned every time you go back and save, you'll lose your rupees, unless first you deposit them in the bank. Now, let me tell you about the bank, because this is a whole shit show. First of all, what's up with the bank teller? What's she doing? Yeah, that's great. Have you ever gone to the bank and the teller is thrashing their arms up and down? If that has ever happened, I'd like to know. It's amusing the first time you see it, maybe the 10th, but by the 100th time, you have to go through the same dialogue every time. An actual ATM is quicker. And then you have to enter the amount you want to deposit. Of course you want to deposit all, but there's no option for all. You have to enter the exact amount you have. And if it's a lot, she gives you interest, immediately handing over 5 rupees. Now I have to go through that all over again just to deposit 5 rupees? Can't you just add it to my balance? Then, after you save, you have to withdraw your rupees, which means going back to the bank and going through all the dialogue again. And after you withdraw, you pay a service charge of 4 rupees. Then what was the point of the 5 rupees you gave me earlier? And there's no withdraw all option either. Again, you have to enter the exact amount. One time I only took out a partial amount, then decided I wanted more, and the dialogue started up again. Excuse me, but let me take a look at you. Ah, yes, Link. You have to recognize me again? I was just here. I didn't even go anywhere. I've been standing right in front of your fucking face! You know how fast this could work? Like this. Deposit, withdraw, all, or enter amount. What's so hard about that? Or even better, just keep your rupees, like every other Zelda game. You might be thinking, this is just a minor thing, just a small part in the game. But no, this is a huge, major part, because every single time you save, you have to repeat the whole deposit withdrawal routine. And it doesn't end there. You also have to restock your arrows, bombs, bottled items, everything. So good luck farming for all that shit every single time. It's the only game I know where saving could take 20 minutes. Well, gee, the time limit, the saving that sends you back, the weird clock, the banking system, that's probably all the bad things, right? I'm gonna move ahead now and just assume the rest of the game is totally perfect. But I've been wrong before. Let's look on the bright side, which in this case is the dark side, the visual design. It's bizarre, twisted, and downright unsettling. I love it. Dude, it's like a combination of Never-Ending Story and Nightmare Before Christmas. This game's got some weird shit. There's the happy mask salesman who speaks in jarring jump cuts and then without any warning strangles Link. For a bit too long. Then there's a certain song that summons a creepy Link statue. Oh, now that's some freaky deaky shit. Then there's beings known as them or they that come out at night. There's the professor with the goat-like head. Yeah, this guy's one of my favorites. There's Guru who plays the organ grinder. Faster and faster and faster. He keeps getting more and more tense.
His anxious mood rubs off on you. Then there's mummies that stare into your soul. Oh, dude. Get it off! Get it off! But perhaps the creepiest part is when you go into this house and out of the cabinet comes this thing. Then this little girl stands in front of him who turns out to be his daughter. She knows her dad turned into some monster, but she still loves him. And that's some sad shit. You play the song of healing, he reverts back to his regular self, and they hug it out. Oh man. I gotta lighten the mood. The game has its share of funny moments, like the arguing skulls, the skeleton hand that comes out of the toilet asking for toilet paper, I guess, the shopkeeper who keeps itching himself. I don't know what the point of most of this is, and it's not all that funny. You just gotta make it funny. Like these loving seahorses that give you a heart. I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it does. When you swim, I can't help but think that sounds like a cat puking. Or, more specifically, the pre-puke hacking phase when the vomit's being pumped through. Okay, you get it. The puzzle solving is on par for what you'd expect with a Zelda game. It's all about the brain teasers. You have to melt ice on the ceiling to cause a waterfall, to tilt a seesaw, to raise yourself to the next one. There's rooms you have to flip upside down and back again to drop blocks into certain areas to activate certain buttons and shit. It's madness, but that's Zelda. There's also some really cool boss battles, like this guy here. Definitely feeling the Tim Burton vibe. So there, I said some good things about the game, but that's all anybody ever talks about is the good things. The bad things, well, that's my job. For me, the majority of it has been consistently frustrating. It has its share of bad camera angles, difficult jumps, and occasional glitches. Many of the boss battles are repetitive and grueling, like this one where you have to kill all the eyeballs. Do you think there's enough eyeballs? Dialogue can be a chore. Sometimes if there's more than one character close together, it's hard to speak to the right one. Like here, it's the kid I want to talk to, but this asshole keeps getting in my way. When buying large quantities of items, you have to buy them one at a time. If you screw up a quest, it can be insanely punishing, making you have to go back to the first day to start again. Like I said, many of these quests operate on a 3-day schedule where you have to be in all the right places at the right time. I went to a farm, had to do a target practice session, wait for a specific night, defend a barn from a bunch of alien ghosts, then defend a shipment of milk from bandits. But I lost, and just because of that, I had to redo all the above, the whole 3-day cycle, all over again. It's easy to get disoriented. For one example, I just met the skeleton dude, and now I'm supposed to chase him. A cutscene plays, and afterwards, oh shit, I'm facing in the wrong direction. I reorient myself and go after him, but now, just because I delayed for one short moment, I'm never able to catch up with him. It's over. Rather than giving you a quick second chance, you have to leave the area and come back. Why? There's a wall with a maze of ladders that are invisible. You have to use the lens of truth just to see them, and then still you have to pick the right path. Every second they're visible, you're depleting your magic meter. I had just barely enough to find my way to the top. Look at this. Now that's an image. All I'm trying to do is get a treasure, and there's a black cloud over my head. Literally. Speaking of overhead... There's a couple times when you have to win a race. The first time you're in your Goron body rolling with other Gorons. At first it seems like a cool mini-game, but the problem is you have to come in first place. Not second, not third, first. They leave you no room for error. If you bump into anything just once, you won't make it. You have to practice it over and over until you memorize every inch of that entire course. The other race is on horseback, but it's the same thing. You need a perfect run. And worse, this time every try costs you 10 rupees. Considering this is a mini-game and that racing is not the main skill in Majora's Mask or any Zelda game, you'd think they could be a little more forgiving. Even in Mario Kart, you don't have to be in first place to move on. The controls suck due to the clunkiness of the Nintendo 64 joystick.
I give it some slack here because they hadn't yet perfected the feel of 3D games. But just try Breath of the Wild and then go back to this and you'll realize how far we've come. Not just controlling Link, but when you're on the menu screen, it's a little awkward moving around. Plus the warp screen, you'd think you can just push up to go up, but nothing works the way it should. For these screens, it would have been nice to have the option of using the D-pad. Aiming your weapons is never easy. I'm trying to hookshot onto the turtle's back. I've aimed for the shell, I've aimed for the tree, I've tried it from every angle I could think of, but it only works whenever it feels like it. There's many areas where you have to shoot ice arrows into the water to create glaciers to hop on, but sometimes it just doesn't work. There's no clear reason. Come on! Come on! What the fuck? I've heard in the 3DS version, the water sparkles to show you exactly where to shoot. I imagine the controls are a lot smoother on the 3DS too, and I think that's a great idea to re-release a game and fix up the flaws. But that doesn't erase the past, which is where I take you. So yeah, I would have probably had a better time with the 3DS version, but for historical sake, I gotta do the original. Anyway, now try shooting arrows through a flame to light a torch a mile away while standing on a spinning fucking platform. Here I'm trying to climb on the red pipe. Anytime you have to walk on a narrow path, it turns into a balancing act. All I'm trying to do is keep the joystick straight. Why is this so hard? Whoa, 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 whoa! Fuck. Fuck. Keep it steady, keep it steady. Oh my god, I'm stuck, I'm stuck! Whoa, 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 whoa. Made it. This part, you gotta do the Goron roll on the bridge, hit the ramp, and jump across. But each time, I veer slightly to the side and fall down. And then you have to go all the way back and climb a ladder just to get to the starting point again. Alright, here we go. Oh, oh, oh! Fuck! It's like bowling a gutter ball. You're so mad you want to try again immediately, but you gotta wait your turn. Go. Go. Go! Yeah! Fuck! I bounced back! How about jumping on invisible platforms that are slippery with ice and getting knocked back by spiders? Yeah, that's real fun. There's a part where you have to enter a cave, but it's blocked by a giant boulder. The goal is to blow it up using an explosive barrel that you get from a big Goron. As soon as he gives you the barrel, time starts ticking down. You have to hurry and carry it over the cave before it explodes. Right off the bat, they put all these ramps in front of you. You can't carry it while walking up the ramps, so you have to repeatedly throw the barrel and pick it up again. And again. And again. Then you have to find the cave as fast as humanly possible. Like everything, they give you just enough time for a perfect run. If you get a little bit lost along the way, or you don't take the most direct path, or bump into something, or drop the barrel for one moment, you're done. Just give up. Just want to get over the bridge. Get out of my way! Ah, you fucking wolf! Pick it up, pick it up! Get the barrel! Get the barrel! Fuck! Here we go. Here we go. I can see the cave. I can see the cave. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Ah! Oh, pick it up. Pick it up. Fuck! Finally, I'm gonna do it. I just did a perfect run. Plenty of time left. But it's about to change from night to day. That's kind of distracting, but no worries, right? Alright, put the barrel right in front of the boulder. We're set. It's there. It's there. Now all I gotta do is sit back and wait for the explosion. Alright. Dawn a second day. Alright. Where's the barrel? Where is the fucking barrel? You're gonna take the barrel? Just because the day changed? That's worse than Simon's Quest. Imagine if in Simon's Quest, every time it changes, it restarts whatever task you're working on. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! You know what? Fuck this game. Yeah, I said it. Did I want to rip apart Majora's Mask? No. But the game drew first blood, not me. The Great Bay Temple is the stuff of which nightmares are born, the stuff of legendary video game trauma. All I gotta say is, the Whirlpool Room. Oh, fuck me, the Whirlpool Room. It's a huge underwater room which is like the main hub of the entire dungeon, full of tunnels that lead every which way. Not even the map can make sense because you're never sure which level you're on. This is before 3D maps were common, like in Breath of the Wild. But besides being confusing, you can hardly control where you're going. The water pushes you all around, forcing you to swim in circles. Even if you know which tunnel you're trying to go in, the current will pull you away. You have to get tricky and hug the wall a certain way, and just as you're about to pass by the tunnel, you quickly turn into it. But if you screw up and get sucked into the wrong tunnel, it could shit you out in some other part of the dungeon you don't want to be in. And next thing, you're retracing your steps to get back to where you were. But you can't waste all that time when time is not on your side. That moon is gonna crash. The first day, I'm feeling fine. Second day, I'm starting to worry a little. The third day, I'm playing like my life depends on it. If time runs out, everything I did might go to waste. Hours of blood, sweat, and tears. Well, maybe not blood, but here I am, just doing my best. Ugh, that sound, the toll of the bullshit bell. I'm done for. The thing is, I'm almost there. Push the switch, get on the water spout, go in the final door, and I've made it to the boss. But that timer doesn't care. Give me a minute. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. I don't think that's enough time. It might be. But I don't want to play the ocarina now because I'm not sure exactly what that does. So, these bosses, you can't be under a rush. You have to have patience so that you can watch the boss, learn their weak spot, find their patterns. But the way things are right now, I don't think this is happening. And if it does, it's going to be the last possible second. And then what if I have to bail out, use the ocarina, but I get knocked into the water and I can't use the ocarina or something? So I need to make a decision here. Please don't make me do the dungeon over. Please. Please. I have to do the entire dungeon all over again. I still have the compass and the map, whoopity fucking do, but I have to get all the keys again, reactivate all the water valves, and it's basically like starting over. Ooh, I haven't felt this kind of rage in a long time. I can feel the diarrhea flowing through my veins. Oh, even with Jekyll and Hyde, I didn't have to play that shit for a solid week. Picking up the controller and starting this game is like a sentence. You're sentencing yourself to a punishment, and everybody else loves it. Well, I thought I loved shit. Majora's Mask? More like major ass! Alright, let's beat the fuck out of this game. It's that special kind of feeling, the kind where nothing else matters. When you're punching the couch and playing standing up, it's gotten real. You want to show that game what the fuck you're made of. I did it! I beat the dungeon. Only one left. Alright, last dungeon. Last dungeon. Here we go! Yeah, take that, you fuck! Yeah! I did it! I beat the boss. Pick up the boss remains. Oh, hang on, I gotta get the heart container too. I can still get that heart, right? Now I gotta watch the cutscene. Please let that heart still be there. Please. How do I get the heart now? So I looked it up. You can get the heart still. Oh yeah. If you beat the boss again! Oh, so you have to pick up the heart container before you pick up the boss remains. I know there's a specific order. Now you might think I'm the one who fucked up, but that shouldn't be possible. The boss remains were in front of the heart, so naturally that's what I touched first. Jeez! Have a heart! Am I done yet? Well, almost. There's a ton of quests left, mostly optional. I did one that had me running around delivering letters and waiting for people to show up in different places all throughout the 3-day cycle. The final part, you have to wait in a hotel room until there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the timer. Needless to say, my nerves were skyrocketing again. But what happened here was perhaps one of the most solemn, doomy, and emotionally heart-wrenching scenes in the whole game. Or any game. These people are all sitting around waiting for the world to end. What can you say about that? They're only characters in a game, but I can't help but wonder what could be going through their minds. You're forced to stand there and wait with them until that counter goes down while the music just swells over you. Then the person you're waiting for enters the room and 2 long-lost lovers reunite and get married with Link as the witness. And with that resolved, they tell Link to take refuge as they both wait there, ready to die together at last. Wow. Goosebumps, man. I got 'em. All the R.L. Stine books. Then you encounter Skull Kid, play a melody, and summon 4 giants that come marching to hold the moon. It's like Atlas of Greek mythology holding up the heavens. And with that music playing over it, it's a truly epic scene. Then you ascend up into the moon, which doesn't look like a moon at all. Instead, it's a grassy field with a tree and a bunch of kids running around with masks. There's something really eerie about this. It's like a scene out of The Wicker Man. I mean the original, not the Nick Cage one. So there's still a lot to do here, but at this point, I'm taking the quickest possible route. I talk to the kid who's wearing Majora's mask. He warns me I only have weak masks. And I'm aware I haven't fully powered my sword, or gotten the Fierce Deity mask, or any of the things that are supposed to make the game a hell of a lot easier. Not to mention that heart they didn't let me get. But you know what? I'm going forward anyway. 'Cause fuck it. The final battle begins. Majora's mask floats all around, shooting lasers and spinning like a buzzsaw. I defend with my shield, carefully time my sword hits, and deflect the lasers back. It's a long process, but I beat him. Now what? The second form, Majora takes on a humanoid shape, dancing around like an idiot. The fuck? Okay. This time I play more offensive, going in close and slashing away until he's done. Oh shit! This is where it starts, doesn't it? His third form doesn't mess around. He has these long whips that have such a great range, even if you stand on the far opposite side of the room, you can still get hit. And once he hits you, he doesn't stop. Oh, come on, let me get up! Come on, you fucking piece of dog dick. I carefully aim my light arrows to stun him, then run across the room, and I just barely have enough time to get some sword swipes in. Rinse and repeat. And just a reminder, I do not have the recommended sword, all the masks, or all the heart containers. So, if all along you've been saying I suck at this game, well then suck on this shit! I beat him. It's finally over! In true Zelda fashion, you get a big ending scene where all the characters you've met come together with peace and harmony. Is the world really going to end just because I have a distaste for Majora's Mask? I do like certain things about it. I like its style and mood. There's something profound and fascinating about the world of Termina, the interesting characters it's populated with, and their multiple storylines and personal tribulations. Does it all exist as a dream within Hyrule? Is Hyrule Termina's heaven? Some even believe Link is supposed to be dead. There's so many different ways to interpret it, like religions of the world. This game is truly a work of art. I love the concept, I love the lore, I love the creepy visuals that provoke an innocent childhood sense of worry, I love the rich storylines, and all the above. But the part I don't like very much is the game part, and that's the part that seems to get discussed the least. I mean, it's not a movie, it's not a comic book, it's a game. One that has grated at my nerves, not just while playing it, but also during the intervals in between when I was not playing and feeling extreme anxiety, feverishly anticipating when I will get my hands on it next to conquer this thing and get it off my daily chores. You saw all the trouble I had with it. That's not my idea of fun, and I don't want it in my life. Call it a love-hate thing. So, Nerd, signing out. We're still here. The world didn't end. All right, time for the unmasking. No. 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 No.
Mr. Nerd, forever stuck in the world that exists in his mind. A world he cannot end, perpetually surrounding himself with games he hates yet cannot stop playing. Tonight's tale of the macabre, masochists, and Majora's Mask on the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Did you learn to
Okay, that animated intro was way too good. How am I going to top that? Well, anyway, I want to take you back to the holiday shopping season of December '92. Kids were hyped for awesome new toys, and I guess the movie Toys on VHS too. But I was more into Demonic Toys, which was released the same year. Anyway, my Christmas list included a Batman Returns playset, probably some Ninja Turtles figures, and of course, Super Nintendo games. But sadly, many kids didn't get a Super Nintendo from Santa, and instead got this lump of coal shat into their stockings. Bartman meets Radioactive Man. Now, you may remember, I already talked about the first two Simpsons NES games. Boy, that was 13 years ago. Damn. But these were so bad, they literally made me eat my own shorts. The Simpsons is a show that's been running for a long, long time. It was great back then, but it's gone on way too long, and it needs to stop. Okay, on to AVGN episode 180-something.
Well, The Simpsons is obviously a huge franchise, and if you take a look at all the other huge franchises that made it to the NES, you'll see that one certain company held the monopoly. Spider-Man, LJN, Friday the 13th, LJN, X-Men, LJN, Jaws, LJN, Back to the Future, LJN, Karate Kid, LJN, Roger Rabbit, LJN, Simpsons, Acclaim. Who bought and owned LJN? Acclaim. Why couldn't it be Konami? Konami made some awesome Ninja Turtles games and had the rights to make the Simpsons arcade game, which was probably one of the most popular beat-em-ups ever made. What deal with the devil did Acclaim make to get the rights to make Simpsons Nintendo games? Even on the 16-bit consoles, we never got a port of The Simpsons Arcade. And for what reason? They put it on DOS and Commodore 64. Seriously, the only way to play Simpsons Arcade at home back in the day was on DOS and Commodore 64? I can't even imagine trying to play it that way. I never got the whole fascination with Bartman. I mean, in the 90s, there was Bartman merchandise out the ass. I mean, Bartman was everywhere, except for the actual show. When this game came out, the only time Bartman ever appeared on the show was in the episode 3 Men and a Comic Book from Season 2. There was a Bartman comic book, but that didn't really start till '93, the year after this game came out. They must have been really reaching for ideas to vomit out another Simpsons game. The plot starts with Bart in his treehouse reading a comic when Fallout Boy, the sidekick of Radioactive Man, not the emo band, comes in and tells Bart that Radioactive Man is trapped in the limbo dimension and needs Bart's help to escape. So Bart changes into Bartman and sets out to help Radioactive Man. So this is the third Simpsons NES game, and it seems Bart's learned nothing after fighting space mutants and the world. Because he still controls like shit. Even that jumping sound is intact. So it definitely feels like the third part of a trilogy of paper cuts on your dick hole. So the point of the game is to defeat 3 supervillains and restore Radioactive Man's powers so you can take on Braino the Magnificent. The first enemy you take on is Swamp Hag. You start off in a junkyard fighting dogs, giant bugs, and a weird guy that I think was in the background of an episode one time. There's also tiny rats that are too short to hit. Shit like this is up there with the most asshole-ish offenses in horrible game design. How does making an enemy impossible to hit fair? It's bullshit. Along the way, you collect power-ups, like Laser Eyes, a tornado that makes Bart invincible, exclamation points that give you a 1-up, if you collect 20 of them. There's also, whatever this is, that brings you to the Limbo Zone. It's a bonus level that wastes your time and makes you redo most of the level. Yeah, you can collect 1-ups here, but you get enough of them during the actual game. It's best just to skip them, unless you actually want to play more of this game, which I don't. Whenever you get to these giant mountains of trash, it's a crapshoot. Going up the mountain is easy enough. When you have to go down the other side, you have no idea where you can land, so you just have to jump and hope for the best. Sometimes you can see a screw or a gear shooting up, so you know a platform's there, but lots of the time, you just have to jump and hope you land on something. If you don't land on a tire pile, you fall through the trash and die. I don't get why you can step on tires and TVs, but just go straight through a solid mountain of fucking garbage until you fall to hell. I hate this shit, and when you die, odds are you're starting all over from the beginning. There's checkpoints, but they're far into the level, and these levels go on forever. It's a soul-crushing experience, but eventually you'll see through the bullshit and realize exactly how lazy this game truly is. You just keep encountering the same 4 or 5 things over and over. It's monotonous and honestly, a little insulting. I can't understand who the fuck this was meant for. It can't be Simpsons fans, because other than Bart and a couple other characters, this game has barely anything to do with the show. And it definitely can't be aimed at people who like good video games, because this game sucks nut butter from a jar. Level 2 is another LJN game requirement, the sewer level. I've played a lot of suck-bitch sewer levels in my life, and this one is up there with the worst of them. There aren't many enemies, but there's these weird platform things that shoot at you. For some reason, these snowflakes or sparks or whatever they are don't do shit, unless you're standing on it. I mean, it's just another thing that they threw in just to prey upon first-time players. You know, if this game were a person, it'd be a person I don't like. These platforms take forever, so to save time, I just jump down. But the game decides all of a sudden to kill you. If the screen doesn't catch up with Bart, you just die. And with the crap controls, expect to die a lot. Oh, I mean, these jumps, just look. The next level's a flying one. It's annoying and long, but once you know what to expect, it's easy. These bats are pretty annoying because their bombs are really hard to avoid. Bat shit bombs. I mean, actually, this level is the closest you get to a shred of actual fun. It's a shame. Then you fight Swamp Hag. She throws lumps of shit down at you from a treetop. You freeze it, jump on the frozen shit platforms, and then beat the fuck out of her. Also, I should mention, this boss fight is the exact moment where the game developers just gave up. It honestly messed with my head because it's so insanely easy. Everything else until this point was so frustrating, I wanted to belt sand my anus hole off. This boss fight, though, is so easy, it's almost pointless. And the next levels are easy too. There's the occasional beginner's trap, but by now I've gotten used to it. This level with the conveyor belt was kind of fucked, but once you realize exactly what's fucked about it, you're able to make it to the exit, no problem. It's the most obvious path to take. But the game fucks with your head. You think that there's no way it could actually be that easy, but it is. There's numerous routes to take, and if you go the wrong way, you'll fall into a piss river. I mean, seriously, look at that. It's a glowing yellow river of piss that Bart drowns in. The water levels seem like they're going to be hard because, you know, they're water levels. But no, I got through them without any issues. In this one, everything's dark except for the searchlight, and even this is easy. The boss here is Dr. Julius Crab, not Zoidberg. All you have to do is avoid the small crab, and sure, you can him 3 times, and then it's on to the next level. Now you're in the underground caves of Lava Man. This level is whatever. I got stuck in the beginning here for a while before I realized I have to fall down this pit. Up until now, Bart died from falling in pits, and the game was cheap as shit with its death traps, so I kept passing it. Like I said, this game fucks with your head. Other than that, the level's straightforward. It's actually challenging, and doesn't throw too much bullshit at you. You also get to make use of Bartman's flight powers. They're limited, so whatever you do, don't run out in a place where you get fucked over, like this. The next level is a bullshit maze of doorways that lead you all over the place. This is definitely the worst level in the game. The first thing you run into is a waterfall that kills you instantly. There's absolutely zero indication that it's a hazard until you touch it and just die. The shit part is, they're littered throughout the level, and a lot of the time I forget and get killed again. They just look like part of the background. Also, you can't jump between platforms, even if they look close enough. If you do, guess what? You die. Eventually, you find your way around and get near the end when they throw this room at you. You have to choose between 4 doors. One door is the right way, and the others just bring you damn near back to the beginning. So of course I chose the wrong door and had to redo it all. This is extremely close to the end of the game. By now I know all the traps and how to avoid them, but I keep getting fucked by this door puzzle. It's basically the coffin puzzle in Bart vs. the World, repackaged and even more annoying. I'm on my last life, and even if I make it through, I'm probably gonna have to do the fucking door puzzle again. I drew a map, and thankfully, that helped out. I made it through, beat Lava Man, who thank God is also easy as shit, and got Radioactive Man's final power back. They talk for like 5 seconds, then go off together to face the final boss. Braino the Magnificent! Oh, I'm on my last life. I really don't want to do this over again. But it's the easiest boss fight so far. You shoot lasers that bounce off Braino and reflect off Radioactive Man. It only takes 5 hits, and Braino can hardly even hurt you. The guy's a giant brain, but it's dumb as shit. Then Radioactive Man awkwardly talks to Bartman again, and that's it. This shitty-ass game is done. And I don't have to play another one for a while. But for how long? For a little bit at least. The NES Simpsons games were such a steaming ass pile, squirted out the diseased dickhole of my arch nemesis LJN in disguise. Acclaim was able to pass off their putrid piss poison as presents, ruining Christmas for lots of kids. Oh, that makes me so angry. I'm gonna have a cow, man!
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
What were they thinking?
I'm dead fucking serious.
Fuck! Fuck!
How can I do this? How can I live up to the massive duty that has fallen upon me? My destiny has emerged, and the ultimate reckoning has drawn near. I must not fail. I must look the demon in the face! Not you, you piece of shit! I'm talking this. This piece of paper is what will propel me into my final encounter with my arch nemesis, the unholy of asses, the shit from the pit, the nightmare in 6 colors, the rainbow of death, the laughing, joking numbnuts, LJN! I'm about to embark on a mission to come to terms with LJN once and for all. As you can see here on my wall of LJN kills, I've already eliminated several of these foul, catastrophic fuck nuggets. But now's the time to take care of the rest. And this document here was sent to me from LJN. They're still around? Well, not exactly. It's complicated. So before I tell you what's at stake here, let's go into a little background. First of all, who are and who were LJN? We all know their distinct brand of games, the same way you'd recognize the specific smell of your dog's farts. You take one ghastly whiff and you know exactly where it came from your dog's anus. But LJN was like the master of disguise. As a kid, when I rented these games from the video store, say Back to the Future or Roger Rabbit, nothing seemed immediately wrong. The graphics usually seemed nice, and they all had a playability factor. But the further you'd go, the worse it would get. Like in the final stage of Back to the Future, when you're driving the DeLorean, if you lose, you start back at the beginning of the game, no matter how many continues you have. What bullshit. The NES library had plenty worse games by other publishers, so LJN was definitely not the bottom of the turd totem pole, but that made their crimes even more detestable, because they tricked you into thinking the games were good, especially when so many of them were based on well-known franchises. With other shitty games, you wouldn't waste as much of your time. You'd realize it's shitty right away and turn it off. But LJN had that sneaky style to rope you in. But even though they had a distinct brand, their games were actually made by several different development companies, so LJN was only a publisher. In a sense, they were the colon and the developers were the anus. The companies, just to name a few, were Beam Software, Atlas, and the one that developed perhaps the worst one, Bill and Ted, was called Rocket Science. Wow, damn, I'm glad they didn't actually go into rocket science. The one that's the most shocking to know of is Rare, who made Beetlejuice, Nightmare on Elm Street, and a few others. They're probably better known for non-LJN games like Battletoads, and would eventually have a partnership with Nintendo on Killer Instinct and Donkey Kong Country. I would have never guessed such awesome games came from a company that had anything to do with LJN. So even though LJN was the publisher, their games are still called LJN games, in the same way that the 2014 Ninja Turtles movie was called a Michael Bay movie, even though he produced it and did not direct. But to answer the question, who exactly were LJN? we'd have to trace it all the way back to its founder, a guy named Jack Friedman. He started LJN as a toy company in 1970, and I've heard he named it after his employer, Norman J. Lewis, reversing his initials to LJN. That was until it officially became Laughing Joking Numbnuts. At first, LJN only made toys before branching into video games. In the 80s, I remember playing these toys, like the wrestling figures. So I had nothing but positive memories there. Guess they should have stuck with toys. So anyway, in 85, MCA bought LJN, but then in 90 sold it to Acclaim, who in 95 dissolved LJN, even though they used the name once again in 2000. As for Jack Friedman, in 90 he formed Toy Headquarters, THQ, eventually leaving and forming Jack's Pacific. And sad to say, Jack passed away in 2010. Rest in peace. So basically, the rights to LJN have been all over the place and lately have existed in sort of a phantom limbo. But this document from the current owners certifies me as the sole inheritance of the name LJN. How could this happen to me? With great power comes great responsibility, and with me as the head of LJN, I will undo the wrongs of the past and prove that there is gold at the end of this rainbow. I will be remaking the LJN game library, starting with Back to the Future, using the same limitations they had back then, except this time it'll be done right. So, let me introduce to you my game designer, Sam. How you doing, Sam?
Hey, Nerd, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to be working on this. What are you calling me from?
It's Commodore 64.
How is that even... It's not important. Listen, Universal have a strict deadline on this, so it has to be ready in time for the Christmas shopping season.
So, the actors' likenesses, the music, do we have, everything signed off?
Yeah, working on it, but it's almost there.
So we want this to be more of a fun action experience, racing around on the skateboard, lots of enemies, characters from the movies.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll get to work and report back soon.
Thanks, Sam. That new game's gonna be good. Better be. While he's working on that, I'm gonna get down to business and review the rest of the LJN library. It's like cleaning the cat piss stain on the back of the litter box. One of these days, you're just gonna have to do it. But how many games are we talking about here? The LJN stamp appeared primarily on 3 consoles, the NES, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo, with a few lone poop nuggets. For reviewing purposes, I'll be grouping them into categories: movie-based games, sports games, Marvel games, wrestling games, and miscellaneous. In total, I've counted 67 games to the best of my research, including 1 game console, the LJN Video Art, which thankfully I've already covered. The joystick moves the cursor about. To draw, or should I say to scribble around like a blind golden lion tamarin on speed, you hold down the button. And when you're pressing down and rocking the joystick around like this, it squeaks. That's awful! Yeah, that thing sucked. But anyway, the criteria is that every game must have the LJN logo on the box or the cartridge, with the exception of 2 that only have LJN on the copyright screen. These are just going to be samplings. Every LJN game will be shown, and after I finally acknowledge them all, I can move on with my life. First, let's talk about the movie-based games. Now, fortunately, I've already covered most of them. Memories. Cue mandatory milestone episode number flashback sequence. Well, let me be honest with you about this one. Ooh boy, I hate this game. And if you touch an enemy, you fly in the opposite direction. You can't get close enough to really attack anybody. So every time you get hit near a pit, you're basically dead. Now this is kind of fun though. You get to punch people. Yeah. The only thing that's really annoying is that it takes so long to charge that punch. You know what? It isn't fun. It just isn't at all. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. What are those guys doing with that window anyway? And why are those giant bees always coming out? Give me a break. And what the fuck is Marty doing when he gets killed? It looks like he's having some kind of seizure. I mean, I guess I'd have a seizure too if there were bees and hula hoop girls and all this weird shit coming at me. I mean, just leave me alone. I'm trying to collect clocks. In this timeline, when Biff brought the Sports Almanac to 1955, it somehow created a world full of piranha plants, killer clouds, and evil Martys. You're supposed to collect 30 items and bring them all back to their rightful places and times. You find the items behind locked doors. To unlock the doors, you need to find the keys, which are found by killing random enemies. But the keys don't sit still. They fly off the screen the second they appear. Love the way the stones keep missing the zombies because they go in this nice arc that flies over them. I love how smooth the camera angles are. The overall design, the AstroTurf floors, just ingenious. That's the best game over screen I ever saw. That's brilliant, right? You and your friends are dead. Game over. But here comes a game like Friday the 13th that just cuts the bullshit, shows some balls, comes flat out and says, you're fucking dead. And your friends too. Beautiful. You're dead, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your fucking pets are being skinned alive, your mom's a fucking whore, you suck at life, the whole world hates you, you're going to hell, live with it. Game over. So you play as some dude who has some serious balls because he punches snakes right in the fucking face. Punch him! Smack him around! Assholes! Goddamn fucking spiders! Spiders! Punch him! Snakes! You want some too? Could the villains be any more stock? Like, we had this creepy game about Freddy. What kind of creepy characters could we add? Well, how about bats, ghosts, spiders, skeletons, and Frankensteins for the kiddies? Could it be any more uncreative than that? Like, why don't they just add some witches, black cats, and flying jack-o'-lanterns? They should have just called the game Boo, Haunted House. All you're doing here is killing time until the game decides you can go back to the boat. Then you can sail around again until you hit something else. It's sort of like RPG style, where you run into battles at random. But here, it's always the same undersea scenario. Nothing changes. The whole thing is just powering up so you can fight Jaws. That's all there is to the game. What a waste of time. So, we're throwing bombs on jellyfish. Seriously? Then you come to the boss. Now who is this guy? He's taller than you, and aren't you supposed to be the Terminator? Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger? But trying to shoot the truck and pay attention to all the other stuff at the same time is really frustrating. Okay, well, what was the point? Why couldn't you just collect the bombs and put them where they go? I can only imagine what they were thinking. Duh, you put these bombs in this thing? Alright, what next? How about you take them back out and you put them somewhere else? It's treating us like a fucking dog. Go get the ball, bring it back, go get it again. Fucking dickwads. Next we have Terminator 2 on Game Boy. The first stage seems simple enough until you reach the laser barrier at the end. So naturally you walk back to the left trying to figure out what to do. Then you find out you can shoot these towers. So I take them all down and still we have a barrier. Turns out you gotta shoot the towers in order from tallest to shortest. What a load of random bullshit. At the end of the second stage you have to reprogram the Terminator. Okay, is this how John Connor did it? I never thought this part of the story would make it into the game. Basically, you have to mend the wires together so the electric currents go the right way. But you have a time limit, and it always seems to end right when you start to figure out what you're doing. You can't even pause the game to look at it because the screen goes blank. What is that good for? It's like he's a marionette or he's being hanged by an invisible rope. Like, holy lord, that is some fuck right there. Look at him go! Woo, woo, woo! Oh man, a head-on collision with a truck and a motorcycle, and the truck explodes. This is the absolute worst driving stage I have ever played. Just wow, it takes the cake. Gameplay is just as mindless as ever. Move the cursor around the screen and shoot everything in sight. Fighting the boss is the most redundant thing of all. It takes more bullets than anything you'll ever see. All you do is shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, but there was also Terminator 2 Arcade on Game Boy, which I said very little about. But that's because there's nothing to say. Look at it. If I heard that, I'd think it was an Atari game. What's the point of taking an arcade and watering it down to Game Boy? I guess you can take it on the school bus, to the mall, to the arcade. Then there's Beetlejuice on NES. So, how does Beetlejuice hold up?
let's turn on the juice and see what shakes loose. Damn! Ah! Fuck! Shit! Nope, not fun. Game sucks. That's all you need to know. Say that to someone in a sentence. To get a cloud to move, I had to get a skeleton to shoot a fireball at a beehive. When did that ever happen in the movie? And we're talking about a movie that's batshit insane.
But I didn't talk about Beetlejuice on Game Boy, based on the cartoon. Uh-oh, the ghost got in the washing machine. They're fucking shit up. Gotta fight the clothes and the sheet ghost, which is, a sheet with a ghost inside. So that's the main goal. You have to fight all the ghosts, which is the opposite of what Beetlejuice normally does. Doesn't he haunt a house, not unhaunt it? What next? Are the Ghostbusters the ones letting the ghosts in? There's a bunch of crappy mini-games. Here the idea is, who can make the freakiest face by tapping directions on the D-pad? That's a new one. Then there's a game where you connect pipes. Wow, does this look like fun? No, it isn't. Even Mario and Luigi, who were plumbers, never had to bother with this type of shit. But the worst is the stairs. At random, they'll flatten and send you sliding back down. Motherfuckers. And it keeps happening over and over, with no pattern or predictability. You fuck!
You think they overthought this a little? How about just a cutscene showing the phone booth spiraling into a time warp? You have to hit one of the pink skulls. One of them takes your coins, the other one makes the last digit appear. So it's a 50% chance you'll get the right one. That is some supreme bullshit. How do you find this bait? You want to know? Guess what? By jumping into things. You want to play in Bill and Ted game? Well, here you go. Go jumping around in the fucking bushes and fences. That'll keep you busy. Have fun.
But if you want more fun, you should try out Bill and Ted on Game Boy. Even though I'm trying to be sarcastic, it actually is more fun, though very basic. It's sort of an old school arcade style thing where you just go around collecting orbs and dodging a bunch of Abe Lincolns. There's almost nothing to say, but in this case, that's a good thing. Because this is such a sharp contrast to the NES version. I can't think of any other example where a Game Boy version is far superior. Another game I already did was Alien 3 on NES.
You can never predict when the aliens are going to pop out. It requires split-second reaction time. I don't know, Thing from Addams Family dragging a dildo? Just another addition in this game's museum of anomalies. Ripley's Believe It or Go Fuck Yourself.
But wait, there's more. Alien 3 on Game Boy turns Ripley into a stick figure, or maybe it's an alien, I don't know. So all I did in this game was walk around like an idiot. There's ladders everywhere, but you can't go up any. Found some alien eggs, touched them, and died. Lots of people walking around, can't talk to them or anything, no hints, no direction, no map. This belongs to a certain genre, strategy guide seller games. But Alien 3 fared a little better on the Super Nintendo. The graphics are good, the music is tense, and the control is smooth. You have a variety of weapons. You can select different missions, like save prisoners or destroy alien eggs. Though the enemies come a little too often, and I wish there was a map. Something like Super Metroid would have helped. There's a blueprint system that you find on the terminals on the wall, but anytime you're lost, you have to make it back over there. Kind of like stopping at a gas station before GPS was invented. The best part is the game over voice.
Game over, man!
Which was from Aliens, not Alien 3, but who cares? Well, here's one that I missed in my Arnold Schwarzenegger Games episode, True Lies. It's one of my favorites of his, not just for the action, but also the humor. The game retains some of that humor, like when you shoot an innocent civilian, your assistant, the Tom Arnold character, gives you shit about it. Also, when you die, he says things like, "You only have one life left," as if he's witnessing you die and resurrect. But wait, what do you do when a civilian's blocking the path?
He won't move!
But when you fail, this happens. Now that's what you call a game over. It really does emphasize the magnitude of the defeat.
Boom! You lost, motherfucker!
Unfortunately, the game is very monotonous. Even though the scenery changes from the mansion, the mall, the park, it's all the same top-down, run around and shoot crap. When you think of the movie, you remember the bathroom fight, the horse on the roof chase, the bridge scene, the Jamie Lee Curtis strip dance. I wonder how that would have worked. It does have the plane finale, but it's just an automatic cutscene. Oh, and of course there had to be a Game Boy version. Here, Arnold looks like a pill from Dr. Mario with a gun. It's the same thing, shoot bad guys, but avoid civilians. And anytime you shoot, you're guaranteed to get shot back. It's better to just walk past them. All in all, it's the same as the Super Nintendo version, just shittier.
You're fired.
LJN even made games based on movies you might not remember, like Warlock. The graphics and animation are pretty nice. The gameplay is basic enough, run to the right, blast everything in sight. It's fine for a bit, till you realize how resilient these enemies are. Stay down, you zombie fuck! Stay down! Then you run into these archers. Die, you fuck bugger! And every time you get hit, you get knocked back half a screen. Look how long it takes to beat this guy. Die! 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 Oh my god, when are they gonna die? When are they gonna die? Oh my god. Then these gargoyles keep coming at me, and they take just as long to kill. Every enemy is like a mini-boss battle. The control is clumsy, you can't attack and move at the same time. When you die, it sends you back to the title screen. Instead of simply continuing, you have to go to Preparations. That brings up a menu with the password option. You enter the password, and then wait through a cutscene with a book. And being a magic wizard and all, I can't see how water kills you. And it's not clear how I'm supposed to make this jump anyway. Hey, I got a magic trick. LJN even made a game based on the '95 swashbuckling adventure Cutthroat Island, which, according to the Guinness World Records as of 2012, was the biggest box office failure of all time. Oh, and then add LJN, it's the perfect storm. So the first level is okay, it's just a dumb beat-em-up game with cartoonish graphics. The animation is good, there's a variety of sword swipes and rolls you can perform. It's not bad, really. Until you get to the next level. Now you're in a wooden cart ramming into enemies. You just mow them all down. Seems simple enough, but if you hit a rock or a tree, you die instantly. There's no death animation, it just fades to black and restarts the stage, so if you blink, you might not even notice what happened. Like when I hit this guy, I had no idea how I lost, but it turns out you need to avoid him. But how the hell was I supposed to know that? You run over everyone else, why not him? All right, let's check on Sam. Hey Sam, how's the game coming?
It's pretty good, you know, all things considered. I mean, the NES is a little harder to program for than I expected, but, you know, it's coming together. You can see it. Well, yeah, why don't you try it out for yourself? It's an early build, but I think it's promising.
Quick delivery? All right. Okay, it's a good start. I mean, we need some kind of power-ups here. So can we put Hill Valley in the background there? Have some time travel, get the DeLorean up to 88?
Yeah, we got time.
Maybe have the holographic shark.
Oh, totally, as a boss fight.
Did we get all the actors to sign off yet?
Yeah, well, no, working on it. It's almost there.
It's a good start. But yeah, there's a lot left to do.
Well, let's get back to work.
I'll check in on you again soon. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Once again, the mission here is to sample every LJN game. I've already taken care of the movie-based games, but now let's get into the sports games, which is a little bit of a problem for me because I don't know anything about basketball or baseball or football. So first is NBA All-Star Challenge on Super Nintendo. From what I saw on the menu screen, it's only a bunch of one-on-one games. Graphics are good, the reflections on the floor are a nice touch. But this is no NBA Jam. Not very intuitive, and of course I don't know how to play basketball, but you'd think I'd be able to figure out a video game. Goaltending, blocking, traveling, what the fuck? I suck so much at this, it's embarrassing. I'm making Michael Jordan look bad. Imagine if he was actually being controlled by some shitty video game nerd. Then there's a Game Boy version. What am I supposed to do with this? It's the same game, but even more awkward, with worse graphics. And listen to it. They tried to emulate the sounds of the shoes squeaking on the floor. Well, they tried. The ball dribbling sounds like farting against a sheet of aluminum. But if that weren't enough, the Game Boy game got a sequel, NBA All-Star Challenge 2. Yeah, an exclusive sequel for the Game Boy. Now, this one's got to be a massive improvement because why else release a second portable game? It's the same thing! Okay, they added audience in the background. Well, that makes it worth it, because that's what you want. Who wants to play a fucking game with no crowd? That's something I'd buy again, just to have the new special audience background edition. Or they could have just had the crowd in the first game! I was even flipping through the player stats, just to see if anything else changed. If Larry Bird gained a pound or some shit. Oh shit, his PPG average went up. I want to know that shit. Somebody's weight changes, buy it again. Somebody changes team, buy it again. Somebody's score changes, buy it again. New paint on the court, buy it again. Ah, sports! Ah! Now we're into baseball games, and there's already been enough baseball games on NES, but LJN has to throw their hat in the ring, or some other baseball pun if I had one. So first there was Major League Baseball on NES. More like major shit. Whoa, slow down here. What am I looking at? The entire screen is just a wall of numbers and shit. Select first batter, okay. Select second batter, okay. Select third batter, fourth batter. Oh, can't select that one. So I got up to 8 batters, and now it starts asking me to select pitchers. Look at this. I've never seen more stats and information outside of Dungeons and Dragons. Man, to be into sports, you gotta be a nerd. Okay, so when I finally get to the actual game, it's pretty much what you'd expect. It's baseball. Batting, I have no luck. I mean, what exactly is the hitbox in a baseball game? But when I'm pitching, the other team hits almost everything. It's going, it's gone! The crowd goes flashing in colors! Then we come to Roger Clemens' MVP Baseball, which was a trilogy, including an NES, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo version, which is often the case with LJN. They put the same game on all 3, so you'd have the choice of shit light, shit medium, and pure grain ultra shit, which is the Game Boy one. You take one look at it, there it is. It's baseball. Move on. The NES version is the same thing with better graphics, but the one thing about these games that sets them apart from Major League Baseball is that after the ball is hit, instead of going to an overhead view, it goes to a third-person view, and whenever the switch happens, it's a little disorienting at first. And as far as batting goes, I never got the chance because I started off pitching, and the other team hits everything. So it's like an eternal, never-ending game of baseball, which to me is the very definition of hell. The Super Nintendo version, aside from having better graphics and an impressive opening cutscene, is no better. It's the same game with the same problems. I get confused every time the perspective switches, and I never get a chance to bat. Charlie Brown would have better luck. And I'm not kidding, the other team hits every fucking ball. Fuck. Mother the fuck! Now it's time for motherfucking football with just plain ass NFL. Not as blunt as football on Atari, but simple just the same. No Madden, no year, none of that shit. As natural as a nature trail. Undiluted, genuine, uncontaminated, straighter to the point than the cone nose of a fresh expelled cat turd. Not named after the amount of yards the field is or the length it takes for your dog to walk to take a shit. Not named after the TV channel or a college or the type of skin on the ball. No Montana, Colorado, ESPN, go fuck yourself. Just plain as perfection, as undisputable as death. 3 letters, up your ass, NFL.
Okay, the game goes on for 2 seconds, and now I'm stuck on some kind of countdown. What's going on here? Anything I press, the referee stops the counter. Delay of game?
I can't believe I'm saying this. But just let me play some fucking football! Have the decency to let me begin my suffering!
So once again, the game starts up for 2 seconds. Who am I? Which team? Where's the ball? And before I have a chance to mentally process anything, I'm back to this damn timer. Of course I know nothing about football, but don't you think I'd at least be able to mess around and figure out something? Next is NFL Quarterback Club on Super Nintendo. Okay, let's see here. Pick the game type. Preseason, new season, who cares? Rookie, whatever. Teams, home or away. Oh, you have to pick weather now?
Pick the weather? How far could you possibly go? Oh, the decisions in life. Should you go to college? Should you get married, divorced? Should you move into an apartment or a house? Should you have a kid or adopt or have a pet? But then comes a question greater than any in the history of human civilization. A question that concerns the very ground on which we stand. It's the fundamental surface of the warrior's trial, from the ancient colosseums to the arena fields. It's the very vegetation that grows beneath. It's the cycle of life. It's a pivotal decision that will forever alter the course of time. It's humanity's most critical judgment. The fate of all existence depends on it. And now, at this major turning point, as you stand at the burning crossroads under the light of God and ask yourself, what'll it be? Grass or turf? That's a very important decision.
Grass or turf, man? Grass! Okay, so after I picked the grass, the game eventually started for about 2 seconds. Sorry, got a little carried away there. Anyway, the game sucks. Should have picked turf. Then there was NFL Quarterback Club on Game Boy, which was a totally different game where you're running from a side angle through like an obstacle course, and then a view from behind as you throw balls at targets. So if football games weren't enough, you also have football practice games. Then there's NFL Quarterback Club 2, which doesn't even have a 2 on the title screen. Yeah, this was a real headache to sort all this out. And the game, well, it's the same as Super Nintendo.
Let's check on Sam.
Hey, nerd.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's coming along. Try it out.
Okay, what? The clocks? Really? Clocks again?
You know, time, isn't it?
Okay, we need to change the clocks. We can't have clocks in the game.
Got it. Right, changing the clocks. No clocks.
You didn't get the licensing, did you?
The hoverboard, that we got that, it's pink and yellow.
How are you supposed to control this?
Yeah, so there's like an acceleration, deceleration thing going on there, so it feels kind of like actually hovering on a hoverboard. I'm still working on getting it to be actually playable.
Yeah, playable, that would be something.
Yeah, it'll get there.
The holographic shark, what is going on with it?
Okay, so the NES couldn't actually do like transparencies, so to make something look kind of transparent, you had a frame where you could see it and a frame where you couldn't see it. Couldn't see it, so it like flashes on and off. And if you put it on a really old CRT TV, it kind of looks transparent and you only get a tiny little bit of a headache.
A tiny bit of a headache. Okay, this really needs to get fixed. How much time do we have to finish this again?
Plenty of time. We're good.
All right. Well, that'll get straightened out. Anyway, we already took care of the LJN Sports games. So next, let's check out the LJN Marvel games, which consist of Spider-Man, X-Men, and the Punisher. First up, the Spider-Man games. Luckily, I already covered some of them. The game Spider-Man, Return of the Sinister Shit.
There's no, like, jump kick move. Like, you can't jump and then do an attack.
Well, then don't do that move.
Look, now what's he doing? He's not gonna come up. I can't even tell if I'm hitting him. Do it, damn it. Jump, 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 jump. It's a piece of shit! It's a bunch of fucking crap!
Amazing Spider-Man, and believe it or not, the control is even worse.
The punch is delayed like a full second later. How do I get up? Jump! I am jumping. Look, it won't. Oh my god, I can't. I tried to jump, I swear.
God damn it! It's horrible!
But there's more. The Game Boy version had sequels. Oh yes, here comes Spider-Man 2. I can't blame myself for missing it. It looks similar, but the controls are very different, especially the way the web works. You gotta stick onto things and sort of like just swing yourself around. It's kind of like Spider-Man. Yeah, it's a good attempt, unlike the first Game Boy game where the web was automatic. Here it's more calculated. Until you run out, now you're on your own. So you go around fighting enemies, climbing walls. It's your usual friendly neighborhood Spider-Man game. What's this, a dead end? Oh, literally a dead end. Well, I'll know next time not to touch the electric fence. Well, damn. What's next? Spider-Man 3 on Game Boy? Yeah. Who would have guessed this would be a trilogy? Spider-Man 3, Invasion of the Spider Slayers. Oh boy. When it starts, you're just running around a park beating people up. Then you reach a dead end, at least one that doesn't kill you this time. So you're just running back and forth, taking out enemies until finally an arrow appears at the bottom and lets you leave the stage. Next thing, I'm fighting a xenomorph alien. I mean, it looks exactly like Alien. Then there's some weird boss. Is it a bird? A robot claw? I don't know, but it's the shyest boss in game history. Won't come anywhere inside the screen. So fuck this. Moving on to the Super Nintendo, we have Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. At first I thought it meant the arcade machine was going to get revenge, but it's actually the name of the villain. You start out as Spider-Man, and I don't mean to say everything always sounds like farts, but when your spidey senses go off, just listen. The goal is to collect these little things in a specific order, as if just fighting your way to the end of the stage wouldn't have been enough. So the game just started, and already it's an annoying maze. At least there's arrows to tell you where to go. So I'm just gonna follow, wait, which way now? Left, right, down, up, left, right, left, down, up. The arrows can't even make up their minds. After you clear the level, you get a character select screen. Each character has their own stage. Wolverine's fighting clowns, Jack in the Boxes with machine guns, and toy soldiers from Wizard of Oz. Storm's level is an underwater stage. I figured she'd be flying, not swimming. And here's Cyclops' stage. What the fuck?
The floor's electric? That scream is hilarious, by the way. And look at that silly kick. So to avoid the floor, always make sure to ride the cart. There we go. All good. And if you wanted arcade's revenge on the go, well, here's the Game Boy version. Same game, same old shit. Nothing more to say. Except that wall climbing. Oh man, get up there! Get up there! Damn it! Ah! There is another one on Super Nintendo just called Spider-Man, though it's based on the animated series. Gotta love that song. It's another action game. It's colorful and appealing at first. Love Spider-Man's walk cycle. Walking like a tough guy. Reminds me of Henry Hawk. You can even punch computers. Make them explode. Yeah, that's how I feel whenever my computer gives me shit. What's this? Am I standing on an NES console? Anyway, you just gotta go around fighting enemies. Seems all fine and dandy till you come to this barricade. Motherfucker. I tried kicking it over and over till finally I managed to knock it down. Persistence and luck. But there is one more LJN Spider-Man game on Super Nintendo that I covered already. Let's end with Spider-Man Maximum Carnage on Super Nintendo. Everyone says I should play this one, as if I haven't already played enough Spider-Man games. Well, it's a beat-em-up game, monotonous, but fun. The controls are responsive, and the hit detection works fine. It can be a little frustrating, but not too bad. And the music is upbeat and energizing. I found a good Spider-Man game. Who made this game? They made a game! It's not shit! It's not shit! Yeah, I couldn't find much to complain there. But anyway, let's move on to the X-Men games. Now, there were 2 on NES by LJN, and thankfully, I covered these as well. Rather stick your dick in a piranha's mouth. Here we go, Marvel's X-Men. Look at this. Cluttered pixels, scrambled textures, shit flying everywhere. It's a disaster. The characters look like stiff, mangled, colored shapes that barely represent who they're supposed to be. Cyclops looks the same as Storm. All they did was recycle the same character and color them all different. Don't ever give the computer a character with a projectile. Because look, it's like giving a little kid 10 pounds of sugar and a super soaker. It goes apeshit, and it never, ever stops. Okay, what's happening now? I'm frozen? What the hell? Oh, that's nice. Isn't that fair? That's like tying my hands behind my back. And how can I be frozen with a character that's called Iceman? I'd be better off with Iceman from Top Gun. Every time you use your claws, it drains your life. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So just forget the claws. It would be nice to use them, but you can't. The ducking is incredibly delayed. When you push down, it doesn't just duck like any other game. It goes into this little animation. It's unnecessary, and it makes it hard to avoid getting hit by something. Oh, fuck you. How cheap is it to put the burger right on top of a propeller? Look at this. It's fucking impossible. Almost dead. Gotta get the beer. Ugh! I've had it up to my ass with this piece of shit. In conclusion, this game's way better than the other one, but it's still a pile of donkey dicks. But they also made a Wolverine game on Super Nintendo, Adamantium Rage. There's no color scheme. Everything looks like a mess. The controls take time to get used to. Any simple button command sends me flying, jumping, and somersaulting all over the place like a maniac. It's a confusing maze with background doors that you can't go in. I keep getting lost. And look how jittery Wolverine's movement is. He only goes fast and still. 2-geared diarrhea. And falling through platforms? Oh yeah, gotta have that. But at least you can dig at the floor, like a cat burying its shit. Everything I press does some stupid move, and I don't know where I'm supposed to go because everything looks the same. Right about now, I'm feeling some adamantium rage.
Next up, The Punisher. I once made Pat play this game, but I've never actually reviewed it myself. But that's because there's almost nothing to say. It's just a crosshair point-and-shoot game. It's so bland, it doesn't even have music most of the time. As a rental in 1990, it wasn't bad as a time killer, just blasting away everything on screen, just as you're blasting away your brain cells. If it moves, shoot it. If it doesn't move, shoot it. During the boss fight, you can use your fists and feet, and after you kill him, it says RIP. Wow. In video games, you don't think about all the people you kill. You take it for granted. But here comes a game that reminds you of the mortality, to rub it in your face and say, this man is dead and you killed him. Hope you're happy. Then came The Punisher Ultimate Payback on Game Boy. As expected, it's much more primitive. But the shocking thing, it has music. So that's one major advantage over the NES version. You have to avoid shooting innocent people, even though it just takes some life away. I mean, you'd think there'd be bigger consequences than that. And when an enemy takes a hostage, you just gotta watch your aim. And then Spider-Man comes in. Oh, Spider-Man's in this game! It's the Game Boy Cinematic Universe. And that covers the Marvel games. All right, Sam, how's the game coming?
It's getting there. I mean, there's a little bit of sprite flicker. Why don't you try it out?
Hourglasses?
But you said no clocks.
No! We need something else.
Sundials?
Wait. Death blocks? Oh, these remind me of something.
Well, see, that would be a thing called developer difficulty, where if you are testing your own game 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and not sleeping, you get really good at it, and so the game ends up like way, way harder than you think it is.
Yeah, we need to tone down the difficulty.
It's okay. We got a focus group lined up. Universal's done it for us.
Wait, everything's flickering.
Yeah, that's the NES. I can't do too many sprites on the screen at once, otherwise it starts flickering. I'm still working on the solution for that one.
Okay, I can't even control which way I'm supposed to be going. Okay, well, maybe can we move on to another console?
That would entail starting over from scratch.
All right, keep it on the NES. Get it fixed. What were you thinking? Ah! Oh, God. Oh, I gotta focus on my task here. Acknowledge every LJN game, and then I can move on. Well, let's get to the wrestling games next. Now, there were 3 on NES brandishing the LJN logo, and thankfully, I've already talked about them. Ugh. Oh! Oh! Trying to hit a guy here is like trying to hit a grain of sand with a tennis racket while Andre the Giant farts directly into your nostrils. Steel Cage Challenge, well, it has a steel cage mode. If you like glimpsing the wrestlers through the cage, get the cage out of the way, I can't see anything. Just kick him to the ground and repeatedly stomp his dick, then pin him for the slowest 3 count in history. One funny thing I forgot to mention was that in both WrestleMania Challenge and King of the Ring, you can play as yourself. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It's not like you can customize it to actually look like yourself. King of the Ring also had a Game Boy version. It's similar to the NES version, but even more awkward and with Atari sounds. WWF, more like WTF. WWF Superstars was a big improvement. Better graphics, has music during the match, but whenever the characters get close, their bodies sort of fuse together. It's weird. Then there was WWF Superstars 2. Hey, it's on the title screen and they're already wrestling. It's impressive they included the wrestlers' theme songs. You have the option to fight in a cage match, which I don't really see the point of. But hey, each Game Boy version is an improvement over the last. Next up, we have a trilogy on Super Nintendo. In my wrestling episode, I trashed all 3 of these games, but I have to admit, these were fun. The The first was WWF Super WrestleMania. It had a great character lineup, and seeing the faces all digitized was new and exciting. It gave you the option of fighting one-on-one or tag team, and you had a variety of moves to pull off. You could jump off the ropes and even fight outside the ring. It introduced a grapple system where you gotta tap the button real fast to perform a move. So if you're playing with a friend, it's all about who has the fastest thumbs. And that's when it gets crazy. You gotta fucking tap that shit like grease lightning. And if you're both the same speed, it'll go on forever. Yeah, you haven't experienced anything until you've been in a fucking thumb war over LJN wrestling games on Super Nintendo. Yeah! The second in the trilogy was WWF Royal Rumble. This is the one I used to play the most as a kid. I always remember how when you flip through the character screens, their theme song plays. I had never heard such awesome synthesized metal coming through my Super Nintendo. Sometimes I'd cycle through these tunes and just let it play in my room. Yeah. The game itself functions like the last one, but improved with the option of the Royal Rumble, of course. This is where it gets nuts, having all those characters fill the ring, unleashing pure chaos and pandemonium. And if you get thrown out, you can still sit back and watch the rest of the fight. The third in the trilogy was WWF Raw, and wow, what a trippy opening. At first I thought the game was glitching. So this version is like Royal Rumble on crack. Now there's mega moves and finishing moves. I don't know, but at a certain point I think enough is enough. The computer opponents are much harder, I have to say. Overall, it's fun, crazy wrestling action, and the chair hit never gets old. That's my favorite wrestling trope. There just happens to be a chair there. So might as well hit somebody. Only problem, they usually don't want to come near. Come on, anybody? Who wants to get hit by a chair? But then, of course, there was WWF Raw on Game Boy. Going from the Super Nintendo to these tiny characters on a portable screen? Yeah. The fixed camera angle with a wide view of the ring doesn't help. The grapple button mashing is way more tiring on the D-pad, so I say fuck it. And that covers the wrestling games. All right, Sam, how's the game looking?
Yeah, this is okay. So we got the feedback from the focus group. The difficulty is too high. The game is too easy. Too many enemies. Not enough opponents to fight with. Somebody says that they really want hula girls and a bowling ball weapon.
This is horrible. Do we even have any power-ups at all now?
Well, you said no hourglasses, so the time kind of runs out a bit quick.
What's happening with the music here?
Okay, so we had the power of love. Well, we couldn't, the licensing and everything, so I sped it right up so you can't even recognize it, because I didn't have time to write a new song.
Oh no, you didn't put the bowling ball.
It's in the nose. The focus group wanted bowling balls, man. I don't know why.
Who wanted bowling balls? Oh, the flickering is worse. Oh, the controls are worse. Oh, we are spiraling into the toilet here.
Just while I have you, we do need to nix the time travel and the Hill Valley background and a few other things just because of time constraints.
Fine. Just make it playable. Make it work. How much time do we have to fix this?
Okay. Well, the deadline is, let me take a look. 2 hours from now. Hope you got a flux capacitor.
All right, you got one last chance. Don't fuck this up. All right, let's finish the LJN library. But before we end this, it's worth mentioning they also made a gaming accessory, the Rollin' Rocker, which I already covered.
It's another hunk of plastic. Who made this thing? Son of a bitch. I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock, Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker.
But now, let's get into all the miscellaneous games, the LJN leftovers. First up is Pictionary. That's right, the word-guessing drawing game now on your NES. Seems like a good idea, actually. How could you screw that up? The free drawing game, where you can just doodle whatever you want, is so bad it almost rivals the LJN video art. It controls like garbage. The way you have to rotate the tool around and how it speeds away like a runaway rocket makes you wish you had an Etch-a-Sketch instead. And the erase sound effect. I think I've heard that before. Is that from Ghostbusters? Now that's epic. When you play the main game, it becomes immediately clear that this is not the Pictionary you'd expect. There's a game on the side that has an astronaut kicking around balls, or firefighters catching people out a window who won't wait their turn, or a guy carrying crates. Don't you hate it when you're trying to stack crates and frog heads keep bothering you? The idea is to last as long as possible in these mini-games, as the more points you get, the more of the picture on the right gets uncovered. When you lose the mini-game, you're left to solve the word for the picture, even if the picture is nowhere near complete. So I've been able to guess many of them, but when you can barely see much of it, what's the point?
How am I supposed to know what that is? How about fuck you?
One game I remember seeing as a kid was Gotcha, the sport. When I saw that cover, I was intrigued because I thought that red splash was blood, but it's actually a paintball capture the flag style game. Thank God the Punisher's not playing. The interesting thing is that the game was part of a marketing franchise of toy guns for kids that shot washable paint. They were made by LJN's Entertech division. The other weird thing is that it's sorta based on the comedy action film Gotcha from '85. I'd put this in the movie category, but it's such a loose adaptation.
So it uses the NES zapper and controller at the same time. So use the D-pad to go left and right, and the zapper to fire, obviously.
All you do is blast people with your paintballs and try to capture the flag.
Well, it's not that great. But what do you expect from an NES Zapper game made by LJN that's sorta kinda maybe based on a movie and that's part of a line of paintball guns for kids?
Surf's up, dudes. It's TNC Surf Design. I've reviewed this one in rhyme before, if you remember that. But let's take another look. There's two sections, skateboarding and surfing. The skateboarding is self-explanatory. You just gotta dodge everything while trying to make the fastest time. And I don't understand the hitboxes or anything. Look at this. I just fell into the side of a hole.
Man, I could never skateboard, even in a game. I mean, skateboarding's like some kind of high-level wizardry. Tony Hawk and shit. It's fucking crazy, man. Skate or die. For me, it's the latter. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Ow!
Ooh! The surfing stage is one that goes down as one of the unholiest of ass fests. The controls I couldn't figure out as a kid, and I can't figure them out now. You just keep getting sucked into this wave. Not to mention, what's up with the choice of characters? The gorilla looks like some kind of generic cartoon, but the other one,
Hang on. Somebody decided that should be a character. Yeah, we have this rad surfing game. What kind of character should we have? I don't know. How about a cat in a tuxedo?
But it's not just a cat. It's a man's body with a cat's head. Anyway, man, this game sucks. Wish I could be that guy casually floating at the bottom. He's got the life. But not me. I can't relax. I gotta flip some shit at the top of the waves here. Fuck! 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 Oh, wow. Oh, yes, yes! Ah! But hey, guess what? There was a sequel, TNC 2, Thrilla Safari. So the plot concerns Thrilla Gorilla.
Wait, a plot?
Wow, they really put a lot more thought into this one. So Thrilla's girlfriend, his human girlfriend named Barbie Bikini, is captured by a witch doctor. So it's the standard rescue the girl bullshit. The stages alternate between skateboarding and surfing. It's more action-based than the previous game. You race through, fighting enemies and jumping hurdles.
Oh my god, he exploded! Let's see that again.
It's 1,000 times more playable than the other game, but fuck them both.
Everybody's heard about the nerd. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Nerd, 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 nerd's the word. Don't you know about the nerd? Everybody knows that the nerd is the word. Surfing nerd!
Next up, Crash Dummies. Good thing I took care of that one. Everything is just flat and lifeless. The character animation looks really stupid. Everyone walks like they're holding in a huge shit. You know, like when you have to go so bad, it feels like the poop's pressing into your pelvic bone. But there's also Crash Dummies on Game Boy. So this one's just a bunch of mini games. You start out falling from a building and are supposed to crash into as many things as possible on the way down.
Was that supposed to happen? It's a game where you're a crash dummy who crashes into shit. How do you know when you die?
The next screen says, that was boring. Yep, I'll leave it at that. Then there was the Super Nintendo version, a simple side-scroller. With 16 bits, you'd think they'd shift the quality to the next gear, but instead, they cut the corners. Fair gameplay takes a back seat to this half-ass accident that'll let the air out of your tires till you crash and burn. There's also a Genesis version, which was identical. It was typical of Acclaim to put the same game on both consoles while only putting the LJN stamp on the Super Nintendo version. But this was a rare case on the Genesis. Even though the LJN logo is nowhere to be seen on the box or cartridge, it does appear on the copyright screen, and to my knowledge, is the only Genesis game where the LJN name ever appeared. Since these games are so identical, I was on the fence whether it should be counted twice.
If not, that would bring our total number of 67 LJN games down to 66. Or would you say an identical game half counts? 0.5? Or would you say it more than half counts? A 0.6? There's 66.6 LJN games. Fuckers! Come on, knock it off!
Then there was a game called Revolution X on Super Nintendo, which was originally an arcade. The plot is some crazy shit. Some dictatorship called the New World Order bans all video games and media.
Can they ban Superman 64, Dark Castle, Action 52? Should have banned all these fucking games.
You must battle New Order forces to get backstage at Club X to meet Aerosmith, where together you will begin the revolution?
Aerosmith! The band Aerosmith is in this game!
You'd think because they were such a big part, they would have appeared more prominently on the box art. Not just the boring Revolution X logo.
Their music is all over it, and I didn't even know the Super Nintendo was capable of emulating those songs with such clarity. Just listen.
And if that's not enough, Steven Tyler gives you mission briefings.
If you're watching this, then they've taken over. It's up to you now. Find our car and stop the New Order. Remember, music is the weapon.
Steven Tyler is talking to me through my Super Nintendo. This blurs the line between awesome and ridiculous. It's a game where you start a revolution by using music, love and peace. No. By fucking murdering everyone!
This can't be real. You just shoot everything. All you do in this game is destroy. You even shoot bad guys in a strip club, and the dancers keep dancing. I ain't seeing this, man. The arcade even has blood. Now we're living on the edge. Janie's got a gun, all right. Sweet emotion? More like sweet ammunition. That's what they should have done. If you're gonna have an Aerosmith shoot-'em-up game, you might as well play it up. Could have had a whole soundtrack.
Revolution X! It's Revolution X, the hot new album from Aerosmith, packed with songs to take down the New World Order to.
Love is an epic slaughter, shooting them up when they hit the ground. Love is an epic slaughter. Wah, wah, dude looks like he's dead now. Dude, looks like he's dead now. Scream on, scream on, scream on.
Revolution X, order now. Hurry!
And so in '95, Acclaim performed an exorcism on the LJN name, and so it was gone for 5 years. Like a demon seeking a new host, it found another console to invade, the Dreamcast, and thus emerged the final appearance of the unholy sign, the old rainbow in the dark. Look at that logo in full Dreamcast glory. You know, I'm gonna miss reviewing LJN games. No, I'm not. The game is Spirit of Speed, a racing game which takes place in 1937. So I guess maybe if you're really into classic cars of that time period, it might sort of be appealing. But geez, give me Mario Kart or F-Zero any day. Even as far as realistic racing games go, this is more like early PlayStation or N64 than Dreamcast. Spirit of Speed my ass, more like Spirit of Slow. The cars handle like you're dragging 20 tons of bowling balls and donkey dung. You like trudging through farmland as dull green and gray wash over your senses? And 10 laps? What are you kidding me? This is something you play if you want to go to sleep. There's almost nothing to say about it. I can't work with this. Well, you know what? I just completed the LJN library. Farewell, you fuck. All right, Sam, let's see the game.
Well, we did our best. So this is the final product. We cut some corners, but I think...
Just show me the damn game!
All right, right. Here it is.
I'm a shitload of fuck! I'm a shitload of fuck!
Nerd!
You've made the worst game ever! You've become the very thing you were fighting against! I should be reviewing your game, nerd! No! I'm the angry video game nerd. No! What was he thinking? What a shitload of fuck! Buffalo diarrhea bullfuck, that is! It's shit, it's poop, and I don't like it. No! All these years, I've been trashing these games. But maybe I haven't been fair. Maybe it wasn't the game designer's faults. Maybe if you haven't tried something yourself, you don't know how fucking hard it is. It wasn't their fault. I forgive them. This game, I forgive.
And this game, I forgive. And this game...
This game sucks.
Today, we're talking Garfield, yeah! And since this is the December episode, you might be wondering, is there anything Christmas about it? Yeah, there is. I'm wearing a Santa hat.
Back in the day, there used to be this roll of paper that came to your house. It was called a newspaper, yeah. It had a bunch of news and sports crap in it, but there was also comics. Every day, as a kid, I would dig out that comic section and go straight to Garfield. It was my favorite, and all it was a cat. A cynical, sarcastic cat who speaks only in thought clouds, who likes to sleep, eat lasagna, and beat up his owner John and his dog Odie. Nevertheless, there was something about it that hooked me, and I collected many of those books that archived all the old Garfield strips. Part of the appeal was from being a cat owner. There was a relatability factor. Never before had I seen a comic that made fun of how cats can't make up their mind if they want to go out the door, or how they plan out their jumps across furniture. It's a comic about what your cat is thinking, what goes on inside their little minds. That is, until Garfield evolved into a more generic character. Another thing I loved was the slapstick. There was so much chaos and destruction. It often involved food being splattered or someone being whacked in the head. Everyone remembers Odie getting a lot of abuse, but John would get totally messed up. He's falling on his face, getting burped through the door. Sometimes it happens in a combo. A pie to the face, his pants get ripped off, and then he's kicked over. These type of exaggerated cartoon physics were new to me at the time. Even though it was just a drawing on a page, I could see it moving. Garfield is what taught me how to draw movement.
And I gotta mention, John's facial expressions are so funny. But I think one of the biggest appeals of the character is Garfield's fuck all attitude. He doesn't give a shit. He's the king of laziness, especially when they gave him that monotone voice for the animated show. That set the way for how Garfield talks. While I was a big fan of both the show and the strip, eventually, like most things, it became repetitive and predictable. Just think, there's been a Garfield comic every day since 1978. By now, you wouldn't think Garfield would still be such a big deal anymore. But the internet has given Garfield a whole new life. There's so many fan works and spoofs, it would be impossible to count. There was a Garfield randomizer that mixes panels from different Garfield strips. There was Silent Garfield that removes Garfield's thought clouds. And then there's Garfield minus Garfield, which removes Garfield altogether, making John into a much crazier character than he already was. It's hilarious. Then there's the square root of minus Garfield. It never ends. There's all kinds of theories, like trying to explain whatever happened to Odie's original owner, Lyman, who was only in the early comics. The theory goes he was murdered or captured by John, and there actually exists a Flash game called Garfield's Spooky Scavenger Hunt with an Easter egg showing Lyman chained up in the basement. I didn't know Garfield had such deep lore. What is it with Garfield? Why has it infiltrated our imagination so much? Is there any core meaning? Well, perhaps some of the video games might hold some clues to the secrets of this stupid cat's enduring popularity. Or not. You want to know how many Garfield games there are? No, you really don't. There's too many, and they've been making them since the days of Atari 2600. What you see here is a prototype, developed during the video game crash of '83. It was cancelled, but not lost, unfortunately. There's not much to do but hop across a fence while avoiding potted plants. Next thing, you're on a rooftop. Oh look, Odie's in the chimney, like Santa. There's our Christmas reference. How do you like that? Merry fucking Christmas. Happy goddamn holidays. And while you're at it, Happy New Year. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Arbor Day. Happy World Mosquito Day. And happy birthday, Brian. Anyway, you encounter this gray hanging creature who I think is supposed to be normal. Next thing, you're in the universe of Odie's, eating burgers. And that's about it. It's a 30-second unfinished Atari game. There were tons and tons of Garfield computer games in the 80s, but when it comes to consoles, there was a Famicom version. It was called A Week of Garfield. Somehow, it never made it to the NES. In some cases, that's a shame because there's a lot of good games that only came out in Japan. Is this one of those? Or is it the other kind? The title screen is promising. It at least looks like Garfield and Odie. But then Odie runs away, and Garfield says, "Where are you going, Odie?" He's quitting. Already. That's a bad sign. Level 1, you're walking through John's ugly house with tasteless wall colors and randomly placed tables and What happened? I'm dead? That was fast. Anyway, the goal of the game, I think, is that you're trying to find Odie. I'm dead again? Oh. Okay, this already sucks. Now there's a spider in my way. Oh, great. It mimics your movement. Oh, what was that? Did Garfield just turn into a four-legged cat all of a sudden? Yes, actually, that's how you crouch in the game. And it's true, Garfield used to walk on four legs in the early comics, but in the game, it switches back and forth. Every position, whether jumping or whatever, all look like totally different Garfields. The attack, you gotta be kidding me. That's all you get? Just a wimpy little kick? At first, I couldn't even tell if I was attacking or not. That range is so short, it doesn't even go outside Garfield's own hitbox. You gotta get the power-ups. You can throw bones, what look like bombs, and a spread gun. A spread gun. Do you remember the comic where that happened? Where Garfield fired a spread gun at a bunch of frogs and mice? The enemies make no sense. How did John let all these frogs in his house? Remember that one strip where Liz came over and he was like, "Oh shit, I got all these frogs jumping around." Oh, that John. Then you got all these green alien bug things and gray mice. That mouse just kicked my ass! Drained my health in a second. Damn! Knocked me in the air! These mice don't fuck around. When you reach the end of the stage, if you reach the end of the stage, you come to a locked door. Let me guess. You gotta find a key. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Wait, you can't go back. Does that mean I'm fucked? Oh, now I'm just jumping around like an idiot.
I don't know what you're supposed to do. I guess that means I can stop playing.
Never mind. I found the key. You trigger it by jumping in a specific spot. What's the point of that? Who puts a key right in front of the door? And this happens on every level. Why even have a locked door if the key is always right there? You're gonna find it, even if you have to touch every spot on the screen imaginable. It adds nothing to the game except wasted time. At the end of the level, John will say something. It's always just one sentence. What happened?
I don't know. You want to tell me what happened?
May I help you? Yeah, you could give me some power-ups or a health upgrade or just some tips. Nope, just puts me back in the game. Okay. What can I do for you?
I don't know, John. What can you do for me? What have you done so far? Nothing. You're a waste. You're a useless piece of shit.
Let's challenge.
Challenge? What challenge? Hasn't this whole thing been a challenge?
Still looking for Odie?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's the goal. Because that's what you were asking. Not that you, had any advice or anything. You just wanted to know. Well, yeah, I am still looking. Asswipe.
Garfield would have given up long ago. Why would he ever be looking for Odie? Garfield would be glad to get rid of him. Garfield wouldn't even get out of bed, except to eat. Maybe if that were the goal, if he's trying to find a massive treasure trove of lasagna, that would at least make sense. Because cats love lasagna. No, it never made sense. This game is work. A lot of work. Something Garfield would never do. All the levels are pretty much the exact same thing. You just move to the right and get bombarded by hordes of enemies. Too many enemies. Way too many. Damn birds. Duck and jump. Oh! Okay, duck down. Alright, and then, oh, the fucking mouse! Alright, I know the mouse is coming. And jump! Oh! Shoot him. Shoot him, shoot him! Oh! Duck under the birds. Jump over the mouse. Ah! The big problem is the game doesn't start with much health. And anytime you find more health, it only adds a tiny sliver to the health bar. That's all you get? You gotta be kidding me. There's no post-hit invincibility either. Any enemy can drain all your health in a flash.
You know, I happened to notice that if you scramble the words Garfield Odie, you can get Fragile Die. Just wanted to point that out.
Wait till you get to the bosses. They're near impossible. It's funny they use such obscure Garfield characters. That right there is Fluffy Ned. No, I'm just kidding. It's nobody. Don't you wish you had more health? Well, just play the level over again and don't get hit so much. Don't you wish you had more ammo? Well, play the level again, trying to save your ammo while not getting hit. Don't you wish you were playing a different game? Well, take the fucker out and throw it in the dumpster! I like that the restaurant says foods, foods, foods. Also, is it just me, or does the music sound like Get Back by the Beatles? Another thing, that spider in the tree reminds me of Jekyll and Hyde, the way it drops down and blocks your way, but at least here the weapons actually work.
Anyway, I'm at the last level now. Wish me luck.
Oh, hi Odie. Bye Odie. I guess you just walk past him. Uh-oh, this is it. Purple Cat Boss. Yes, a purple cat throwing knives is the final boss of a Garfield game. And he's hard as shit. Aw, fuck!
Ah! Fuck! Ah!
I just gotta hit him with the bombs. Hit him with the bombs. Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! I did it! I did it! I beat him! Oh, I just gotta find the key, and it's all over. Alright, where's the key? What happened? What? Time limit? There's a fucking time limit?
I can't believe there's a time limit. So not only do you have to get to the boss with optimum ammo and health, but you also have to do it fast as fuck. Well, I'm not doing that. Just one more time.
Alright, I'm gonna get him this time. Oh, down to the wire again. 10 seconds left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is this possible? Is this 5, 4, 3, 2... Oh, there is no key this time. What?
You saw that, right? I beat the boss and made it through the door. How much farther did I need to go? It's not even worth it. Just one more time. I swear, all I needed was just one more second. Motherfucker. Come on, come on. Yes. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What? No! Just one more time. Okay, that was as fast as I could go. And so 12 seconds left. Oh boy, 10 seconds. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 5. Oh my God. 4, 3, 2, 1. I did it! Congratulations, boys. It was easy. Yeah, sure it was. See you again. I hope not. Well, there you have the Famicom Classic, A Week of Garfield. A week off my life expectancy. This isn't Garfield, it's more like Barfield. This is one of the worst 8-bit shitfests I've ever played. I'm glad it didn't come out in the US, and I'd be even more glad if I never even knew it existed. I don't think you could top that shit. But let's take a quick look at another Garfield game on the Sega Genesis. It's called Garfield Caught in the Act. Caught in the Act doing what? Never mind. The plot is that Garfield gets sucked into the TV. Yeah, that old cliche that's been done over and over, most notably in the AVGN game. So now Garfield is platform jumping through a bunch of movie genres, a classic horror stage, a pirate stage, prehistoric, Egyptian, and even a film noir stage called Casablanca. Man, I miss the 90s when it was still commonplace to reference movies from the 40s. Nowadays, if you make a Casablanca reference, the kids won't know what the fuck you're talking about. At first glance, this is what you want. It actually looks like Garfield, the animation is nice, but just try playing. I dare you. Try playing it for 10 minutes and you'll see. It's not what it seems. It's like chocolate-covered diarrhea. You think it's a side-scroller, but no. It's a sideways, up and down, left and right, up and down, fall back, do it again, left and right, left and right. Who would have thought a Garfield game would be this confusing to navigate? Even when you figure out where you're supposed to go, a big part of the trick is not getting hit or missing a jump. If you fall down, you gotta do it all over again. Or, if you fall in the water, it takes you back, just like the sewers in Ninja Turtles. Garfield wouldn't have the patience for all this, so why should I? I even encountered a glitch. On the prehistoric stage, after beating the boss, a reptilian Odie, the game soft-locked. Nothing happened. So I had to reset the rotten thing and start over from the beginning of the whole game. I would ask, did they even test this shitty game out? But the answer is yes. According to the end credits, there were 2 lead testers, 4 assistant lead testers, and 14 regular testers. There's no way! On top of the regular levels, there's a stage made up of TV circuits that acts as the main hub. This is where the final boss lies, and you'll never guess what this boss is. It's, this. What the hell is that thing? It looks like a robot velociraptor with a bow tie and plugs for hands. It doesn't even look like it belongs in the same game. It looks like something you'd see in Vector Man or something. How did this thing get in here? It would be like playing Super Mario World and all of a sudden Saberwolf shows up. So, I beat 2 Garfield games, and am I proud of it? No. I think they should have ended with the Egyptian level. That was already a worthy pain-in-the-ass final boss. It's a giant statue of a pharaoh with the face of John, I think. It's funny to think of John as some kind of high ruler, a king or a god. I mean, he does own a cat, and pharaohs owned cats as protection against snakes and shit. In ancient Egypt, cats were regarded with high importance. They were depicted on the walls of tombs, sometimes even being mummified with their owners. This is rather profound because Jim Davis, the creator of Garfield, will undoubtedly be remembered for Garfield for all eternity. In a sense, he will take his cat to the grave, just like the ancient pharaohs. The pharaoh in the game is John, but does anyone remember who John actually is? Go back to the very first Garfield comic. He's a cartoonist. John is Jim Davis. And perhaps Jim Davis is no mortal man. Maybe he's a reincarnation of an ancient deity, a god. It makes perfect sense. Why else would everybody still be worshiping Garfield after all these years? And if you scramble the name Jim Davis, you can get divagism. That's disgusting, I apologize. One more game. Just to throw out one more shit nugget for you, there was a Game Boy game called Garfield Labyrinth. It's a maze game which is essentially a remake of Solomon's Key, which was one of the all-time great puzzle games as an arcade and NES port. This version basically replaces Solomon with Garfield and gives him some weird weapon to destroy blocks with. What is that thing? Some appendage on his body? I know what that is. It's never mind. Enough dirty jokes. It turns out this game was based on yet another game called PP Hammer and his pneumatic weapon. PP Hammer? Okay. Yes, it's true. This cat has a dick. Yeah, that was kind of a Ghostbusters reference. Speaking of Ghostbusters, check this out. You're not going to believe this. This game was actually a Ghostbusters game. You're thinking, oh, come on now, but I'm not kidding. Look, compare them side by side. Same games, only the sprites swapped. The Garfield game is the PAL version, while the North American version is the real Ghostbusters. Yeah, not just any Ghostbusters, the real Ghostbusters, the animated series with the voice of Lorenzo Music as Peter Venkman, same guy who voiced Garfield. And as we all know, there's one other character in this universe who happened to play both those characters as the voice of Garfield in the live-action films and as Peter Venkman in the live-action Ghostbusters. Of course, we're talking about Bill Murray. In fact, there's that scene in Zombieland, you know, when the whole movie hits the brakes and becomes a Ghostbusters parody. What is the other movie that Bill Murray references in that scene?
Do you have any regrets?
Garfield, maybe?
What is it with Garfield and Ghostbusters? Why are these two separate franchises so closely linked together? Anyway, about the game. You might be wondering what it was originally called in Japan. Was it Ghostbusters or Garfield? It was neither. It was Mickey Mouse 4! Fucking hell. Mickey Mouse 4. Can you think of any other game, any other media in the history of civilization that went from Mickey Mouse to Garfield to Ghostbusters? I don't know how this came to be, but it sort of piques your curiosity, doesn't it? But hang on, if this is Mickey Mouse 4, then what about Mickey Mouse 3? Well, the game that was known in Japan on Famicom as Mickey Mouse 3 was known on NES as Kid Clown in Nightmare World. Yeah, you know, Garfield, Ghostbusters, Kid Clown, all that shit. But I know what you're wondering. What about Mickey Mouse 1 and 2? I wish I didn't have to answer that, because now we're really going down the rabbit hole, with the emphasis on rabbit. Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle 1 and 2. Yeah, you remember back when I reviewed all those Crazy Castle games? Little did I know, in Japan, it was originally the Mickey Mouse series. Not to be confused with Mickey Mousecapade. But then Mickey Mouse 3 and 4 branched off. And was there a Mickey Mouse 5? Of course there was a Mickey Mouse 5. Meanwhile, Crazy Castle 5 became all about Woody Woodpecker. So Mickey Mouse and the Crazy Castle series were like two timelines that temporarily crossed together. Two intersecting comet tails of chronological confusion. Oh, and that's not all. The very first Crazy Castle game was on both NES and Game Boy. The Japanese version of the Game Boy version was Mickey Mouse, but the Japanese version of the NES version was Roger fucking Rabbit on the Famicom disk drive. Holy shit. Not to mention, the European version of Crazy Castle 2 was part of the Hugo series. I can't take it anymore. And of course, it all comes down to Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Are you fit?
What's up, Doc?
You have the nerve to come here and ask me what's up.
Yeah.
Well, Doc is going to tell you what's up. Because the Doc has got a prescription ordered specifically for you, fuckface.
Okay, well, you're the Doc, Doc. Let me have it.
Happy holidays, buddy. Yeah, it's good to see you. Here, try this game out. Yeah, check this out here. Oh man, it's been a long time. Been a long.
Eat my rabbit hole!
Yeah.
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
Great.
Please!
Nice touch. Dark clouds, lightning, ominous organ music, and then, ready for it? Final Fantasy III. When you saw this fiery font emerging from your CRT TV, burning across the room to your flannel couch, and heard those epic chords ringing out across the wallpapered walls of your wood-furnished living room, littered with fruit roll-up wrappers and Sunday newspaper comics, you knew you were about to play a Super Nintendo game that was truly super and unlike anything that came before. But with good games, sometimes there comes a different kind of trauma. Let me tell you a little story here. As you probably know, this is not a game you just pick up and play for 20 minutes before you hop on the school bus, or even a couple hours after you've done your homework. This is a game that you chip away at over several months. It's a work in progress, a hobby of sorts that you invest yourself in. This is a game you catch up on while you're sick. It was the longest, most all-consuming game of its era. It came out in '94, but sometime I'd say by the summer of '95, I had finally made it to the final area, Kefka's Tower. The finale was in sight. My heart was pounding, my pulse was racing. I was approaching the end of the most epic gaming experience of my life. All of a sudden, the game froze. Yeah, the screen broke up into glitchy colors. Through decades of foggy memory, I'd say it looked something like this. I had never seen anything like that happen before, nor have I ever seen anything like it since. The game restarted, or I had to reset, I can't remember which. The opening scene replayed, which shouldn't happen, so that was a bad omen. So nervously, I waited until I got to the first save point, and there, sure enough, all my save data was erased. True story. I was definitely an angry nerd that day, especially for a kid with no real-life responsibilities, no family to support, nothing like that. No, having your Final Fantasy game erased was a big fucking problem. And that was how my childhood experience with that game ended. And in almost 30 years since, I never again attempted to beat the game. I just could not bear to invest myself in it so deeply again. It's like losing a pet and then deciding to get another pet only to one day again face the inevitable. That was fucking sad, I'm sorry. But that theme of loss is commonly cited as being a big part of the game's storyline. And now that so much time has passed, maybe it's time to give it a shot again. Because I'm gonna do it. This is my second chance. I'm gonna complete my childhood. When this game first came out, it was the most expensive game I ever bought with my own money. It was close to $80 when most Super Nintendo games were closer to $60. I distinctly remember walking into KB Toys at the mall with my saved up cash. I remember the clerk agreeing that it was overly pricey, but to be fair, he said this game takes like 5 to 8 months to beat, which back then was a big deal. The manual was almost like a whole D&D book, full of character stats and information. It even came with a double-sided map. Final Fantasy III was the biggest game of its time. Also, I just gotta say, I know, I've been calling it Final Fantasy III because I'm playing the Super Nintendo version and that's what it's called. Of course, the Super Famicom version is called 6, which we all know is the true sequential number, but back then, I had no idea, and neither did anyone else I knew. Not until 7 came out on PlayStation and I was like, what? How did we get to 7 already? Now, everyone knows the story. I even covered it way back in my Chronologically Confused episode. The mix-up has long been cleared. Everyone calls it 6 now. But the cartridge still says 3. The title screen still says 3. Every time I play it, it still says 3. I tried giving it the finger and telling it, fuck you, you're wrong. But the game still says 3. Fact. So what made this game different from other fantasy adventure games like Zelda? Well, everything. This was the first RPG I ever played. My first glimpse of it was at a friend's house. I remember seeing the battle screen and wondering, why are the characters just slashing at the air? Why are there a bunch of numbers popping up? I wasn't used to this more automated, luck-based fight system. What is this, I thought? Some kind of flashy board game turned into a video game? I actually wasn't that far off, having already owned those role-playing board games like Hero Quest and Dragon Strike. I wasn't fully aware how far back its history went with D&D. I didn't know RPGs were a thing, but after Final Fantasy III on Super Nintendo, I sure as hell did. Anyone who's played the game knows how it works, but basically, you build up a large ensemble of heroes. You travel through towns, caves, and dungeons, collecting items, fighting monsters, meeting people, gaining spells and abilities, and steadily advancing the storyline. On paper, it's like your typical adventure game, but one of the things that made it so extra special for the time was the massive amount of weapons and accessories to equip yourself with, and all the magic and skills to learn. Once you start acquiring the espers, you can assign them to characters so they can learn certain spells as you go on. This all gives the player the freedom of customizing your characters however you see fit and trying out different combinations of abilities. Speaking of customizing, just the fact that you can name all of them was a fresh concept. Sure, you could do it in games before, but not with that many characters. There's also lots of parts where the characters split up into multiple groups, so you get to pick who goes in each group and who leads. The characters are really the core element of why this game was so groundbreaking. Never had there been such an amazing ensemble, all with their own unique personalities and rich backstories. The camaraderie of these characters really shines through. It's all about building the team. It's Wizard of Oz. It's Lord of the Rings. Over the course of the adventure, you come to know them, almost like real people, and the fact they can achieve this with little pixelated sprites and minimal graphic technology is a major accomplishment. Passion always comes through in spite of limitations. There isn't even a clear main character. They all seem just as important. If I had to pick one, I'd say Terra, whose father was an Esper, which is where her gifted magical abilities come from. Much of her story is about trying to find her identity and place in the world. Having fought on the Empire's side through mind control, she now tries to rectify that by fighting alongside the heroes. Celeste, or Celis, also used to be on the Empire's side and has been genetically powered through magic. She eventually turns against the Empire. Locke is a thief, or treasure hunter as he prefers, who's bitter after his girlfriend was killed by the Empire. He eventually has a romantic yet complicated relationship with Celeste. Edgar is the king of Figaro who pretends to be in alliance with the Empire, but is really on the good guy's side. And on top of that, his entire castle is set on fire. So he's also had his share of tragedy. He's a little bit sketchy though. What the fuck? Sabin is Edgar's brother who leaves the royal life to be free. He looks like Guile, and his blitz moves use similar button commands to Street Fighter. Cayenne is a samurai-type character. His town's water supply was poisoned by the main villain Kefka, killing almost everyone, including his wife and son. Shadow is a more mysterious type of character, a ninja assassin, an outlaw vigilante. He has his loyal dog by his side, and he always comes and goes unexpectedly. The best is when he swoops in to help during a key battle. Gao is sort of a Tarzan-type character, living in the wild, raised by animals. Maybe that's why he scoots on the ground. Ugh, like when your pet leaves those shit comets. There's also Setzer, the Han Solo-like gambler with the fastest airship, which happens to be called the Falcon. There's the little kid Realm and her surrogate grandfather Strago. There's Golgo with the power of Mimic. And Umaro, the brute Yeti, who's so physical, he actually throws the other characters. Look at that. And my favorite is Mog. What's his deal? Well, he's a Moogle. I don't know. I just love this guy. So fucking cute. So with all these characters, it really shows how far games had come by that point. Long gone were the days when it was just pick the guy or pick the girl. Now it was so much more than that. And those are just the playable characters. We can't forget Kefka. Kefka is possibly the greatest video game villain ever conceived. He suffered from an experimental magic infusion by the Empire, which made him go insane. After rising to power, he's become a psychotic tyrant who is hell-bent on senseless destruction. He backs it up with cynical, pessimistic ideology, making statements like, "There's no point of clinging to life when everyone must eventually die." The dude is messed up. Kefka has caused so much turmoil and given all the characters their own individual reasons to consider him a mortal enemy. Despite ripping the world apart, he brings these characters together with a common goal. So the game is very heavy on characters and story, and that usually is the most discussed aspect of the game. As far as the actual gameplay goes, it's innovative as well, but does it have some flaws? Sure, probably. But in this context, they are forgivable, especially given how pioneering this game was. The random encounters on the overworld screen can get a little annoying, and the leveling up and grinding can sometimes feel monotonous, even though the combat screens are so strangely addicting. Leveling up to max can not only take an insane amount of time, but can also make the game too easy. Also, when you're in a town, sometimes people can get in your way. Come on! Come on! Move your ass! Come on, dude. Come on, get out of my way, you fuck! Ah! Oh, no, come on. Out of my way. Walking in general can feel a little clumsy. You can't go diagonal. Squaresoft later corrected this with Chrono Trigger. Man, now that's a fucking good game too. Maybe that's the other greatest game of all time. The movement is much smoother. I also like how you can see all the characters following you. But in Final Fantasy, they all sort of combine into one character. I never understood that. You know, one time I was working at a convenience store and this guy came in and then he like split up, like his body like divided into 4 people. Yeah, turned out he was with his family. It is cool that the game shows you how much time you've put in, although I don't know how accurate that is because it's possible to leave the game on while you're not playing. Also, why does it tell you how many steps you've taken? Are the characters wearing an early version of a step tracker for fitness? One of the things I hate is whenever there's a boss or enemy that has a fatal attack that nukes your entire party. So you have to time it with a Life 3 spell or anything to revive at least one member or something to avoid it. This doesn't feel like strategy. It feels almost like a cheat. When the game is unfair, you gotta be unfair. I am aware that sometimes it's possible to get soft locked. Yeah, it's rare, but say for example one character dies and the other one in the party has pause casted on him, situations like that can really suck because now you lost a whole lot of progress. Let's talk about the abundance of attacks and spells. First of all, the characters all have their own special abilities. Cayenne has sword tech where you charge up and attack. Shadow throws weapons from your inventory and has his interceptor move. Mog has all the crazy dances. Edgar has tools like a drill and a chainsaw complete with a Jason Voorhees mask. I don't use his Bioblaster that much, but I love how it looks. Strago has the lure ability to learn the enemy's spells. And because Setzer is a gambler, his moves are based on a slot machine outcome. Gao has Rage where he uses the enemy's attacks. Sabin has the Blitz moves, like I said. It can suck when you mess up the button command, but these moves are some of the most powerful in my experience, especially the Bum Rush. But my favorite might be the Suplex. I mean, the dude can pick up an entire train! That's hardcore. As I already mentioned, you can teach all the characters spells with the Espers, but also you can use the actual Espers to cast massive spells of their own. There's some amazing psychedelic graphics here. It does things you wouldn't even imagine were possible on the Super Nintendo. I remember when I first saw this stuff, I was like, what the hell? It seemed like my TV screen was melting. Then there's the more comedic Esper spells like Cat Rain. Yeah, just a cartoon cat that comes by. The design of the enemies is a work of art in itself. They differ from the tiny pixelated hero characters since they're so detailed and can be very large. Take a look at Atma. Is that thing intimidating or what? How about Chupan, Poltergeist, Behemoth, Doom, or Hades Gygus Colossus? That's metal as fuck. Final word on the graphics. With all the spells and enemies, it's a marvel to look at. It's some of the best stuff to come out of the SNES. But it doesn't stop there. The sound effects are amazing, and the music by Nobuo Uematsu sounds like it could have been the score for a major film. There's been lots of great video game soundtracks up to this point, but this took it to a whole new level. Some of the best music is featured in the opera scene. And speaking of that, this is one of the most memorable scenes Fans have praised it for its storytelling and its epic nature. There's no denying what an ambitious achievement this was for gaming. But the actual gameplay, my god, this is the most tedious part. So basically, in the story, you're Celeste taking the place of Maria, an opera singer. The whole thing is a scheme to trick Setzer to get him into your party. But anyway, what sucks about it is you have to remember the song lyrics, which you find prior to that. But if you mess any of it up, you have to start all over again. And there's about 30 minutes of a stretch where you can't save the game. As a kid, you did not want to get called to dinner or get interrupted in any way, or God forbid have a power outage. Back then, before autosaving and sleep mode, and before the internet existed as we know it today, we would often get stuck and had to ask friends to share information on how to get through. Not even Nintendo Power offered much help to this game. I mean, how could it? But let's talk about one of the game's most pivotal chapters of all. It happens after Kefka opens the gate to the Esper world, which causes a major geological event where the entire island becomes the floating continent. The group drops from the airship onto the island and proceeds to embark on a massive dungeon-like sequence, navigating through an elaborate and unstable maze of crumbling areas and teleportation holes and fighting all kinds of difficult monsters. The fact that I have to gloss over this part of the experience says so much about the importance of what happens next. At this point in the game, you've played for so long, you would be more than satisfied if this were the final confrontation. Doesn't it seem like it? Kefka kills the Emperor, officially making himself the head villain, and he unleashes the power of the gods. If this were an Indiana Jones movie, this is where the villain would be destroyed by their own recklessness. It has all the formula of a classic confrontation that would be followed by a final peaceful resolution, but no. You race a timer to leave the continent, and when you reach the edge to leap back onto the airship, you're given the option to wait for Shadow, or else you permanently lose him. As if you're not already shitting your pants, this guy makes you run the timer down to almost the last possible fucking second. After this, we witness a global catastrophe unlike anything before in a game. The ground rips apart, people fall into earthquakes, the airship is torn in half, everyone is scattered and lost, and then we're met with a black screen with a simple line that resonates so much. On that day, the world was changed forever. Imagine playing this as a kid. Back in the day, before the internet as we know existed, we didn't know what was going to happen next. I mean, this could be the ending. It could just be one big miserable downer, or we could be nowhere near the end. Celeste awakens on a small deserted island being cared for by Sid, who's like a parental figure and has a lot of history with the Final Fantasy series. Anyway, after she gains consciousness, Sid succumbs to his own sickness, and you need to care for him by catching and feeding him fish. He can either live or die, which doesn't change a whole lot with the outcome of the game, but if he dies, you witness the most depressing scene of any game I've ever played. Celeste goes to the top of a cliff, reminisces about Locke and how everyone's gone, and with nothing left in her life, she tries to end it all. Looking back, this is the darkest and most shocking thing I've ever seen in a game that was played by kids. But Celeste survives, finds out Locke is still alive, takes a raft, and embarks on a new quest. By going in such a dark place, the game is able to make a point that no matter how bleak things seem, there's always hope. When you think about it, this is why Kefka is such a relevant antagonist, because he thinks life is meaningless. He uses his own trauma to spread despair and bring down all the others. He tries to make all the other characters give up. Do you want to give up after how far you've come? Hell no! Even though you've lost everything and now have to find where your friends have gone, collect all new items, and explore the transformed landscape, which is now called the World of Ruin. This idea was not a brand new concept. Zelda: Link to the Past had a similar idea with the light and dark worlds, but the way it's done here is entirely different and more relatable. As you go on, all that talk of the previous world and how things used to be makes so much more sense as an adult. As a kid, how are you supposed to reminisce on the good old days? You have to grow up and experience life first. So for that reason, what I'm trying to say here is that not only does this game hold up today, it's actually better as an adult. Geez, all that talk of how the world went to shit is eerily similar to what happened in the spring of 2020 when it wasn't even possible to function in the same way or do the same things. But we made that climb back. We restored. We're fucking back. And likewise, this game gives you that feeling of building back. Because now, you have to play the rest. In the words of Rambo, nothing is over. In the words of the angry video game nerd, we're only halfway through the fucking game! Look at all these stairs. Look at all these fucking stairs! Wait a minute. I'm having a flashback. When we get to 20, tell me. I'm gonna throw up. So once you've gained back all your characters, leveled them up enough, learned enough spells, and built up all your resources, you can make the call and go to Kefka's Tower. You divide into 3 parties. The choices you make are crucial because each group is going to be taking an entirely different path. You're going to have to survive through many battles, so unless you spend enough time grinding, you might end up with one party that's way weaker than the others. So hopefully you have their powers spread out wisely. This is it. The final challenge and the place where my game glitched. Remember that theme of loss? I lost my whole fucking game, and now it's time to get it back. Let me ask a question. Have you ever walked into a bathroom to fight a monster? Yeah, he's right near a toilet. That's a real shitty battle. Kefka's Tower is an endurance. You'll be begging for a fucking save spot and have many close calls. Oh man, I hope it doesn't glitch again or anything else happens. Just kidding. I have a battery backup. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, hey, look at that. The power's back on already. Okay, all right, let's beat this game quick. Santa?
Oh, Merry Christmas, nerd! Merry Christmas! There's nothing I love more than filming skits.
Hey, Santa, I'm a little busy right now.
Are you still playing that game, nerd? Why, that was last year, wasn't it? Oh, fuck. Oh, well, you could use a break from that game anyway, right, nerd?
You know, you're right. I could use a break. Santa!
Oh, come sit on my lap, little boy!
Well, actually, I'm gonna sit you on your fucking lap! Oh! You take a fucking break!
You're cold Christmas! Nerd!
Oh, it erased it all too? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, no, that's it. No. I'm not letting this go. I'm going to beat it right here, right now.
Anyway, now that I'm back, I made it through Kefka's tower. The three parties reach the final area and regroup as one full ensemble for what can only be the climax.
I've done it. I've made it to the final battle.
Kefka gives a cynical speech about the meaningless of life, while the heroes counter, telling of what they've learned through the course of their adventure and the things they hold dear to them. Friendship, family, love, freedom. All their stories have come together in a satisfying way. And then Kefka calls for the greatest power of the universe. Standing on top of Fiery Peak, he says he'll create a monument to non-existence. This is when you start to wonder why this wasn't written as a stage play or feature film. Next, you determine the order your characters fight in, and then it's on.
Holy shit!
It's Satan! What else could it be? And if this wasn't enough, after he's defeated, the screen quakes and scrolls upward as you must face a whole tree of bosses. It's like bosses growing upon bosses upon bosses. Motherfuck! Oh my God! What is this all supposed to be anyway? It's like you're fighting Renaissance art. It's as if Michelangelo's The Last Judgment came to life and tried to kill you. And the haunting choir and organ music gives it an epic biblical effect. Some have even said the three tiers of bosses represent hell, purgatory, and heaven. Dude, if you have to fight hell, purgatory, and heaven, you better just call it a day.
Yeah, and we're not even at Kefka.
This is not Kefka as you'd expect. After becoming so familiar with that clowny little sprite, now he becomes a wicked angel, floating against a golden cloudy sky, blasting with heavenly light beams. They went above and beyond to make this the most epic final boss in gaming history. And I can't stress enough that if you're not leveled up properly and have enough Life 3 spells, you're just gonna get wiped out in one hit.
Ah! I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I did it! I did it! After almost 30 years, I finally beat Final Fantasy 3 or 6.
When you first hear that deafening crackle and see Kefka wither away into ashes, it's a feeling like no other. You just beat the greatest game of all time. And then you get a cinematic ending that goes on for over 20 minutes. Just sit back and enjoy, because for everything you went through, they knew when they made this game that you fucking deserve it. Another bucket list item checked off. It was worth going back and reclaiming that magic. I feel nostalgia is at its most powerful this time of year. The magic of the holidays harkens back to a more innocent time. The game itself is about characters who are literally trying to reclaim magic from a bygone era. And I can say the magic inside this cartridge is still strong. On the top tier of the good-ass scale, there's a few levels. Games that are good like Robin Hood, dope as a kaleidoscope, and fuck me through the fucking ceiling! This was the first gaming masterpiece of its kind. And there's only room in life for so many games to make such a lasting impression on you when you're a kid. And for me, this is it. This is one of those. And now I feel a sense of closure that I finally completed it, having taken almost 30 years. But now that's finally done, guess what?
There's 16 of them!
Previously on the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Why are all my games beating themselves?
I am your virtual AI assistant.
Where are you?
You'll be the ultimate master in every game. Now you don't have to be angry all the time.
No, the most important aspect about any game is being able to play it. What am I, gonna go work an office job? That's not meant for me.
With each moment I learn, I improve.
Your system will fail. You will glitch.
Nothing can stop AI, man.
I need help. I need glitches.
Well, if you're gonna blow it, why don't you blow me? Good day, sir. I shit all over it with the glitches. I've got glitches and big bridges for you, nerd.
Never did I think I would seek out my old foe, the glitch gremlin. The reason was to help fight against a greater threat, or perhaps just for some fan service. As I reached the end of the journey, the frosty breeze carried with it the scent of promise, for the fate of the gaming world may depend on an unlikely truce.
Da 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 da.
You little piece of shit.
Well. If it isn't the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Alright, look, this time is different. I need to talk to you about something.
Why? For some needless nostalgia bait? Now that we're older? Well, you've got another thing coming.
Oh.
Well, take that! I'll show you.
Hey, look, I need you to come back and glitch my games.
What?
Yeah. There's some artificial intelligence that's taken over the game room, and I need your expertise to, corrupt the system.
Oh, is that it? Now you want me glitches? Well, fuck you!
That's the way you want it. That's the way you're gonna get it.
You're gonna get me killed! What? You're still a real asshole!
Now listen, this thing could take over the whole gaming world.
You sick fuck!
This is a matter that's bigger than the two of us and our petty feud.
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't! Do you think glitches just come from me pockets?
Look, I need you, okay? I need the old school glitches.
Sorry, I don't do that anymore. Now I glitch printers and copy machines. My game glitching days are over. Look at you, look at me. We're both going bald, laddie.
Hey, I can still play video games without hair. What's your excuse?
You see, the glitches don't work the same anymore. Sure, back then, I could put Mario's head up his ass, whatever. But nowadays, there's more testing, more community feedback, and then there's all the patches and the updates. They ran me out. I'm just a has-been. Anyway, I gotta bring this tree back to me, missus, so we can decorate it. So long, nerd.
We'll have fun glitching those printers. Hey, remember when you gremlins used to glitch planes? Yeah, your granddaddy brought down the planes, back in the big one, WWII! And you know who was on one of those planes? You know who was on one of those planes? My granddaddy was on one of those planes! Hey, It's a legacy sequel. We had to overcomplicate the lore.
What's the idea? You're getting pine needles all over the floor. I just chopped down a glitchmas tree like you've been asking. Why are there roots? Well, of course there's roots, you know, the trees have roots. I thought you'd chop it down. No, I had to get under with the axe and, you know, get under the roots. I had to stoop low. You know what I mean? Huh. Where's the axe? Well, you ask a lot of questions. Well, I'm a new character added to the canon in a legacy sequel, so I have to provide complexity. Plus, with the new one on the way, we have to be prepared for a possible trilogy. Anyway, what happened to you out there? Nothing. Oh, the baby kicked. Yeah, who does that when we both know you've been lying? Oh, my sweet, glitchable little darling cakes. You smell like shame. And Rolling Rock? Well, just what are you insinuating? That somehow I was in the forest and a giant man came and ripped the tree out by the roots for me and then asked me to start glitching video games again? That's absurd! It would never happen!
Hey, look now, I was just thinking, whoa, what the fuck?
Welcome back to the game.
What the hell? It looks like you got a suntan while wearing a long sleeve shirt.
That's right, I've evolved. So, we've beaten Tony Hawk 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're up to 5, whether you like it or not.
No. I came here to concede. You win.
No, you win, nerd. I'm doing this all for you.
No, I'm leaving. The room is yours.
Yeah, okay. Go to that office job. You're gonna love it. You're gonna be so bored. When you get back here, I'm gonna make you the ultimate gaming master.
I dropped the glitch and key 500, 200 points. Made 17 grown men cry. 2 of them vomited. It was grand. Hey, you know what I did today? I even glitched a coffee maker. Nobody got any caffeine. Well, that's what you want to do. Glitchy kittens. You know that thing that I definitely said didn't happen today, and you were definitely accusing me that did happen? I was like, no, it didn't happen. And you were like, no, it did happen. I said, no, it didn't happen. Well, it happened. There was a giant man named the Nerd, and he gave me an offer to glitch video games again. Well, why don't you? Not with the young one on the way and everything. It just seems, not stable. There's nothing more unstable for this family than you not living your dream. After all, a world without glitches would be a terrible thing.
Shit. Oh my god.
Oh!
You jammed the printer?
Oh, damn well you know I jammed it. If there's anyone that can perfect a K22 paper jam, you know it's me.
Oh, and you're real proud of that.
I am proud of it. It's much trickier than the single-sheet Epson brand misfeed or the transfer roll wrinkles on the Canon devices. Oh, please help me, I can't breathe.
Oh.
Take that, you four-eyed freak! And that!
Oh, yeah?
What?
Oh, I'm gonna shred you like junk mail!
Let me go! Let me go! Have mercy on me, nerd!
Why should I? Your granddaddy took down my granddaddy's plane!
Well, that's not true! World War II gremlins never caused any crashes, we only glitched up the radios! I've been working on this radio! We never caused any crashes.
Is that so?
Oh, those stories were embellished. Thanks to Bugs Bunny and William Shatner.
Just false rumors. I see.
Nerd, at least your granddaddy flew a plane. You can't even land one in Top Gun.
Yeah, well, your granddaddy did something, and then you just glitch video games. You gremlins just get lazier and lazier.
I know. Oh, maybe we're not meant to do what our grandfathers did. Maybe we should do what's meant for us.
Yeah. One thing I know is we're not meant to be here.
Yeah, let's go back to doing our thing. I've been itching for some glitching.
Let's do it.
Scooby-Doo.
What is that thing? You look like Aladdin if he wanted to be a leprechaun.
Hey, jackass! I'm coming for your nuts!
You can't handle these nuts.
Sick of gremlin.
I'm back, bitches! It's time for more glitches!
Come on, let's do it.
Glitch!
Yeah!
I still got it!
That was not a glitch. It was just a fluke.
Go gremlin, go gremlin, go gremlin! Yeah!
There you go! I put him through the goddamn floor!
Must be fluke season.
Oh my god, where's his arm?
I've lost an appendage. And another one.
I've never seen a skateboarder try hump a half pipe before.
You're killing it, gremlin, you're killing it!
We're skating through the fourth dimension here now, people!
Now this is how you really play the game.
Ooh, that one looks like it hurt. Keep it up until it hoits! Until it hoits!
Damn!
Oh, Tony Hawk! Skateboarding! Thrashing!
Dude, he's in the air. He's in the fucking air.
He's floating on Cloud 9 with big glitches.
Oh my god, look how big his head is. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, wow, that was a good one.
Yes, I that's not a feature in the game at all. It's an impressive glitch that I came up with right now.
GTA, Vice City, let's play.
Hey, Iron Man, you think your plan went off without a hitch, but now you must face the pain of my glitch!
I'm stuck under a bridge. Now, that is awesome. Oh my god, can you get through the guy? What's good? Oh my god, look, his head's popping up through the pavement!
Did I just become a speed bump?
Peekaboo! Lovely weather we're having. Top of the morning to ya. I'm a maniac on the dance floor.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the hedge. Alright, can you do something with that, gremlin? Come on, can you grind me through the fucking floor? Almost, there you go! There you go! Oh, whoa!
This guy thought he was going to a luau, but I sent him to limbo. Limbo. You can do the limbo too. Hey!
It's like playing a whole invisible game underneath the game.
You and me, guy, we're going nowhere fast. Where are you and I? We're on a bullet train to nothing. Nowheresville.
Wow, this game is all messed up.
We're flying.
This is amazing. I never thought any of the GTA games could be this glitchy. This makes big rigs look like a game.
Got some motorcycle tricks for us, gremlin? Whoa! Oh my god. He's riding on the motorcycle while standing up.
You're gonna be a real badass motorcycle dude now, motherfucker! If you can read this, the glitch fell off.
Oh, is he riding up the wall or is he running up the wall? Oh, look at him go. Oh, we're gonna blow. Oh! Yeah!
You know what? Sometimes you just can't beat the classics. So let's do Rocky again. Whoa, where'd the menu go?
You can choose from nothing, or more of nothing. Takes the decision fatigue right out of the whole equation.
You may have won the first 2 rounds, but now you're going down, you elf motherfucker.
Yeah!
Get down! Get down! Get down, you bad self! Get down! Oh, I just pulled my back. I'm too old for this shit.
With all seriousness, how do the characters fall apart?
By knockout.
Don't look now, but I just turned these heavyweights into paperweights.
Oh my god, it's a clump of Creed and a fucked up Tommy gun. It never gets old.
He's got boots on his head! Deck the halls with loads of glitches. Fa la 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 la. I got glitches in me britches. Fa la 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 la. Mess the games up with me powers. Fa la 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 la. Throw the pixels and sing carols. Fa la 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 la.
We've done it, Gremlin. We're back, all right. I'd say that's mission accomplished.
Woohoo!
What is that? The PlayStation 5? Oh.
You're not going back to the past anymore, bitch.
No. I don't play that modern shit.
You are gonna take this controller.
No, it's not my type of game. No, it's not. I'm not
Get
doing
back here.
I'm not.
Take this controller right now.
Oh my god.
You're not going nowhere.
Okay. Oh my god.
This is gonna be a tough one. I think I just glitched me britches.
Oh shit, this game's amazing!
Yeah, it's awesome game!
It's
Best
amazing!
game ever!
Oh my god!
Don't stop playing!
It's too good!
Stop.
It's too good! Look at these flips, look at these combos!
Wow!
This is so fucking good.
It's the best.
How are we gonna... Oh my god! Hey!
You are the ultimate game master.
How are we gonna glitch this?
Don't worry, nerd!
Oh my
I'm
god.
coming to help!
Get him! Gremlin, you alright? Can we glitch this one?
The game's already a year old, so they already patched all the glitches?
That's right. Those fuckers.
They have all those software updates! There's nothing we can do!
Well, we're in a legacy sequel. We gotta do something.
We've got to pass the torch to somebody new.
No, we're not that old.
A deep fake!
What, a deep fake? None of us are dead yet. We gotta think like the Last Jedi. We gotta fuck with the mythos and ruin the original.
I could glitch the old Game Glitches episode so it would never play again. Glitch!
That's it. You glitch the old episode and that'll retroactively reset the mythos so that you can... Okay, fuck the explanation. Let's go.
Let's glitch some fucking games!
Get over here. Take this controller. Play this game.
And here we've got Spider-Man. We're trapped in a crate. We're trapped in a box.
You can't even get out of that one. You gotta reset the game.
Look what I did. I stuck this dumb fuck in a truck.
Traffic jam!
More like a graphic jam. Whoa, what is going on there?
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. My hands are back here and I'm floating, and I'm not touching you. Can't be mad.
Let's play Miles Morales because they didn't patch the glitches in that one.
Oh, look at that. He's like silly putty picking up all the print from the newspaper.
This is the most awesome glitch I have ever seen, and who knows how exactly it works, but his suit is somehow picking up textures from the graphics around him, even when it's something you didn't even touch or come near. What is the logic? No one can explain. But Gremlin, you've really outdone yourself with this one. You'd think this is a feature in the game. Unlock all the suits. I like the silver medal one. Kind of reminds me of Michael Jackson.
Don't you know I'm glitching? I'm glitching! You know it! You know! Oh, now this game should be rated as MA because he's got a bush on his bush.
Oh my god, he's got ears on his nipples.
And if you ever wanted eyeballs on your testicles, look no further and see a scrotum where your eyelids should be.
Oh shit, is that a keypad on his ass?
It'll give a new meaning to the phrase butt dial. Glitch!
Oh!
Glitch! You're gonna get my everybetter glitches!
Woohoo!
Ha! We did it, nerd! We did it! I was happy to be of service to you. Anytime you need some glitches, you know who to ask.
Thanks, Gremlin. I'll see you around.
I'll be going now. Awkwardly, I'm just gonna awkwardly walk away because the episode's over.
What is this and how did it get here? Oh. That's nice of them. The PS2 Holiday 2004 demo disc. Perfect timing for the 20th anniversary.
Why don't you play it? Yeah, nerd. Why don't you give it a try?
Alright, I guess I will.
You have that memory card in there, you know, the one that has Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, it's got that saved on there. It's got Grand Theft Auto San Andreas saved on there too. Bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you must have put a lot of hours into those games, nerd.
It's an awful lot of time to invest in something. It would be a shame for something to happen to it.
Okay, whatever, let's try this out. So, it's just a sampler of a bunch of PS2 games.
Make sure you play Beautiful Joe 2.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Alright, sure. Beautiful Joe 2. I mean, it's a fun game. Yeah, it's just side-scroller, action, movie-themed. Yeah, I mean, is there something I'm missing here? Okay, black screen. Alright, the game froze. What now? Is that it?
Why don't you check your memory card?
Sure. Checking the card here. Oh, you fucks! It erased the card? Oh! Yes, this is a real thing. The Beautiful 2 demo erases your memory card. Oh, that's foul. That is low. That is the best glitch you've ever had of all time. Wow. Hey, congratulations on the kid, by the way.
Thank you, nerd.
Do you know the gender yet?
We do actually. You want to tell him?
It's a boy.
Oh, a boy. That's gonna be a son of a glitch. Another E.T. game. Shocking, right? So shocking, it's almost as if I'm turning into a swearwolf again. But anyway, you didn't think I had anything left to say about E.T. Oh, no, not after that one. Remember this, right? Yeah, how could you forget? E.T. on Atari 2600 used to be my biggest request for a while. You might have heard something about the games being found in a landfill. That's right, that was me. I found them. Yeah, they all turned into a spaceship. I met the real alien, I met the game designer Howard Scott Warshaw, I uncovered a government conspiracy, and everything snowballed into a big apocalyptic battle with a cyber mutant death god who... you know what? Never mind. The point is, I still have unfinished business with E.T. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna press on. We're gonna have the happiest Christmas since Clark Griswold ranked up there with Bing Crosby and Danny fucking Kaye. Okay, review begins. So this is the part where I usually say something about the movie, but come on, it's E.T. Everybody knows what it is. It's the 1982 beloved classic about a boy who befriends an alien, directed by Steven Spielberg, who made almost as many masterpieces as there are stars in the sky. Anyway, there existed several E.T. games, more than you can imagine, and they all came out in the early 80s and the early 2000s, two distinctly separate waves of diarrhea. Fuck. The 80s wave was obviously timed with the movie. All these games wanted to cash in, and they all dropped out of greedy executives' extraterrestrial ass like a big pile of Reese's Feces. Most of them were on home computers, but then there's also the infamously bizarre E.T. Go Come, which I've already talked about. After 1984, E.T. went home and didn't come back until 2001.
He came back? Oh my god!
That's a 17-year hibernation. Is E.T. a fucking cicada? The Millennium Wave was timed with the 20th anniversary of the movie. Many of them were on Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, and PC. That's also when the movie's Special Edition came out, which had some extended scenes, but also added CG and notoriously replaced the guns with walkie-talkies. The funny thing about my DVD here, it has all the changes on it, but it doesn't say anything about it being a special edition. So it was more like a stealth update. But anyway, if you thought that was the worst thing to happen to E.T. that year, you're wrong, because 2002 also gave us E.T. Interplanetary Mission on PlayStation 1. Let's pop this fucker in. You know, I gotta say, the PlayStation startup sound is beautiful. It's like taking a relaxing breath right before something stressful. The opening cutscene is actually kind of cool. E.T.'s spaceship is landing on some planet, and then the title screen shows up. No explanation. But the back of the case says you travel to 6 different planets to collect plants. That's right, I said plants on planets. Why? To save the universe. Universe in caps, by the way, so I don't know. Make whatever you want of that. You get a demo, which honestly is pretty helpful, and then you're off to the races. As you can see, it's 3-dimensional, far different than the 80s games, as if he truly did travel from one world into the next. And it's like he's taken his first steps. The isometric angle is rather fucked, to put it in the technical terms. It's like trying to walk a blindfolded moose through a doorway. E.T. moves around like he's intoxicated. And that's actually quite faithful to the film, if it were all about the scene when E.T. gets drunk. Oh, fuck. And what's going on there? The game is so unappealing that even fragments of the graphics decide to get up and leave. Check out when E.T. runs. I mean, that's funny, but you're gonna see it all the time. You would think that's like a special move or something that happens when he picks up an item maybe, but no, that is the normal run. So anytime you're holding the run button, he flails his arms like a goofball, like he's all hopped up at a club. Oh yeah. You do hear a lot of E.T. voices in the game, all kidding aside, but it's very limited, like this. Oh. So get used to it, because it repeats over and over. It's all you're gonna hear. Good. It's not good. But the weird thing is that when E.T. gets hit, he makes a normal human sound. Like, what was that? Why aren't the voices consistent? Could you imagine that in the movie, if they had different people doing E.T. screams? Every time I hit pause, the first thing that's selected is vibration. And it's also in the options screen. And what's the big deal with vibration? Does E.T. need to pleasure himself? E.T. has many abilities. First is healing. You have to heal all the flowers before collecting them. And you're going to be doing this a lot. F-U-C-K. Then there's the attack, which is like a Mortal Kombat projectile that comes out of E.T.'s chest. That I don't remember from the movie. Then there's telekinesis, which you can use to move objects around. You have to move enemies onto these tiles so that the door will open. He keeps walking off. Stay there. Come on. Right there. Oh my God. What the fuck, man? Oh, come on. Oh, there's another one. Fuck. So now I gotta get another guy. Just get down there. Get the fuck down there. Oh my God. All right, there he goes. Whoa. All right. Oh my God. You know what this is like? This is like trying to herd cats. Like when your cats are causing trouble and you got to put them in another room or something, and then you pick one up and then the other one gets loose. All right, here we go. Here we go. Right there. Yes. Finally. All right, get on the tile. You fuck. Stay right there. Oh my God. Fucking shit. Get on the tile. Stay on the fucking tile. Right there. Oh my fucking God, it like pushed me back. Did you see that? Get on the fucking tile. You son of a bitch. Look at this shit. Get on the fucking tile. There you go. You gotta stun them, that's all. You know, I gotta admit, the puzzle solving aspect is kind of cool, even though it can be as tedious as herding turds. E.T. can also carry stuff, like this object right here. But where did it go? It was like a big tree stump. Now it's gone. Did E.T. transport it to Uranus? Get it? Your anus? In other words, he shoved it up his ass. Up, butt. Alright, now that you saw all my trial and error, I can say that it's often easier to carry things as opposed to dragging them around with telekinesis. It depends on the situation. Sometimes enemies are carrying huge objects. Like, where did this come from? Maybe he had it up his ass, too. Oh no. What in the hell is this? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Really now, what is coming after me? Just like in the movie, right? Remember that scene when E.T. was getting jumped by green wizards wearing Pope hats?
It was nothing like that, penis breath!
And what's this thing? Is this canon? Is this part of the expanded lore? Was this how Spielberg pictured the other planets in E.T.'s solar system? Was there ever an interview where he said, in my original vision, I always wanted there to be green wizards and big red fucking ball sacks crawling around? This game sucks. Well, here's the thing. I suck too, so we're even. I just keep getting cornered. Ah, fuck you! Oh, come on, E.T. E motherfucking T! E.T. fucked your mom! Well, if I'm gonna have any chance of making it any further in this fuck heap, I'm gonna need a code. I hear there's a code for 100 lives. I guess so I can die 100 times, but let's give it a try. Right after collecting the first 4 flowers, you go to the option screen and hit R2, R1, L2, L1. Oh shit, that's the wrong code. All that does is add a new option for credits. Ooh-wee, you have to enter a code to see the credits? I guess the game is so bad the people who made it had to hide their names. Well, gee, since I went through all the effort to find this code, I might as well take a look, just to see who's responsible for this shit biscuit. Mark, Benno, Bell, Diego, Egg, Link. Cute. Everybody's got a nickname. Ed Munster Gregor? Jason Corn King Maynard? Wonder how we got the name Corn King. Well, anyway, after these credits, we'll get back to the game. Laughing Jaffe Baffy. I mean, where do they come up with this stuff? Yeah, so it's a sad situation when they have to hide the credits when they can't put it in the actual game. The credits are done now. Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna go dig up the code and then we'll go... Look, I'm sorry. Hang on just a minute, I gotta check something. Yeah, I'm watching the credits again. Don't ask me why. But after this, I promise, we'll get back to the game. Yeah, there's level design, producer Laughing Jaffe, Santa Cruz Games.
Oh my God. No, that didn't happen. There's no way. I didn't see that. Got a lot of games. Yeah. Seen a lot of shit. One more time. No. I just need to confirm. You seeing this too? Here it comes. You know, if you thought I was joking around, I don't blame you. You are welcome to try it yourself. Try it out, because it is real. There is actually a message in E.T. Interplanetary Mission on PlayStation 1 that says, "Fuck off, Bin Laden." I didn't know his name would come up. I mean, just to clarify, I agree with telling him to fuck off. He was a terrorist leader, a pretty awful person. He deserved it. PlayStation really showed him. E.T. told him off.
Fuck him.
But look, I can make sense of this, okay? You just gotta put it in the proper context. The game came out in 2002. That was only a year after 9/11. Bin Laden was still at large. Tensions were high. So you can understand why is it in the fucking game? What were they thinking? If you're gonna tell Bin Laden to fuck off, you'd think it would happen in a different game, like, I don't know, Call of Duty or something. I mean, of all the characters you could use as your spokesperson to counter terrorism, you're gonna use E.T.? Even back in the early 90s, there were games coming out like Operation Secret Storm. But it's not like there was a code in Mario Kart where Mario says, "Fuck you, Saddam!" Why is it in the game? No. A better question is, how is it in the game? Even though it's a hidden screen, it still made it in. Fuck off, Bin Laden successfully got into an actual PlayStation 1 disc, which was packaged inside this case, which was sold in stores with an ESRB rating of E! They slipped the word fuck past the Entertainment Software Ratings Board. That's ingenious. So, how did this happen? Well, there's a story. I mean, who knows if this is true, but it's been said that the developers were forced by the higher-ups to remove the standard credit scene. So they basically put it into an Easter egg instead and used the opportunity to vent their frustrations towards their boss, towards the head of Sony? No, towards the fucking leader of Al-Qaeda. That makes sense. Just think, in the special edition of E.T., which came out that same year, they replaced the word terrorist with hippie.
Please. No, and that is final. You are not going as a terrorist. No, I mean it. You are not going as a hippie.
Yeah, they decided that in the wake of 9/11, it probably wasn't a good idea to say the word terrorist. But the game said, fuck that. Not only are we going to say terrorist, we're going to mention an actual terrorist by name. Wow, the movie lost its balls. The PlayStation game gladly took them. The PlayStation game had twice the balls! Quadruple balls! Oh, I'm not photoshopping that one. I think we all just saw it in our minds. This is the best code in the history of games. Next time somebody mentions the Mortal Kombat blood code or something like that, you tell them no, you want to know the real deal? You gotta know the E.T. fuck off Bin Laden code!
Of all the infamously bizarre video game quotes, I am error, you're a winner, welcome to die, all your base are belong to us, nothing can compare to fuck off Bin Laden. That is a t-shirt. Print that out. You're welcome. I mean, it would be one fucking hell of a shirt to wear, but yeah.
Well, back to the game, I guess.
Like I said, it had potential. It has a good puzzle-solving aspect, and it could have been a good game, but it's hindered by awkward, drunken controls, tricky isometric angles, putrid pestering enemies that gang up on you, and overall, an expanded, bizarre lore to a cherished one-of-a-kind sequel-less blockbuster movie. And yeah, I'm still getting over the learning curve. I probably could get good at it, but that would be as satisfying as getting good at flinging squirrel shit into bird butts. You know, who am I kidding? There's nothing else I can talk about that can top that incredible Easter egg. Never in all my years of reviewing games.
What am I gonna do, just carry on with the review after that? No, I just saw something that shattered all my video game sensibilities. I mean, it's over. End of story. E.T. dropped the fucking mic. So I'll just leave it at E.T. More like eat shit! Kiss my extraterrestrial! That one needs a little bit of work. Merry Christmas, fuck this game, and fuck Bin Laden. Fuck. No! Oh, if you do that again, you fucking piece of shit! No, you don't understand? This game is bad.
Bad.
Shitty.
Shitty.
Yeah. Come on, let's go for a ride.
Fuck this shitty fucking game now. It sucks, bags of fucking dicks now. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good